Et toi, espèce de douchebag, pourquoi tu m'as volé ma princesse? C'est sûrement parce que j'étais un gros cave, sûrement parce que je la traitais comme de la merde. Hier, j'ai rêvé à toi dans mon lit d'enfance, les rideaux ouverts. J'ai dit que j'étais content de te revoir, content de pouvoir te refaire l'amour. J'ai vécu dans la peur, voulu tuer ma mère et ma soeur, voulu que tu meurs, j'ai voulu t'avertir que j'étais plus dangereux que toi, j'étais enfin oublié. Not. Et toi, espèce de génie, pourquoi t'arrêterais pas de travailler? Tu brûles ta tête à force de saigner. Ta femme voudrait juste se faire baiser. Hier, j'ai rêvé à toi sous la couverture de mon frère. J'ai attendu que ma mère soit aux toilettes pour qu'on puisse s'enfuir par en arrière. J'ai vécu dans la peur, voulu tuer ma mère et ma soeur, voulu que tu meurs, j'ai voulu t'avertir que j'étais plus dangereux que toi, j'étais enfin oublié. J'ai trouvé ça moins drôle quand t'es parti, quand tu m'as laissé seul avec mes parties. Un jour dans un rêve étrange, tu repenseras à moi malgré toi. J'aurai un grand couteau entre les jambes, celui que t'as voulu couper, rappelle-toi.
Did you enjoy the French music? Are you enjoying the French music? You're probably enjoying the French music, aren't you? Hello! No, I'm not late. I'm talking right now. I'm here. You just can't see me. People are saying, talking about France, but this is not French. It's from Quebec. It's Philemon Simon. It's the artist who came to my residency to work on their album. No, it's not. Haha, that's French. That's French. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, we have a lot of people. By a lot of people, I mean like 20 people. Over 20 people. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I'm not late. I'm not late. Okay. You guys were chatty before streaming. Yeah, you're excited, aren't you? You're excited bunch. Hello. Okay. It was Vincent Hartright who's first. First, he rates. And people saying hi. Scrungly little guy is there. Hello. Pyro Anarchist says Pajama Sam time. Oh, it might take a while. We're buckle in for quite a stream, okay? Pajama Sam is third on the list of things that we're gonna be doing. Maybe fourth even. Might be at the end of the stream. Scrawny little guy missed a bunch of streams because of school, but we back now. Glad to see you back. Giolo says, "Hey, hello. How is everyone? Everybody say hi to Giolo. How do I at? No. At Giolo. There you go. Hello ho. There you go. Hello, Giolo. Thank you for following. Also, El Technopada 100. You still haven't followed me, El Technopada. You just got here from Twitch, from YouTube. Well, welcome. Do y'all remember which song was playing in the last stream? You mean we're Dangerous When Shaken from Pajama Sam 3? It's called Dangerous When Shaken. Zgirwoj is there. Hello. Rivers of Melancholy. Hello. Rivers of Melancholy, who says, oh, hello, didn't notice you there. I'm Rivers of Melancholy. You may know me from such appearance as previous streams, future chats, and hating the Bolsheviks is fun and cool. Well, glad to have you here. We have someone famous in here. All right, we got a reference to Pussy Water, which has been a while. Okay, good. Glad to see it. Who else is there? Pyro Anarchist, always loyal. Oh, Luna's incorrect. Luna's incorrect. Hello, Luna. Finally made it to a stream. Glad to see you. It's been a while. Who else? All right, Skill Wars is spamming. Okay, I see. Going through chat. Esoteric Life. Hello, Esoteric Life. Who's ready for shenanigans and tomfoolery? I'm ready for some shenanigans and tomfoolery. Kulabje, hello. Today is the Sunday, the most scary day of the week. It's not the most scary day of the week because we got a new video. It's the greatest day of the week. Tired Floor is also there. Hello. Hello, chat and Sean. I really hope you, all of you are doing good. We're doing great. At least I am. How's chat? How are you, chat? Tell me how you are. How was your week? Who else is there? Oh, people are saying music, French music. Bitching about French. Oh, you guys are so bitching about French. You're so original. Hello, Connor Core. Hello. It's also been a while since I've seen you. No, debased gnome's child. Hello. Okay. All right, now I'm catching up. I'm going really quickly. First stream you could catch, Giolo. I'm happy. Oh, Pyro Anarchist is doing really bad because we aren't playing Pajama Sam yet. Okay, it's coming. All right. I skimmed past chat. Hello, chat. Hope you're all doing great. Aside from me not playing Pajama Sam. Rivers of Melancholy came back from work feeling good. I'm happy you're feeling good. Excellent. Yeah, it's true. If you guys are European, it's getting quite late. It's still early for me. I'm still ready for. I'm good for a couple of hours here. I edited all the segments from all the past streams, and I gotta say I'm quite excited for especially the one, the reaction from what is it called? Automakia again? I don't remember. That video is 2 hours and 30 minutes responding to my Banksy videos. Most of it is pretty fun. I really enjoyed responding to that criticism. Hey, listen, I'm no debate bro. You know, I don't do debates. I don't really go into confrontation. But I gotta admit, though I wasn't super confrontational, I loved responding to what they had to say. And you know what? I don't want to be debate bro-ish, especially not in politics. But I think I could be a debate bro in arts. It's something I can maybe develop, becoming a debate lord about the arts. Hey, look, I also published yesterday a short. That was fun. And I'm gonna put another short. Okay, let me show you that short I worked on yesterday. So far, the shorts I'm doing are basically just me. Well, you know how I put like, oh, coming up at the beginning of a video? Well, the shorts are just the coming up, like the highlight of one of the segments, so that people can go check the segment. And this is responding to criticisms to my video on Banksy's trap. All right. Whoa. Yeah. I did end stream. Hold on. And we're not reading anarchist FAQ. This will. Whoa. Okay. This is it. This is going to be the short. Maybe I'll post it after stream or tomorrow or something.
Banksy is trapped. As long as they're an artist in the public eye, they'll participate, contribute, and empower the very thing they hate without any chance of meaningfully criticizing.
And here's where he goes wrong. It's assuming that Banksy doesn't know this.
Of course, I think Banksy knows that. Banksy is a victim, and I'm exposing Banksy's poor condition. Banksy watching this video, going, "That's me. I am trapped. I am in the spectacle. I am a spectacle." Like, of course he knows that.
Banksy is
I think that's funny. I think I'm funny. No wonder you guys are always on stream looking at me. I never watch my streams, right? But when I edit like these kind of segments, I'm like, God damn, I'm funny. Yeah, you got 3 of me right now. Well, no, that's not 3 of me. I'm Mr. Germinal. That's the person under is Germinal from this morning, from yesterday or 2 days ago, and the person on top is Canvas. Oh yeah, you esoteric life. You want me to art debate you? Hey, actually, well, let me go on. I love these comments. I posted. I don't want to start any drama, right? Let's not start any drama. But I go in the comments of my latest short. And the Canvas Art History actually commented on my short saying, "Mr. Journal, please stop stealing my content." No, I liked it, but I'm not going to like it, actually. I'm going to dislike it. I cannot believe that Germinal is stealing Mr. Canvas's content. You lost a sub. I don't even know who Silly Lily is. Funny. Thank you. Silly and comical. I am Banksy's therapist. Banksy comes to me for therapy. Hey, have you watched my latest video? You better have watched my latest video. Oh, Beatstar song case unlocked. Hold on. Whoops. All right. Still haven't had any contenders on at all. Nobody has contended with me yet. It's okay. I only made 1 short, somebody. You don't know who Silly Lily is? No idea. Yeah, the new video on Ilya Repin. You watched at 0.25 speed? Okay, to really take it in. Vincent says, speaking of debates, I still remember the day I defended you on your climate activists destroy Vincent van Gogh painting in his comment section. That's been a while. That was a fun time. People got really pissed at that video. I think most people agreed. But a lot of people were pissed. Somebody commented on my latest video. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Unless your usernames are different. That's the problem. Everybody has watched it. Yay! Thank you. Thank you. It was a shorter video. I wasn't too sure, like, oh, I didn't want to be repeating too much. I had what I had to say, and it was a bit shorter. But I decided to keep it short. Banksy style therapy is like group art therapy, but like in the streets. Yeah, Banksy's in Newport, in Gaspésie, in the middle of nowhere, and we're doing therapy in the streets. All right. First things first. So we have a couple of segments, a couple of things that I wanted to do for the stream, right? And one of the things I wanted to talk about is one reason why your art may suck. All right, I'm gonna rant a little bit, because a lot of people show me their art. Very, very often, people send me their art either on Instagram, sometimes by email, or on Discord. And I've got to say, I don't like many people's art. It's very rare that I do, in fact, like people's art. And one of the reasons I believe why your art may suck, and that's one of the reasons for many, and it sucks. When I say it sucks, I'm not saying it objectively sucks. It sucks, at least from my point of view. And as you may know, and I've talked about it a lot, what I look for in an artwork is an artwork that challenges, an artwork that communicates an idea or an experience, an artwork that, you know, I can't just look at and then move on and not think about. It's an artwork that I want to look at. I want to discuss about it. I want to have, you know, discussions. You know, I want it to be living through me, if that makes sense. An artwork lives through the interactions that it provokes in people, not in its sole presentation of itself. However, many artworks don't create that kind of engagement in people. And one of the reasons why, and this is why your art may suck, at least for that part, is because you may not have an artistic process, or you might not have anything to say with your art. Actually, the segment I wanted to do wasn't about that, but it has something to do with it. One of the biggest artistic process, or one of the biggest reasons people make art, at least from the messages I've gotten, is I make art to express myself or to express my feelings. And in terms of engagement with a viewer, I don't care about your feelings. I don't give a fuck. All right? Like, everybody has feelings, everybody struggles, everybody has, you know, some things to express. And if your art is solely your way of expressing your emotions, that's good. That's good for you. You know, if you do your therapy through art therapy and all that, that's great. But I don't see why I should be interested in your therapy. So it's great if you decide to, you know, express yourself and your emotions through art. But tell me, why should I care about your emotions? Why should I care about the paintings that express your emotions? Because to me and to everybody, every stranger who's going to look at your art, maybe your friends and family are going to like it, but every stranger who looks at your art are not going to care. And it makes for a work of art, at least from my perspective, it makes for a work of art that is hard to engage with, especially when you don't know the artist personally. Now, is it possible to make art that, talks about an experience and that can convey an experience in a way that's engaging and that can create discussion? Yes. I've showed it on my last stream. So because it's fresh in y'all's memory, I'm gonna show portrait of the artist as a shadow of his former self. Here it is. Before we get to that, two things. Antonia Natale, hello for following. No, thank you for following, and hello, thank you for following. Everybody say hello at Antonia Natale. Hello. Also, I saw a first person chat, I believe. And you guys are so chatty today. Wait, I don't see it. No, I didn't see it. I saw Zebrano. Hello, Zebrano. Not a first person chat. It's just someone I saw. Hello. Oh, Zebrano says, in reaction to what I wrote, Zebrano says, in reaction to what I said, so like if I paint in prison, even if it's bad, it's more interesting to you. Not necessarily, but I think the experience that you can convey through a painting of you being in prison can create an interest and can create a discussion when I look at your art. If you link your personal feelings in your art to an experience that is specific to you, then it may create interest for me and a curiosity in what you have to present. If you present your feelings for the sake of just presenting your feelings, I don't care. If you present your feelings in the context of being a prisoner, then already you're adding interest, you're adding value to there's potential to engage with that painting, which might make me want to engage with it more. It doesn't mean that necessarily because you're a prisoner that your art is going to be engaging and thought-provoking, but linking the feeling that you want to convey through an experience that is proper to you is one way that you can create interest. People say, can you look at my art? I'm not going to look at your art. I'm going to look at your art and then I'm going to judge it and I'm not going to comment on it. You should care about our emotions because we are friends. Funny. I thought you cared about humanity. Or is mankind as valuable as animals for slaughter to you? No. God. Hello, Cluness. We have a very belligerent chat this morning. A chat that's a very trollish chat. Trying to be serious here. Trying to help out the artists out there. And Antonia says, gracias, hola. Hola, Antonia. Thank you for following again. Everybody says hello. How sweet of you. And Ryan. Hello, Ryan B. Stifler. Vincent has a question. Many times, a lot of my art is quite personal to me, and I think that for people to understand it, I need to explain my experience to them. But at the same time, I find it wrong to explain my art to people. Shouldn't my art speak of itself? So I want to ask, as an art enthusiast, how much should I explain my art to someone? We've talked about it in my last stream, about how art can be experienced in two ways, aesthetically and let's say conceptually or with cognition. Aesthetically, you can do whatever you want. It's not going to come get me. I can look and it might create curiosity through the aesthetics, without actually necessarily being nice. For example, here, portrait of the artist as a shadow of his former self, not necessarily aesthetically pleasing, but it arouses curiosity, which makes us engage with the concepts. Now, I can't engage with the concepts necessarily without actually reading up on it or having it explained either by the artist himself or by someone who knows about the painting. Your experience, to answer your question, Vincent, your experience about your art that's quite personal, you might put it in a blurb, or you might just explain it when you present your art to someone. I think, for example, Duchamp's fountain, who puts it in on a pedestal, someone who doesn't understand it is going to think that it sucks, and I would understand them for thinking that it sucks. But when you see Duchamp's fountain and you understand the importance of it and what it conveys and what it, either by reading up on it or by having someone explain it to you, the artwork becomes significantly more engaging. So, I mean, that's up to you as an artist to decide how you want to talk about it. Do you want to write a little paragraph next to your artwork so that people can engage with it differently? You can make a video about it. You can just have conversations with people about it. I get your idea. So art for art purposes is not PogChamp. At least not to me, not very PogChamp. Or I don't know, it's a thin line between an art for expressing emotions and art for conveying experiences. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. Because here, for example, this expresses very, very similarly to, I made a video about this artwork and I talk about it here. It's right here, actually, the thumbnail. Black Invisibility. I mentioned a book that I hadn't heard about before actually coming across that painting, which is Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. And it's through reading that book and knowing its relationship to the artist and the painting that you realize that this is about the Black experience often being invisibilized or being cast to the shadows in this case, almost literally, right? And it's the own personal experience of a Black man, Kerry James Marshall. It's his feelings towards how people perceive him, but it's also the part of the Black experience, which to me starts a dialogue, as somebody FK a nobody says. Yeah. So, conveying experiences will often express emotions. However, expressing emotions for the sake of expressing emotions because you're angsty or whatever, to me, lacks a bit of meaning, lacks a bit of intention. And art that has to be engaging has to have some kind of intention behind it, not just, well, I want to show that I'm very sad or that I'm very troubled, I'm very angsty. That's not enough, at least not to me. If I was your mom, maybe I'd be like, wow, I'm happy that you can show me your emotions. You can express your emotions through art. But if I'm a stranger and someone who likes art and who wants to engage with it, all right, here's another angsty teenager who's making art. Great. That's new. That makes me want to engage with that work of art. Oh, Godspeed you Speeve 2. Did you forget the first? Did you forget your password for the first account? Cluna says, it happens to me with my poetry. I think sometimes the explanation it's needed when it's important for you that someone in particular understands it. Also, when people know you, it may be easier for them to understand your art. They relate to your artwork or to your work through you. Exactly. I agree with that. Can you experience can you express an experience without expressing the attached emotion? Good question. Maybe. I don't know. I have no fucking clue. So yeah, I just wanted to rant about that just a little bit. For people to make more intentional art with intention, and that expressing your emotions and your feelings is not the kind of intention that's going to grab people's attention. I'll put down a sticker or something. Convey an experience, you know, where does your pain come from? Why are you angsty? Why are you feeling sad? If there's a reason for that, if there's an experience that's proper to you, or that you know how to express more than just expressing a vague feeling of uneasiness, then you can convey that much more specifically. Even if it's vague, you can talk about the vagueness of it. You know, maybe perhaps you can use art to try to talk about the vagueness of the pain you're feeling, right? Like the kind of numbness, perhaps. But don't just raw pain, because I can't engage with that. Find something that makes you stand out in a way. And I know it's hard to stand out across millions of other artists online, especially. But I use art to express my feelings. It just gets annoying at one point. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Am I mean? Am I soulless, heartless for saying I don't give a fuck about your feelings? Maybe. However, wait. Unless you're extremely good at depicting pain or suffering or sadness or anger, you're extremely good at depicting it in a way that we've never experienced it before. And like, wow, this artist has depicted the core, has depicted pain in such a unique and compelling way that we can't just ignore the fact that it's solely their feelings because it's such a pure feeling. But that's not going to happen. Germinal is a bad person. I'm sorry. Like, that's one of the reasons why I have strong opinions about art. I have strong ideas about especially boring art, strong comments. That's why I don't really comment on people's art. I wanted to do some art criticism on stream at one point. But then I was like, if I do that, I'm just going to sound like an asshole. And very often people do art, for their own pleasure, for their friends and family. Sometimes, like, as I said, to do art therapy. So it's like just to express themselves and feel some kind of catharsis. So it's not necessarily to do what I want art to do, which is engage and spark discussions. Some people want to do art just because they want to make things that look cool and look nice. And that's also fine. But I would look at that and say, all right, you made a cool painting, but what does it mean? Yeah, somebody says you don't have to stand out. You just have to say something meaningful and engaging with your art. That's true. That's true. You're right. Because, yeah, you're absolutely right, actually. Yeah, I was wrong about standing out, especially with with the millions of people around, because you can say the same thing, right, than anyone else, and you can depict it in a way that's that's similar to anyone else. However, if it's meaningful and if it's engaging, like if the things you say are meaningful and engaging, perhaps those concepts and those experiences that you're sharing, people have already engaged with them, but some people won't. And it might be a different way of engaging with those concepts and ideas and experiences. And perhaps the first time it wouldn't have worked with them, with another artist, but with you it will work. I guess that would make you stand out, but like, yeah, you don't have to stand out, because people won't be able to compare you with every other artist anyway. So if you don't stand out, you might just be the first person who does whatever you offer that someone else will see. Vincent says, or @Cluna says, okay, I think in conclusion, the piece should stand on itself so that people will be curious to know more about your art. Then tell them the story behind it. Yeah. I like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be like that way, but yeah. And when you say the piece should stand on itself, it can be in different ways. That's one of the reasons why I don't like, that's one of the reasons why I like ugly art, or art that looks like it some art, you know, there's more to it. I'm going back to the same ideas all the time, the same examples. But Marcel Duchamp's Fountain, you know, there's something behind it. It forces you. Kerry James Marshall's portrait of the artist as a shadow of his former self. You know, there's something behind it. So it compels you to look into it, to do your own research about it. And I think that's the strength of these artworks. You know, when I showed you my artwork of the cube, right? That's like on a Roomba, I mean, the plastic cube on a Roomba that goes around the gallery. That as well, I believe, is the kind of art that isn't beautiful and that inspires, or that makes people want to know, what the fuck is that? And when they ask, what the fuck is that? They're already engaging with it. And then you explain the backstory, and then the way they're going to receive it can be positive, can be negative, but in either way, they're listening, and and through that, they're already engaging with what you have to say. That's why I like ugly art, or art that doesn't stand on itself in the sense of beauty or aesthetics. Because very often, beauty and aesthetics is going to be, it's going to be an artwork that's on the wall. People are going to look at it and be like, nice, move on. If the artwork doesn't make them go, nice, they're going to ask, okay, so what's going on here? What's the point? Can a conversation be an art piece to you then? That's a creative process right there, an artistic process right there, Pyranarchist. If you want to make an artwork that is a conversation and want to make it a performance, you can. I encourage you to do that. Facts don't care about your feelings, you silly artists. Yeah, when I say I don't care about your feelings, that's what it sounds like, doesn't it? Yeah, Sean, every time you're saying I don't care about your feelings, it reminds me of Ben Shapiro. But it's true. Boring art is comforting, to be honest. Yeah, maybe. And like, as I said, some people are looking for that. So I'm not gonna, shit on your conception of art just because or shit on your appreciation of art just because I have a different one. It's fine if you want to be comforted by art and by boring art. It's your choice. It's just not the one I'm. Magna, hello Magna. Magna in parentheses. No, Sean in parentheses, capitalist. I only care about your feelings if you look cool. If they look cool. If your feelings look cool. Sean thinks boring art is craftsmanship, not art. Depends on the boring art. We should cancel Sean. Okay. Enough. Hello, Proctophile. How you doing? I'm doing good. Thank you. How are you doing, Proctophile? Ryan B. Stifler says, if I were an artist, I would just draw naked people, honestly. And that's fine. That's fine. There's a way to draw naked people that can be compelling, right? Lucian Freud did it really, really nicely. Like if you just draw nudes for the fun of drawing nudes, that sucks. But Lucian Freud drew a lot of nudes, but without glorifying them, which made them unique and engaging because of that. See here? That's himself, by the way. That's a self-portrait of his. Lucian Freud nudes. Okay. Well, maybe it's a good thing that like here, you know? Maybe it's a good thing that they censored it on Twitch. All right, here, you see, like those are nudes that are compelling because they have something new to say. And when you look at these, perhaps at first you're already engaged because they're different from what you're used to seeing in you know, general visual culture. But then you have to think about, why is my perception of this nude different from when I look at, you know, the nudes that we often see. Same thing for Sylvia Slay, who painted male nudes, but in the context of, you know, like female representation in nudes. It's again, there's ways of drawing or of depicting traditional themes and still making them engaging. You just need the concept. You need the thought. You need the you need to be smart. That's my vision of the artist. The artist that's philosopher, not the artist that's craftsman. Come on, we will love to see an art critic stream. You can just ask people to consent to critique their art, and it would be fine. No. I would feel bad to have people who look up to my opinions on art have me tell them that their art sucks or that their art is boring. I'm heartless, but not that heartless. Maybe one day. Maybe one day when I need some controversy and I need to get some views, I'll be performatively cruel on stream against all the shitty artists of my community. Zumba stream when? I'm not doing a Zumba stream. Often I leave the door open to some streams, some stream ideas, but the Zumba stream it's a closed door, okay? Hey, that's good. Yeah, Esoteric Life says, this reminds me of a piece of advice given to YouTubers and content creators, which is either do what other people are doing better than they can, or do something completely new to you. Yeah, that's not bad in terms of competition. Of course, it's good advice if you want to compete against others. But you can do something completely new, even if it's not completely new. You can, you know, if I took here Lucian Freud's idea, which wouldn't be completely new, right? But I did it myself in the context of my region, and I showed people of the region in that, you know, in that nude pose, and I would show it. It could be a good way to, you know, it wouldn't be new, and I wouldn't be making it better than Lucian Freud, but I would still spark conversations and engagement through my new. Oh fuck, my cat. It would still spark conversations and engagement with people who haven't even first engaged with Lucian Freud's. Because also you have to think of your audience. Proctophile says, depends on what type of engagement you prefer. Art can speak to you on a personal, political, or historical level. Sure, but as I've said before, I prefer abstract designs that explore the nature of our subconscious. I just feel like abstract designs... Oh, Ryan B. Stifler. Thank you for subscribing. Oh, God. Oh, I'm making so much money. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, hello, plebs. Now looking at all the people who aren't subscribed. Ryan B. Stifler now on the pedestal of the subscribers. Thank you so much for supporting not only the canvas but the stream in general. It's really appreciated. The Empire is rising. There you go. It will be soon. This chat will be a subscriber only chat, and it'll be just me and Ryan B. Stifler talking. There's 3 other subscribers on this channel. I don't know who it is. There's Mildred Seashells. I don't know if they're there. But in any case, sorry, Proctophile. Proctophile says, but as I've said before, I prefer abstract designs that explore the nature of our subconscious. If that to you is good, then, you know, I'm glad for you that you're engaged by that. I just feel like the abstract designs that explore the nature of our subconscious has been overdone and has been done a lot. And because it's so easily accessible to explore the nature of our subconscious, I don't know if it's something that can be trained. Yeah, it's something that can be trained. But I don't care that much about someone's subconscious. Again, it goes to personal feelings and stuff like that. Unless their subconscious experience or the expression of their subconscious can spark some kind of, you know, can challenge me in some way, then I'll gladly look at it. But if not, I feel like it's very awesome. It is very often the same thing. You can disagree with me, Proctophile. I'd like for you to actually. Okay, Power Anarchist writes a whole paragraph. All right, well, everyone, we're gonna read Lenore. My question was more about a conversation on its own, without a performance around it. Can a conversation be art? For example, if we assume that the conversation conveys the same emotions and information as a political artwork does, would that constitute art to you? That's a good question. I think for it to be art, it needs to be conceptualized as art, which is important. Conceptualized as art by someone. It doesn't even need to be the artist himself or themselves, herself, whatever. For example, a lot of people who did pottery, you know, thousands of years ago, didn't consider their pottery art and the painting that was done on it art, yet we consider it art. You need someone to contextualize it as art to make it art. But you can still make it without being art if nobody contextualizes it as art. One of the examples I can give is also hieroglyphics, or like the maybe not hieroglyphics in themselves, but the like Egyptian art, which a lot of Egyptians did as a way to, you know, bridge the often the afterlife with the, you know, the earthly life. But their conception of art was very different from ours. For example, they didn't sign the art that they did. There was no signature, right? There's not the concept of artist that was there. So the whole idea of, is that art or is that some kind of communication solely between themselves and the divine? You know, it depends. But when someone comes in and says, yes, it's art because of this, this, and that, then I feel like then it becomes art through the intervention of someone who calls it art. So in a conversation, if none of the two parties call it art, I wouldn't necessarily call it art. But if I did call it art by witnessing it or by being one of the two parties involved, then I'm conceptualizing it as art, and then we can engage with it as art and not as a conversation. I may be wrong, but I may be right as well. Proctofile says Sean seems to prefer intent over the art itself, which is interesting. Yes, absolutely. I think the art is the materialization, and sometimes not even material, but it's the execution of the intent. And to me, the intent is more important, because execution in itself is worthless without an intent. But an intent without execution still has an importance. I have an idea for an artwork eventually that isn't executed, but I still like to communicate it because I think it's a good idea, and I think it's a fun idea that could be cool when it's executed. And because it's an idea, even without executing, that can be discussed, I think it has value. But the execution of an idea without actual intent for that idea or without actual engagement with the idea, I think is negligible. You know, you can just forget about that execution. I don't know. Magna almost got banned. How did you almost get banned? Oh, for the Freud nudes. Okay, I need to go really quickly because I'm gonna speed through what you guys said. I'm so sorry. Okay, now I left to discipline the cat. And now we're talking about how I bragged about having a subscriber through Ryan. Thank you, Ryan, again. Oh, Aldzerge is there. Hello, Aldzerge. Doing pretty good. We're having a little discussion on what makes art interesting. And how I don't like when artists' sole purpose for making art is expressing their feelings. Because as I've said, I don't give a fuck about your feelings if I don't know you. Give me more. How do you know? Did you ask them, Terminal? Is that about the Egyptians? My question was specifically about conversations that lack a performative aspect. So normal conversation between two people, not really about conversations in movies or something. I don't know if you got if you answered my take on your question, Pyroanarchist. This is way too profound for a conversation for 9:40 in the morning. Hey, listen, we're in the future. I'll observe. It's not morning anymore. Oh, we got a new first time chatter. Okay. I'm dropping everything, every conversation to say hi to the new first time chatter. Nigel QB. Everybody, you know what to do. You say hi to Nigel QB, who asked a question, a good question. Nigel. There you go. Alt enter? Yeah. Hello. There you go. Can we get to Pajama Sam already? It's coming. Don't worry about it. Would you consider, so Nigel QB, first time chatter, asks a good question as a first time chat. So this is very appreciated. Thank you for the question. Says, would you consider like automatic drawing art? I think as long as it's conceptualized as art, I I wouldn't say no, it's not art. I could say no, I can't engage with it as art as I can't with our artisanship, artisanat in French. If someone says, hey, my painting of a landscape is art, you know, I might not agree. Like, I can't engage with that work as art, or with that artwork. I don't even know if I could call it an artwork if I can't engage with it as art. But I can engage with it as a piece of craftsmanship, or a piece of artisanat, of artisanry. Does it not make it art if personally I can't engage with it as art? Not necessarily. I guess I can still call it art. I don't know. It's a good question. I could say it's not art to me because I can't engage with it as art, because my personal conception of what art is may differ. But then again, we're going more into semantics. But like, automatic drawing is art. I would say that automatic drawing, when it came out, I would call it art. For example, here you have automatic drawings by André Masson. You had some by Breton. Yeah, I guess we won't see much. But I think those have a value in the sense that because of their context, they had something new to offer. You know, they had something engaging to offer. Because art was always seen as something that was conscious, and here some people are like, all right, I'm gonna make art that's subconscious, art that I don't have the control over, because I'm letting my subconscious take control of the art that I'm creating. And that in itself is a concept and an idea that can be very powerful and very engaging. Today, though, I feel like the whole idea of letting your subconscious take over is maybe less engaging, or maybe less doesn't create as many conversations, because it's been done before. And it doesn't change our relationship to our perception of art, because our perception of art has gone beyond that. It did change. It was influential on our perception of art and on the conversation about what art is back then, you know, in the 1920s, when people were first challenged by the idea that, oh yeah, the subconscious can maybe create art. You don't need to do it consciously. So would I call it art, automatic drawing? Yes, I could call it art, but I don't think it would be art that I could necessarily engage with easily. If you wanted to give me automatic drawing, it would need to have something added to the fact that it's from the subconscious. Because I've seen a lot of paintings that come from the subconscious. And by this point, all you have to offer that's different from all the other paintings that are about the subconscious is your own subconscious. And unless you tell me that your subconscious is influenced by some kind of experience that, you know, that really, really influences how your subconscious draws, you'll just be some other artist who lets their subconscious draw. And to me, that's not as interesting, and I can't engage with it as art. Same thing for like Pollock and Rothko and a lot of the abstract expressionists. What they did was extremely cool and influential at the time, and in the context, it revolutionized how we perceived art and contributed to the conversation about what art is and how we can create art. But today, you have Pollock and Rothko and the abstract expressionists, but all that stripped from its context is now just people who are, you know, expressing or doing the same movements without the actual conversation that it brought. So like all the abstract expressionism that you'll do today is what Pollock did minus the revolutionary context of it. So it'll never be as good. And it'll always be just as boring. Oh, Krenna, hello. You're early. You're 1 hour late, Krenna. Oh, Apple of Newton. How to pass an exam without studying. Listen in your classes. Yeah, so many people are here today. Yeah, it depends. Some people come in and then they get bored by, I don't know, conversations about art. But no, yeah, we got a couple of people. We got a couple of people, which is fun, which I'm happy. Everybody says hi to Nigel QB. That's really cute. Thank you for saying hi to Nigel. How much experience with art and making art do you have yourself? Just curious. I haven't made that much art in my time. I've shown some artworks that I've made. I did 2 streams ago. Experience with art. I mean, I have 4 years of of analyzing art as a, you know, almost weekly. And that definitely influences how I look at art, right? Because when I analyze art for these kinds of videos, right, I'm looking for a story or looking for something to say about that artwork. So when there's an artwork that's just there to be, you know, nice and pretty, and I don't have much to say about it because it's solely nice and pretty, or it just talks about the emotion of the artist, I can't say anything about it. And I can't have a conversation about that artwork aside from saying, this painting is about this artist's pain. Let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you for watching. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Thank you to my patrons. You know, that would be the video. So I need something more. And maybe that obviously biases or influences the way I look at art. Hey, debased Gnome's Child. Gnome's Child, the debased says, automatic drawing kind of was more art when it was new, directly connected with the surrealist philosophy. Oh, you copycat. Yeah, we had the same idea. Or maybe you wrote that before I had anything to say about it. Or after I had said anything about it. Alzer says, I find very interesting that you make a distinction between art and artisania. Would you say that's the general opinion of your people? No, of my people. Of your people. Who are my people? People in Quebec or chat? Is chat my people? Seems like the general consensus in Latin America is that artisania is a subsection of art. I could see it as a subsection of art. I'd be fine with it. I think artisania or artisanship or artisanat is cultural. Right? And art is also cultural. And I think both are subsections of culture. And I've said that before, right? This shirt, because it's clad, what is it again? You know, that pattern. It's part of Canadian culture, but I wouldn't call it art. And very often, a lot of things that are part of culture are very often associated with art because, well, if it's cultural, it's art, but it's not necessarily the case. Some things are cultural, especially in terms of what people wear, which isn't art. In Quebec, we have a certain type of belt that's part of Quebec culture, and it's called the ceinture fléchée. It's this one. This belt. Like this. Like this. And le bonhomme carnaval, who is the emblem of Quebec, has a ceinture fléchée. But the ceinture fléchée, if someone was to make it today without an artistic process, it would still be artisanat. It would be very, very culturally relevant, but I don't think it would be necessarily art. So I don't think artisania or artisanship is a subsection of art. I would say it's cultural, the same way art is cultural. And I wouldn't say that art is there and artisania is here. I would say both are there and they're linked by culture. Because I think both artisania and art have different purposes. Very often artisania is more about having a utilitarian purpose. There's a purpose for artisania that's like, it can be more decorative, it can be more it can be very often pottery, mugs, things like that, wooden spoons, I guess. But art has a different purpose, and I wouldn't want to put one above the other. I'd put them next side by side because they're just so different. Would you consider Wanderer above? Is it above a seer fog? Art, or that French word artisanat? It would be art for sure. I think what Friedrich did was definitely art, in the sense that it confronts you with the sublime, with your own relationship to nature and the vastness of nature, the triumph of humans with nature, or at least their relationship with it. I think it creates a lot of discussions and can be confronting in that sense. Has representational art made a comeback? Click here to find out. Fuck listening to classes, just study for the exam during the exam. During the exam. All right, now I gotta catch up with chat. I'm gonna skip a lot of you. There's Proctofile who says, interesting. You say that you can't explore abstracts because there's nothing to say about them beyond a general description. That's pretty much all you've done in your last few videos, with the exception of the video on René Magritte. That I've done what? Then beyond general descriptions? I don't think so. Canvas. All right. This one is about confronts you with, you know, I bring on Dostoevsky to talk about the relationship of the working class with the Russian elite, and how especially this guy in the middle looks at the viewer to kind of challenge and make people realize that they're benefiting from his suffering or their suffering. So there's a class distinction in there that's worth mentioning, that you can't have in a it goes beyond a general description. Painting and execution, I think, goes also beyond the a general description, in the sense that here I'm showing that Jérôme, one of the ways he conveys violence is by showing the aftermath of violence. And when you show the aftermath of violence, there's I think there's something to be said about it, because very often people show the violence but don't show the silence that comes after it. Now, there's a line where I say there's, you know, it shouldn't be silent, yet it is. It's like very peaceful, it's quiet because someone just died. And there's this tension between violence that just happened and peacefulness after the violence, that I feel like is, you know, that is worth mentioning, or there's a clash there that is interesting. In why this artist kept painting the apocalypse, it's been a while. I don't remember. I talk about the sublime a bit. That one I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. More Than Boxing, again, I talk about, through that painting, I'm able to talk about working class culture and working class relationships and their struggles, and linking them to boxing, and how, at least to Bellows, I feel like a lot of the violence and the tension and the drama that goes in his boxing paintings reflect his earlier paintings about the working class. And then American Gothic, I link it to nationalism. I link it to a specific kind of nationalism, one that's linked to hello Nuba. Sorry, that was an artist. I linked American Gothic to nationalism, and a very specific kind of nationalism, one that's linked to more of a race, like more based on race. Gut-wrenching scene became so popular that Brenda Kilda, that one was about class analysis again, and about violence more specifically, right? The kind of violence that can be either very out there, like a personal violence that is easily identifiable, but there's also some violence that is hidden, more systemic violence, and that's the one That's a conversation that came from that painting. So there's conversations that come from all these paintings, and that one was about death and grief. And those are conversations that can be had through these paintings, right? But what conversation can you have about a Pollock aside from its context and its revolutionary, and what it had, how it changed our perception of art back then? But if you don't have the context for Pollock, you know, and it's someone who does Pollock in the 21st century, I feel like there's not going to be much to say about it beyond the general description of, all right, he did what Pollock did, unless he did what Pollock did with a purpose to either criticize or, you know, by adding something to Pollock, which could be a subject to conversation. Can culture be art? I think culture is here and art is part of culture. It's a segment of culture. I think all art is part of culture. It can be part of different cultures at the same time. It can be part of one culture. I don't think art can be acultural, because it will always manifest itself within, you know, a cultural context. But I think folklore and artisania or artisanship also are in that big bubble of culture, which can also have different elements of different cultures, right? Some folk tales have elements of Irish, Canadian, British, and French, you know, and French culture all mixed together. Some flags show the, you know, I'll show you the Montreal flag. The Montreal flag, oh, there you go. The Montreal flag has the pine tree for Indigenous people, the rose for English people, Irish, Scottish, and French. And the flag, which is cultural, shows 5 heritages, so it's part of 5 different cultures. Come on, come all your artisans. Let's paint Sean with a carrot, a hyper-realistic carrot up their nose. If there's a reason why you're doing that, I think that's not going to be artisanship. It can be art. Okay, stop the serious chat. Can we play Pajama Sam now? We have something before Pajama Sam though. We have a long stream ahead. Let me just close the door. I'll read the rest of the chats and then we'll move on. There's something I've been really wanting to do. Okay. Go through chat really quickly. Yeah, very chatty chat this morning, or now we're noon. Very chatty chat. Would you say painted Talavera tillery can be art? That's a form of artisania that may be on the margins for you, if I'm getting your definition as well. You can do artisanship. Listen, it can be art. Yeah, for sure. Like, for example, if I believe that Marcel Duchamp's fountain can be art, then anything can be art. And if you want to take like artisanry and, like, for example, Ai Weiwei's sunflower seeds, right? Have you seen this? I made a video about it a long time ago. I didn't even live in Gaspésie back then. The sunflower seeds. He had a bunch of, you know, porcelain crafters make all these sunflower seeds and paint them hand by hand in China. These are products of artisanship. You know, it's people who are, you know, culturally who've been doing this traditionally of making porcelain and painting it. But would I call this art? Yes, because it's put in an artistic context. There's an idea behind it. There's a reason why that these artisans did this, this work that goes beyond just doing artisanship. Proctophile says, exactly, a general description of what's on display. What, you mean my videos? Of all those videos? If you say it's just a general description of what's on display, you don't understand my videos at all. If I wanted to make a video on, let's say, American Gothic, that was solely on the general description of what's on display, I would go, all right, here, there's some YouTube videos who like YouTubers who do that, right? All right, here's a man with a pitchfork. The pitchfork resembles the pattern on the window on the back, on his camisole or whatever, on his overalls. There's a woman next to him. Some people think it's his wife, but it's actually his daughter. The house behind him is the house of it's American because it's a bit more flimsy than you would see in Europe, but it's Gothic because of the window. I would say all of that. And if I stayed there, yes, it would be a general description of what's on display. However, there's a discussion that can be made from that artwork on nationalism. That's what I did for that one. Or on the fact that it became popular or iconic because of nationalism. And I think that in itself is a conversation that makes this artwork so much more important and so much more engaging. What's added through the videos is not just a general description of what I see. This is not, my videos are not a visual, like a, how do you call those? Visual description? I have conversations through the works that I present, but I can't have those conversations with certain works because those certain works don't make conversations possible, because they're not about creating conversations. They're either about just being a decor painting or about talking about the feelings of the artist. Rivers of Macaulay says, unpopular opinion, while Bosch's art is very clickbaity, it's just Catholic moralizing. I think Catholic moralizing can still have some interesting display. Philosophy is useful to you? So funny that you always pronounce non-English words with a French accent. Yeah, well, it's because my first language is French, right? So I'll when I don't know how to say a word or pronounce a word, I'll pronounce it as I would in French, right? Because to me, it's very weird to pronounce a word that I don't know with an English accent. Or like when I try to pronounce, like when you try to pronounce a word in a different language, you'll have a strong accent in whatever language that is. So I'll either be English or French. But I always go back to the French way of pronouncing things that, because it's like, because English people trying to pronounce different words or words from different languages, they sound ridiculous. For example, bourgeoisie, or something like that. French people, they say bourgeoisie. But then when we talk about like, I don't know, another like a word, like a German word. To me, if I don't know how to say it, I'll say it with a French accent. Because if I say it with an English accent, I'm afraid of sounding like the English people who try to speak French. Proctophile says, even with historical context, abstracts can shine a light on subconscious part of ourselves we weren't previously aware of, fundamental parts of ourselves that can shift how we see the world every day. I could talk about that stuff all day, and we'll soon, a friend and I are starting a podcast. Yeah, well, I mean, if your art can do that, and can show fundamental parts of ourselves that can shift how we see the world every day, good, that's art, great. But very often it's been so overdone that, all right, You know, here's another drawing from the subconscious that all look the same, and that, you know, that many of those are not even drawing from the subconscious. All right, what does that say? Like, yeah, sure, you can psychoanalyze yourself through art or through drawings, right? But at what point? At one point, how much conversation are you gonna get from that? It's been so overdone. I'm going through quickly because people want to move on. Everything's been overdone, but like, no, I disagree with that wholeheartedly, Proctophile. There's some experiences that can be that can be communicated that we haven't talked about that much. Like art from, you know, like exactly from like we've talked about it earlier, art from the perspective of a prisoner. We've had some a bit, but that would definitely be more interesting than someone talking about their subconscious through the different lines that they've drawn on paper. Like, show me a drawing of your subconscious. I'll look at it and I'm like, all right, what is this? And you'll look at me and like, this is my subconscious. This shows the different parts of like fundamental parts of myself that can shift how we see the world every day. And I'll be like, okay, how? And you're like, well, see the different lines and the different thickness of each lines and what they mean in like in relation to how I feel and how I experience the world subconsciously. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. That has no, like, it's boring. All right, I said I wouldn't roast anybody's art, but I'm gonna roast Proctophile's art. You'll invite me on the podcast sometime. We can have a debate. My lines are thicker than yours, boy. I want to say that I like the thumbnail for your "They Couldn't Stop Him" video. He kept doing illegal abortions. The title, "They Couldn't Stop Him." It's a good video. It's a good story. Okay. Oh, Quello-san. Hello, Quello-san. Have you ever seen Bliss Foster's videos? They make breakdowns on fashion runaway shows. Do you think you would ever make a video about fashion? I don't think so. Maybe one day. But I've never had a specific interest in fashion. Go for it. I'm always open to criticism. It makes me stronger. I'm glad. But no, that I feel like abstract art has run its course, and it's harder than ever to engage with it. Aside from people's own personal feelings about that they put on canvas or on paper. But again, as I've said, your own personal feelings and experiences can be good, not always. Feelings, not that much. I want to hear you roast Proctophile. Maybe when we go on his podcast. This better be the Pajamist of Sam's you're about to play. We're gonna play Pajama Sam 2, but not right now. Not right now. Roast my art. Yeah, I want to hear Proctophile roast my art as well. Proctophile has probably seen my art. All right. So, like a stream ago, we watched Automachination, right? who talked about how it's the end of art, I guess.
Yeah, we all.
And we're gonna watch him again because I had so much fun, and I edited the stream, and I was like, this was actually good conversations to have. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm gonna play Pajama Sounds 2, not 3. We've already played. All right, updated the stream info. Thank you, Gilwaj. Always helpful. So I had a lot of fun talking about art is over on YouTube and them destroying me, the massacre that was witnessed on that video. And there is a video I made on Taxi Driver. I think it's the first time you didn't ignore my message today. I saw you talking about bees. I just hate bees. That's all. Oh, my other works. Okay, we're gonna show Proctophile my work of art if I can find it. I'm gonna make I actually edited a segment of my art, of me presenting my art. So you'll have to look at that segment. All right, but hold on, I'll show you. This is the segment. You guys are getting a germinal video in advance. You lucky bastards. Someone said that my Canvas videos were about narcissism or whatever. Well, let me show you what true narcissism is. Me analyzing my own artwork to an audience of 20 people on Twitch. There's so many layers of meaning to this artwork. It's incredible. Now, the only artwork I didn't show yet was this one. That was it. That was it, Proctophile. Oh yeah, you can't see my face. It's oh, I got smaller, eh? Okay. I'm gonna make myself bigger. Hold on. We're gonna make all of this work. Okay, hold on. Okay, there you go. But yeah, that's my artwork. You want to know what it's about? You'll have to watch my video. If you don't care, you don't care. That's fine. But during the exhibition I organized, that was one of the artworks that was exhibited. A lot of people came to me and asked me about it. They were curious, and to me, that's something that's good. That means they're engaging with it. And when we talk about it, when I explain it, that's when the art actually happens. Yeah, it is a temporary piece because it was a Roomba that was borrowed for solely for an evening. It's about humans carrying the baggage of modern society while still having archaic minds. It's not. But I appreciate the interpretation, Quello-san. if that's what it means to you, I'm very happy. Okay. So 2 streams ago, we watched a reaction to my Banksy video and to my How YouTubers Look at Art video by a podcast called Auto Machination, and I really liked not their commentary. Sometimes the other commentary was good, but it forced me to add nuance and to comment on the video I watched through their own criticism and commentary, and I feel like it created good conversations and discussions about the topics that were at play in the video. And I had a lot of fun doing that, and it was funny at times, which was good. It's always good, at least entertaining for me. And when I edited it, I saw so much potential in reacting to that kind of criticism. It was amazing, at least from my perspective. So I'd like to do it again. And this time, we're doing it through the video I made on Taxi Driver. I imagine they're going to watch it. So we're not going to watch it together. We're going to watch it with them at the same time. You called them literal fascists. That was a joke. Taking out of context again. So, my video on Taxi Driver, the clip speaks for itself. There was no joking. I was saying that with a smile. Okay. My video on Taxi Drivers, I think it was about purposeless jobs, right? I don't remember a lot about it. It's been a while. For that video, I watched the movie twice. First time as a first sitting, and then second time as... then I had my subject in mind, and then I watched the second time with that subject in mind to make that video. Now, I'd like to preface this because I know these guys from the first video. I have a feeling that I know what they're going to criticize me for in that video. So we're going to make a bingo card with two of my predictions. if some of them, yeah, it was about alienation. True. Yeah. Oh, Apple of Newton being good about remembering what my videos are. We got a true fan here. I watch it with complete attention. Thank you. Very, very much appreciated. No, Proctophile. Oh, you have to watch my video on what that artwork means. It's not just trying to take the piss out of high art. If artworks that just try to take the piss out of high art, to me, are kind of boring. Say something more than just saying this sucks. All right. One of the predictions is I predict they will criticize you reading your reading voice again. Very probably, actually. Very probable. So they might criticize the way I read. That wasn't one of my thoughts, but yes, they're going to criticize me for quoting someone else. In that video, I remember, because I talked about alienation, and I had a whole class on I think it was Marx's sociology, or was it politics, where we talked about alienation for a whole, or was it economics? I had a class on the three of them. We talked about alienation for a whole class, so I took the notes from that class to talk about alienation through Karl Marx's perspective. They're going to say I quoted Marx, which is, I don't want to hear Marx, I want to hear what this guy has to say. In my previous video that they criticized, I talk about capitalist realism by Mark Fisher, and they're like, I don't want to know what Mark Fisher believes. I want to know what you think. And I was like, I'm just quoting someone. So they're going to be angry that I'm quoting Marx. One thing I believe is that they're going to think that my analysis of it is, they're going to assume, because they're a bunch of assumers, right? If you remember correctly, when I went back to the first video, I was editing it and I saw people in chat talking about assumers. I thought it was kind of funny. You guys can be funny sometimes. And because they're a bunch of assumers, they will assume that my interpretation or my analysis of the movie is the only one that's good. And my analysis of Taxi Driver through the lens of alienation and of purposeless jobs, to them is going to be like, this is the only angle that Canvas believes that this movie can be looked at, and they're wrong. However, you can have different interpretations and different angles and different prisms through which you can analyze works of art. And also, it doesn't have to be in concordance with what the artist wanted, what the artist had in mind as well, to make it interesting, or to make it a good analysis, an engaging analysis. For example, I've made a video on the creation of Adam, right, by Michelangelo. And the video on the creation of Adam is about the creation of Adam, but I talk about it through a lens, like an atheistic lens. right? I talk about it through the perspective of an atheist, or the context of God not existing. Did Michelangelo think that God didn't exist? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. He probably believed in God. However, you can still look at that artwork through the lens of atheism, and sometimes nothing is, there's nothing valuable in that analysis, but I believe there can be something good in that one specifically. If I wanted to talk about, the reproduction of goats through the lens, looking at the creation of Adam through the lens of the reproduction of goats, then there might not be anything substantial there. But I think that through the lens of atheism, there was something quite substantial, and I made a video about it, and I think it was pretty good. Now, does it mean that's the only way you can look at the reproduction of the creation of Adam? No, it's not. Is the way I analyze Taxi Driver the only way you can analyze Taxi Driver? No, of course not. And I encourage other people to make different analysis of that work. Having, there's different themes in different artworks that you can... I'm debunking ideas that I think they're going to bring up, but they're probably not even going to bring that up. They probably know that. They're art critics, right? Lastly, my last... I don't know how centrist they are. I don't know their political leanings, but they will despise the fact that I'm doing a political analysis of an artwork. Maybe we'll get it. We'll talk about that if they mention it, but just briefly, I think a political analysis of any artwork can has the potential of being engaging. And the reason for that is because every artwork is made in a political context, and every artwork will comment positively or negatively about that political context. We'll have a depiction of the political context, either in a negative light or in a positive light. And when I say political context, it's kind of synonymous with social context. So socio-political context, there you go. Is there any other predictions in chat of what they're going to say or what they're going to criticize me for? There's politics, there's the way I talk, there's the fact that I present one way of looking at the artwork, and they'll criticize me for me thinking it's the only way, even though I don't believe that. And fourth was me quoting Marx. Chat's not engaging. All right. Well, chat, I'm just going to move on without... Rivers of Melancholy says, my cheeks clap sadly as I run away after my Camus Kafka joke didn't land. If anyone on YouTube looks at this segment and they're like, should I go on Twitch and engage and chat with Mr. Terminal? Please do. Please do. Yeah, Pyro Anarchist, you did give you gave another prediction? Wait, let me go see. Oh, okay. You gave another prediction. Good. Okay. Pyro Anarchist is contributing. Says they will say that they want to know what you have to say, but simultaneously say they want you to be to objectively analyze the movie. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Altzers as well. Okay. Sorry. Also, when I edit my videos, I realize sometimes there's some really good comments and some really funny ones. It's just that I don't read it, and I apologize for that. Sometimes I look at the video and then I see the comments and then I laugh. And I'm like, I wish I saw that. And I read it on stream. But then I actually read on stream the comments and they're all shit. Oh, yeah, Odzerge, you're right. They'll be mad about you not grading the art on technique and shit. Yeah. Oh, he's not talking about the technique. He's not talking about the acting. He's not talking about the cuts. Either we are too chatty or you talk too much. Okay. Maybe both. Okay. I'm about to react on a criticism of my video on Taxi Driver. All right. So we got some. I think we got some pretty good. Some pretty good predictions. Let's see what happens. Also, one last thing. There's this very funny trope of movie guys really liking Taxi Driver, being obsessed with Taxi Driver. And I only knew about that trope after doing my analysis of Taxi Driver. And then I got scared of looking like one of those guys who love Taxi Driver so much and who go, oh, no, you didn't understand Taxi Driver. Let me explain it to you, babe. Let me tell you what Taxi Driver actually means. Probably the best movie ever, Kitty Cat. Maybe they will love my opinion. You're right. But the title is The Canvas, in all caps, is wrong about Travis Bickle. Oh, Sonia, Jonia. I said Sonia. Jonia. Someone make a bingo card. I know. Someone should do that. But the video's about to start, so you better do it quickly. Hello, Jonia. Welcome. Okay. Quello-san is a huge movie guy and still has never seen it. A travesty. But yeah, there's this trope of taxi driver guys. And I have a feeling they might be the perfect embodiment of that trope. Okay, I have to do something. Okay. I'm looking for it. It's not the time to look for it. I will look for the meme of this TikTok that shows every guy who I want to show it to you though. Okay, I'm gonna try to find it. If I don't find it, okay, I'm giving myself not that long to find it. Okay. Basically, it was someone who was looking at the letterboxed profiles of every person who disliked Barbie and who left a comment, and all of them were big fans of Taxi Driver and The Joker and The Godfather. So it was quite funny. I guess I won't be able to find it though. Oh well. Okay, we're gonna watch it. I might add it in later. I'll play Pajama Sam after. It's Pajama Sam o'clock. Okay.
This is also that the Canvas guy. This is, I guess, his take on Taxi Driver. I mean, the interesting thing is just how much it focuses literally on the title, Taxi Driver.
Yes.
Like this is going to be his like whole definition. So let's set this up for 1.25. All right.
Every street in every city, there's a nobody who
Well, just tell me to stop it when you want to say something.
Okay. Of being a somebody. He's a lonely, forgotten man, desperate to prove that he's alive.
So Ezekiel is back and Alex, and the guy who was here is not there. What a shame. Gave it entertainment, but what can we do?
We're often told, especially as children, as we grow up, that we need to find ourselves a career. As a person, you will dedicate most of your life and your time doing that job, so you better like it. It's what will give you purpose. Be a lawyer, be a doctor, be a teacher, be a nurse, a firefighter. Find a job that will give you purpose. But what if you become a warehouse worker, a fast food cook, or a grocery store clerk? What if you become a taxi driver?
I mean, what do you think about this whole like framing just as a beginning?
I was going to say, I feel like when I was writing notes about it, there does seem to be like this like classist bent to it, like like these jobs that he lays out. If you're a line cook or you're a taxi driver, like these are purposeless jobs in which your existence is sort of like flattened, which contributes to the, in his view, which contributes to the sort of the psychological state of Bickle. but like the whole point of the film, in my view, I don't know if this is getting ahead, is that, you know, Bickle, whether or not he was a taxi driver, he could have been in a completely different job. He still would have had those problems because he enters the film already sort of in this, you know, this sort of psychotic state. So
he could have had any job, but what I'm talking is if he had like he could have had any job, but as long as the job is purposeless, he would have tried to find purpose and he'd be lost because he's trying to find purpose in his job. That's the first thing he does in the movie. He finds a job because he has nothing to do because he's an insomniac. It's not classist to say that jobs are alienating or to say that certain jobs are alienating. Canvas is classist revealed. Do you know who's really classist? Emile Zola in his book Germinal, which this movie's about. Which the title of this stream is Germinal. Emile Zola in his book Germinal talks about how terrible the mines are, the working conditions in mines in France are. Is it in France? Probably, because he's French, so it could be anywhere else. But to say that those jobs are hard and that they numb the workers that work there is not to be classist, but to recognize the struggle that people who are forced to work these jobs go through. Saying that being a taxi driver or being a warehouse worker or a cook or whatever is alienating actually came from my own experience. Because when I made that video, I wasn't a full-time YouTuber. I worked as a cashier and a cook in a fast food restaurant. I was being classist. It was internalized classism. I fucking hated my job. It was super alienating. I was so alienated by the job I had. And that video was a way for me to externalize that anger I had for a purposeless job. And when I saw Taxi Driver and I saw Travis Bickle working a purposeless job, a job that he doesn't like, and he's trying to find purpose in other things, I could identify with Travis Bickle in that sense. Because I worked a job that was extremely alienating. A cashier and a cook at the same time? No. Sometimes I was a cashier and sometimes I was a cook. The same restaurant, of course. I would help the kitchen when they needed help, when there was a rush. Sometimes I would be in the front. Sometimes I would do the two at the same time. I would be cooking and I would be taking orders with the drive-through thing. I was really good at it. Okay? I was extremely good. But I was extremely alienated. And I don't know if Ezekiel has ever been alienated, but saying that some jobs can be alienating or are alienating is not classist. It's to underline the alienation of these jobs. It's important to do. Saying that, oh yeah, you can find purpose in being a fast food cook or warehouse worker is playing into the capitalist myth that that every job can that everyone can be suited for different jobs, right? Some people find purpose in being a taxi driver. They love it. The thing is, finding purpose in being a warehouse worker. Some people might. Sure. But the myth that every job has a concording, passionate person to do it. No, some jobs fucking suck, dude. And we're making poor people do them because rich people can afford doing other jobs. Like at food vans. That's another one. But yeah, it's not classist to say that some jobs fucking suck and are alienating. It would be classist to say that Jonia says, warehouse worker? That's me. Maybe you love your warehouse work job, Jonia. And I'm sorry to say that it's an alienating job. Maybe it's not for you. But in general, oh no. Working as a warehouse worker is alienating. This guy, this is classist. Some people love, a lot of people love working in warehouses. Some people are biologically designed to love working warehouse workers. Not me. It's not for me personally, but some people who work in warehouse work, they love it. I'm being facetious right now, but I hope it yeah.
The job of the taxi driver, even though that's the title, it's not as meaningful to the character of Bickle than what the canvas is saying here.
And also saying, oh, being a taxi driver is not as meaningful to Bickle than Canvas is saying. Maybe it's not meaningful at all through your analysis. My analysis is that it is meaningful, and I'm going to make an analysis through his job. You know, if your analysis puts away his job and puts away the very title of the movie, good for you. But that's my analysis, and I think it has a lot of value, despite what you think.
But yeah, I mean, I thought it's an odd framing. It's an odd sort of singling out the title when there's more meaningful things to say about the character than that.
Yeah, and I mean, in the subtitle, right? Like he takes taxi driver, then he's like, or right, you know, what a job, you know, that purpose or whatever it was, will do to somebody. Well, I mean, like first of all, even just like from a purely kind of like statistical argument, no, this is not what a taxi driver job will do to almost anybody actually. And I mean, there's other problems obviously with that sort of job. Yeah, but another level, another thing that's been kind of like underrated, I think, is just how, you know, like the whole classist element of, you know, people are always like after a job that is not, you know, like it has to be white collar. And I've never really understood that. Like some of the like most well off and happiest people I know that don't have to deal with bullshit are you know, people that are like, you know, granted, yes, they have like an actual trade, right, which means that you know, they could do their work and it's going to be blue collar work, but they're going to get well compensated, and there's like a feeling at least of like, you know, getting better and getting, you know, some level of respect, although it's going to be respect mostly like, you know, in the context of the job, you know, like you go to a job site, whatever, and they know that you're a great electrician and you get trusted, you know, people in that area know, but maybe you wouldn't necessarily get respect outside in the streets or, you know, in a restaurant where it's like, oh, you're just that, right?
It's not to say that you can't find purpose in these.
I'm not saying that, you know, as Alex is saying, I don't think that, oh, because jobs are purposeless, then you become Travis Bickle. Obviously not. I just think that Travis Bickle is like an extreme example of what an alienating job can do. You know, when you feel completely powerless through the job that you do, when you feel like you don't even belong to the job that you're doing, and that what you're doing is, you know, is not who you are or what you want to do. And saying, oh, you got to be like, what I'm saying is not you should be white collar. I don't know if they know my politics. Maybe they don't know my politics, or if they've watched this video before, they've seen that I talked about Marx. But I'm not saying that these jobs suck and therefore everyone who do them suck. I'm just saying that people who very often who do these jobs are victims. They don't, like, some people love it and some people get, you know, they get purpose through them, but a lot of people don't. And it's something that we ought to recognize. And a lot of people don't find purpose specifically in the jobs that don't pay, for various different reasons.
These jobs, you totally can, and I'm not saying that these jobs are useless. They're not.
Hey,
You're
look,
just that,
look,
right?
look.
Look, it's not to say that you can't find purpose in these jobs. You totally can, and I'm not saying that these jobs are useless. They're not. However, what I am saying is that certain jobs to many people are absolutely alienating and lead to a sense of disorienting purposelessness. It's the case of Travis Bickle, a former...
There you go. I say it's not everyone who believes that these jobs are alienating. I'm even saying these jobs are purposeful. They can be purposeful, and they're useful as well. They're definitely useful. I'm just saying that in the case of Travis Bickle, he doesn't like it. I think it's obvious. Let's see what they say.
Former U.S. Marine who finds himself a job as a taxi driver because he's...
Is it too fast? It might be too fast. I'll just lower it like by 25%.
Seemingly has nothing else to do because he suffers from insomnia and because he feels lonely.
And even in this backtrack, it's like, no, you're not just talking about alienation. If you talk to anybody that's in like the not-for-profit work grind or most white-collar grinds, they feel just as alienated, right? I mean, how many like cartoons or whatever do we have about like Dilbert or whatever it might be, like the alien?
I'm not just talking about it. Like, this is, again, it's a video about, it says in the title, alienation. And then Alex is like, well, it's not just about alienation. But this video is about looking at Taxi Driver through the lens of alienation. And you're like, it's not just alienation. That's what my video is about. Again, we've already, that's one prediction we have ticked for that one. Also, yeah, you can have alienation in other works of other like in other jobs. Obviously, I wouldn't disagree with that. Here, I'm talking about a specific job, specific alienation from jobs that very often people don't even choose, or they choose out of you know, they don't choose like willfully. You know, they don't actually necessarily study for these jobs. And look up to doing these jobs. It's jobs that they do reluctantly. That's the kind of alienation I'm talking about. Of course, you can be alienated while working in marketing, right? But in those jobs, you study to be a marketer or whatever, and you go up the ranks, and yeah, you can still be alienated, but in that case, at least you chose and you work towards being that. There's still some alienation, but I'm talking about the alienation of people who don't even choose it, that they like they take these jobs reluctantly. Again, you can be a marketer reluctantly by, you know, even though you're studying for it. But I think there's definitely like a nuance there that's important to explore, and that's what I do in that video.
Alienation of, you know, a cubicle life. It's like, you know, like it's telling, right, that he's doing the backtrack now, and yet when he began with all this, it was line cooks and taxi drivers and all that, right? He did not mention any office workers, right? Despite the fact that, I mean, in many respects, that's like even more alienating. Again, many of the like the
office space,
some of the most, like we have movies about this, right? Like some of the most well-adjusted people that I know are people that are in the trades, and they just talk like just literally just with other men, other blue collar guys on the job, and they talk about whatever because no one's gonna come after you for being, you know, not politically correct or whatever.
Yes.
What's alienating is the fucking office life when people get angry at you for not being politically correct. Okay. This is a case of having to touch grass. But more importantly, again, the context where I wrote this was when I did a job that I did not like and that I was pretty much forced into doing, you know, that I did reluctantly. And that's what the video is about. Of course, there's some alienation. And I did not backtrack to say some people can find purpose in these jobs. I'm saying that like this, we're going to go back. Let's see if this is backtracking.
You know, people in that area know, but you're just that, right?
It's not to say that you can't find purpose in these jobs. You totally can. And I'm not saying that these jobs are useless. They're not. However, what I am saying is that certain jobs to many people are absolutely alienating.
Yeah, certain jobs to many people. And I should have said maybe some, you know, certain jobs that people choose reluctantly, because again, these people need nuance. They need so much detail because they need me to spoon feed them every fucking detail. We've seen that in the previous video. But no, that's not backtracking. It's saying, yeah, these jobs tend to be very often very alienating because people reluctantly do them. They don't see it as a way to build an identity on, as maybe more white collar jobs are, for the better, for the worse.
Passions or interests. This
any cubicle life. It's like, you know, like it's telling, right, that he's doing the backtrack now, and yet when he began with all this, it was line cooks and taxi drivers and all that, right? He did not mention.
It's too fast for somebody, so we're gonna lower the speed.
And any office workers, right? Despite the fact that, I mean, in many respects, that's like even more alienating. Again, many of the like the
office space,
some of the most, like we have movies about this, right? Like some of the most well-adjusted people that I know are people that are in the trades, and they just talk like just literally just with other men, other blue collar guys on the job, and they talk about whatever because no one's going to come after you for being, you know, not politically correct or whatever.
Yes.
The true alienation is not being politically correct enough.
fact that a need for money isn't one of the reasons for why he's working indicates that he's not looking to survive, but he's looking for something to do. He's looking for a purpose. This man has...
This is important. I hope they comment on that. Like, he's not finding a job necessarily to, like, he's reluctantly taking a job, not because he needs money, but because he's trying to find something to do. He's trying to find a purpose. In my case, I was doing that job that reluctantly because I needed money. But in this case, he's doing it to find a purpose. So they even explain, or they make the story so that it shows that he's not doing it for the money, that he's becoming a taxi driver. And it's the first thing that you see in the movie. He becomes a taxi driver because he's looking for something to do, for a purpose, because he's, you know, he can't sleep and he's just very bored. It sounds like someone who's purposeless, who doesn't know what to do in their lives, and they're looking for something to do. And they go to a job to find a purpose. Very often people will do that, and they'll notice that jobs don't actually give you a purpose. Let's see what they say.
Nothing, and perhaps many people today might feel that way. Without any particular passions or interests, this man is lost. As he said himself, he doesn't know anything about movies nor about music. Music doesn't play in his cab, and the only films he watches is porn. He's not an idiot, however, and you can tell that from how he eloquently analyzes Betsy's situation.
I think you're a lonely person.
Someone in the comments told me that it's not super eloquent or it's not super smart to notice that, because he's just expressing what he feels about himself, which was a good comment, and I agree with. Perhaps he's not as bright as I say he is.
Idiot, however, and you can tell that from how he eloquently analyzes Betsy's situation.
I think you're a lonely person. I drive by this place a lot. I see you here. I see a lot of people around you, and I see all these phones and all this stuff on your desk, and it means nothing. And then when I came inside and I met you, I saw in your eyes and I saw the way you carried yourself that you're not a happy person. And I think you need something. And if you want to call it a friend, you can call it a friend.
You're gonna be my friend?
Yeah.
Bickle is
I will say
What do you think about that?
that, I mean, he's wrong. And another commenter pointed this out because I was reading it just to see what people's reactions were. But this is not like Travis Bickle like brilliantly analyzing Betsy's situation. I think he's clearly projecting about his own situation.
By the way, I haven't watched that video, so I guess that comment had a lot of likes. I agree with that. I was wrong about that assessment of Travis Bickle, and Ezekiel agrees on that.
And it's not like she's like intrigued because he's like nailed her and like, oh my God, you've understood me. It's just, there's this handsome stranger who's being very direct and forward. And it's probably something she hasn't, experienced before. But yeah, it's not like it's not, a moment of Travis like being, having this brilliant display of his, his analytic powers. He's just projecting, and it's his own loneliness coming out. So I think he's just wrong about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if people saw it. Maybe I should.
I agree. I was probably wrong about that as well. About that specific part.
Show it right now. Patreon.com/automacination if you want to get the discussion of. So like I did with Laura Woods and Jessica. We did a show on Taxi Driver, actually, partly for the following reasons. Travis is, it's a very well done scene, partly for the following reasons. Travis does not, understand like many like aspects of life, and he's often wrong about so much. And it's kind of telling that here in this situation, he's able to have like a moment of clarity and insight. And yet it is just kind of like a dart toss, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because just as quickly he's going to start, doing something else altogether, right? He has enough kind of like fuel within him to come up to a woman and do sort of like, pique her interest in the sense that like if you do, like first of all, like most women when they get approached, it's like, I mean, I'm sure you see this all the time, right? Whether it's like a cat call or whether it's like some stupid set of comments or it's like some boring, unoriginal kind of approach. Because, men might feel like resentful that it's being characterized such a way, but it's like, look, if you're a woman, you get, and, you're halfway decent looking, you're going to get approached nonstop everywhere you go. Yeah. So you do have to sort of, I mean, that's kind of like the fate of being a man. You stand out a little bit. And, the fact that he approaches her in this way, that's very direct, it will, pique her interest. This is true. The question is like, how much does he have left to actually keep it going?
Exactly.
And whether or not this is actually like a facade, right? Because like, he happens to be correct in this instance, but it happens to be by accident, right? He's correct by accident. And there's many other situations in the movie where again and again and again, he stumbles upon something by accident, right? He could have like, for example, like he could have easily, like when he ends up like saving that girl or whatever from prostitution, he could have easily fuck things up so badly that he would have like, I don't know, attempted to do that like assassination of what is it, Palantine? I forget his name.
That's it.
He could have like assassinated Palantine and then he would have been in prison for the rest of his life, right? So the fact that he becomes a hero by accident, right? Not because he was like, it wasn't that he was cogent enough to not shoot. He was cogent enough to not shoot in the sense that he was discovered, right? And he like ran off successfully.
Like, yeah, you can make an analysis on how a lot of what Travis Bickle happens is oh, hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. All right, I couldn't, my recording stopped because I don't have enough space in my, it's okay. I'll just download it from Twitch. Okay. You could make an analysis on how a lot of Travis Bickle's, what happens in his life are accidental. They don't even come from his own agency or from his own like thoughts and like cognition, right? It's all from accidents and maybe you can tie that to alienation, but that would be a different analysis of the movie, right? You can look at the movie through the lens of accidents or how luck comes into play. And I would look at that, I would watch that analysis, but that's not what this analysis is about. It's not about accidental situations.
But you know, it's just like a series of accidents where he, you know, eventually becomes a hero, right? And it's like stuff like that, like all this like riches. Like, so he said, you know, in the previous video that we did, like he said, like there's a difference between aesthetic judgment and cognition, right? So this is his like cognition element coming out, but even that, like that context stuff, like he's not really giving you the context of his character, right? He's not doing that.
I mean, I will talk more about his character. It's only 2 minutes 30 in. But also talking about luck within the movie is also cognition. You're looking at the artwork through a theme, which is luck, that comes back through the movie. So you're using cognition to appreciate the artwork. You're not just looking at this aesthetically and looking at the beauty of the movie. You're analyzing it through luck, which is cognition. So it shows that they didn't understand my cognition versus aesthetic that duality, right? But also I do believe I go into more of Travis Bickle's what he like. I'm saying he needs a purpose. He doesn't have any purpose. He doesn't have any passion. So he's trying to find purpose, and he does it through being a taxi driver, finding a job that he maybe thinks he can find passion in.
Profoundly troubled. He's unwell, lonely. He's clearly uncomfortable, but he can't seem to know why. Though he brilliantly analyzes Betsy's situation, he has no ability whatsoever to analyze his own. Something's off, something's wrong, but he can't put his finger on it, which is, to him, incredibly frustrating. When Charles Palantine, a senator running for president, asks Bickle what bothers him most in this country, Bickle answers,
Well, I don't know. You know, I don't follow political issues that closely, sir. I don't know.
Oh, well, there must be something.
Well, whatever it is, he should clean up this city here, because this city here is like an open sewer, you know? It's full of filth and scum. And sometimes I can hardly take it. Whatever ever becomes the president should just really clean it up. You know what I mean? Sometimes I go out and I smell it, I get headaches, it's so bad, you know? And they just never go away, you know? It's like, I think that the president should just clean up this whole mess here. He should just flush it right down the fucking toilet.
This is the rambling of someone who's profoundly angry, who wants change but has no idea how to enact it. He's unable to successfully identify the issues that are leading to his discontent, which is best demonstrated by his vague manifestos.
Listen, you fuckers, you screwheads. Here is a man who would not take it anymore, who would not let... Listen, you fuckers, you screwheads. Here is a man who would not take it anymore. A man who stood up against the scum, the cunts, the dogs, the filth, the shit. Here is someone who stood up. Here is...
However, I believe we can identify Bickle's source of discontent, not in his manifestos, but in the anniversary card he writes to his parents and says,
I'm sorry, again, I cannot send you...
This is good so far. I would like them to comment on the good parts. Like, disagree with what I say when it's good. Like, you just disagree with me saying on a detail but like the detail more or less talked about the actual title, or actually the actual thesis of the movie. This is the thesis. This is right there, the thesis, the actual analysis of Travis Bickle. Maybe they're gonna talk about it.
You my address like I promised to last year, but the sensitive nature of my work for the government demands utmost secrecy. I know you will understand. I am healthy and well and making lots of money. I have been going with a girl for several months, and I know you would be proud if you could see her. Her name is Betsy, but I can tell you no more than that.
Hey, Gabby, you can't park here. Come on, let's go, move it.
I believe that...
And I mean, even beyond like the analysis itself, it's like, isn't it kind of like shocking how there's no desire in his part to actually discuss like the film as it is? I mean, like for instance, like when
oh my God, motherfucker, this is frustrating. It's fun, it's good, it's entertaining. Taxi driver, purposeless jobs and alienation. I go on a long monologue about how this guy, Travis Bickle, doesn't feel good, doesn't feel at ease, doesn't have any passion, has ambition for his life, but doesn't, like, he feels wrong, he doesn't know where it's going wrong, blah 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 blah. And through this whole thing that they listen to, that makes, to me, that is really good. They just go, I can't believe they're not talking more about taxi driver, instead of just analyzing it through purposeless jobs and feeling alienated. That's what the video is about.
When Palantine was in the cab with him, and he starts like, getting like all like wrapped up, saying, you got to clean up the filth. And like very quickly, he honks, right? Like a moment like that, right? That captures, like some sort of like psychological fracture. Where
Yes.
here, he's writing this card and he's getting all sort of like, wrapped up in his own kind of fantasy. And then immediately, what's the next shot that we see? Even while this like kind of like, over voice is playing, a cop stops him, kind of like takes him out of this, world that he's kind of like cultivating for himself,
Okay, that's all true. That's good. But that's not what I'm talking about. You seem to be, again, you want a different video than the one I presented. And you see that as a criticism. I wanted to see the technicalities of, okay, he talks, like a cop snaps him out of his dreams. I can't believe the canvas didn't bring that up. I didn't need to, because it doesn't support my thesis, which is Travis Bickle is alienated. And he depicts this alienation beautifully. All many lots. Hello, thank you for following. Everybody say hello to all many lots. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to the community. We're having a lot of fun. They're criticizing me for not doing the video that they wanted to do.
All these comments that you could make. And I mean, like, the Canvas is supposed to be an art channel, right? But
Yeah,
it rarely, it nominally discuss, it has art objects all over. Like art objects totally litter, right, the stuff. But, beyond that.
Yeah. And it's also the most sort of surface level reading about it, right?
Surface level reading? Okay. Yeah, they should just make that video themselves, but spending time making a video that will only get 100 views is maybe not the best investment, so they don't. Oh, Of Dream and Dream is also their first time chat. So everybody say hello to @of Dread and Dream. Hello. Wow, so many new people in the community. All many lots of Dread and Dream. I'm talking about the content of the movie. They're talking about the way this content is presented. The way the content is presented is important. The content is also important. I think the surface level is seeing how things are presented instead of how things are developed and discussed. Showing how they're presented is important, but I feel like that's the actual surface. The depth is in discussing the concepts and ideas that can be identified throughout the movie. The way these concepts are portrayed, to me, is, less important. It's how these concepts are developed that is important. And that's what I'm showing here. Look at Ryan B. Stifler promoting the Discord. Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. Let's go back to just a second.
I mean, like, the Canvas is supposed to be an art channel, right? But it rarely, it nominally.
Also, there's artistry in creating a character and having that character develop through concepts and ideas, such as the concept of alienation. There's art in there. It's not just how this character dreams and then the cop, interrupts their dreaming. The very concepts that drive the character's interest for the listener, the reader, the watcher, are also art. Now, art is colors. Art is literary devices.
It has art objects all over. Like art objects totally litter, right, the stuff. But beyond that.
Yeah. And it's also the most sort of surface level reading about it, right? Like it's just, there's this guy who's experiencing loneliness, psychological distress. He doesn't know how to relate to people. But apparently it all comes from his job,
It's not that it all comes from his job. That's a very superficial reading of my video. What I'm saying, and I can't believe I have to say it after they've watched the video before watching it and then rewatching it in front of, an audience or just recording, is This man is alienated. He looks for a purpose. He doesn't have a purpose because he doesn't have any passions or any drives. So what he does is he tries to find a purpose through his job, as many people do. But that job is also alienating. And he feels angry that nothing is working out to fill in the void in his body and the void in his soul. But he doesn't know where that void is coming from, and he doesn't know how to fill it up. He's trying, one of those attempts is by becoming a taxi driver, by finding a job that maybe will occupy his time, occupy his mind, and make him feel like he has purpose. But it doesn't work. I don't know if that's shallow, but I think that's it. No, actually, I don't think it's shallow. I think it's important. And also taking that state of mind and contrasting it to like the socio-political conditions of capitalism. If you find that shallow, I'd love to know what you think of Taxi Driver. Ballet's here. Everybody say hi to Ballet. How was your day? How's your shift? Good? Good. Perfect. All right, let's continue.
And it fits the frame of what he's trying to, make the argument he's trying to make about sort of the alienation of these jobs. But in terms of the art and like what you were saying about the different techniques.
It is art. Is art only, again, art is only techniques. Who predicted that? Who predicted that art is only technique? It's not about the actual content. The content isn't art. Art is solely in the way the content is presented. It's the veneer. The content in itself,
sort of the alienation of these jobs, but in terms of the art and like what you were saying about the different techniques that Scorsese's using, to convey character.
Okay, at this point, it's just pitiful. It's all Zersh who predicted that. At this point, it's just kind of pitiful. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to that.
And it fits the frame of what he's trying to, make the argument he's trying to make about sort of the alienation of these jobs. But
he has a thesis about the alienation of this job, and he's giving us an argument for that supports this thesis. But that's not art. Like,
in terms of the art and like what you were saying about the different techniques that Scorsese's using, to convey character, it's not up for discussion, apparently.
It's not up for discussion. It is up to discussion. You guys can discuss it. It's just not up for discussion in this video because I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the content. I'm talking about the ideas and the concepts that are at play in this work of art. That's what to me is interesting. If to you what is interesting is not the concepts and the content, but the way it is presented, then go make your video on that. But my video is not about the way things are presented. My content that I make, and I find that more interesting, is the way that these concepts are developed and how they manifest themselves within a socio-political context.
But yeah.
His discontent isn't something or someone, as he sometimes seems to believe, but a lack of something. First, he's lacking women. He is the classic incel. Bickle is lonely.
Loneliness has followed me my whole life, everywhere. Bars and cars, sidewalks, stores, everywhere. There's no escape. I'm God's lonely man.
However, I don't want to focus on this too much as it's been discussed at length. Bickle lacks affection. He lacks a romantic relationship with a woman, and being entitled, he blames Betsy and women in general.
I literally say I don't want to, dwell too much on him being lonely and him not finding a partner because it's been discussed at length. And they're like, oh, he's being shallow by talking about that. I literally say I don't want to talk about that in that video.
For this lack, since she refuses to talk to him after their failed date.
There's a cop across the street. You're like the rest of them. Look, I'm calling.
The second lack, the one I'd like to focus on in this video, is a lack of purpose. In the letter to...
There you go. I want to talk about the lack of purpose, which is what Bickle is angry at and what he's trying to fix by finding a job. This is this is the purpose of the video.
His parents. Bickle says that his job with the government is so important.
Yeah.
Did you tell the woman to use the water?
She can use the water.
Okay.
She can try to use the cold water, but it's not going to work.
Okay.
So it's not, nothing's going to break. It's just not going to work. The hot water works though.
I was worried the cold water would just...
No, don't worry about it. Sorry about that. I need to watch that movie. I love incel characters. they can be entertaining. Yeah, for sure.
That he can't even tell them what it is.
The odd thing here is like, the loneliness kind of stems from that lack of purpose, right? It's not it
That's true. That is true. The loneliness does they both, work together. For sure. They influence each other. I wanted to go more into like the lack of purpose within, the social frame, but the loneliness, yeah, they do work together. I agree with that.
it's not like, oh, he has and the way the loneliness is being framed as a lack of women. I mean, that is a kind of loneliness, but his loneliness goes beyond a lack of romantic entanglements, right?
That
Like if
that's also true. That's also true.
if he were able to find a girlfriend, right, that would not solve really even, like a tenth of his problems, right? That wouldn't really be the issue. And to the extent that he doesn't have a purpose in his life, beyond like, I guess these like fantasies that he's constructing for himself.
I mean, we don't know. It's possible that finding a girlfriend could help him, and then from there maybe he could develop purpose. Blah blah blah. Like it's hard to tell. But yeah, I agree that finding a girlfriend in itself wouldn't fix his problems either.
That's also the thing that is keeping him from having, healthy, stable relationships, right? Women, especially, like a woman like that, does not want to be with somebody that totally doesn't have anything like this, right? And it's not just like a class thing. It's not like a job thing, right? It's much more one of, like, well, like you want to volunteer with us, but why? Like, which of Palatine's positions are you interested in? And it's that lack of interest, right? It's not just the lack of purpose. He also just has this lack of interest in the external world.
I literally say he doesn't have passions. Do I say he doesn't have interests? Because if I do, this man is just using my own words and then criticizing me with the words I used.
Not politically correct or whatever.
Yes.
The fact that a need for money isn't one of the reasons for why he's working indicates that he's not looking to survive, but he's looking for something to do. He's looking for a purpose. This man has nothing, and perhaps many people today might feel that way. Without any particular passions or interests, this man...
He doesn't have interests. And here he says...
He can't even tell them what it is.
That lack of purpose, right? It's not a lack of women. I mean, that is a kind of loneliness, but his loneliness goes like a tenth of his problems, right? That wouldn't really be the issue. And to the extent that he doesn't have a purpose in his life, beyond like, I guess these like fantasies that he's constructing for himself, that's also the thing that is keeping him from having, healthy, stable relationships, right? Women, especially, like a woman like that, does not want to be with somebody that totally doesn't have anything like this, right? And it's not just like a class thing. It's not like a job thing, right? It's much more one of, like, well, like you want to volunteer with us, but why? Like, which of Palatine's positions are you interested in? And it's that lack of interest, right? It's not just the lack of purpose. He also just has this lack of interest in the external world. Like kind of like overall.
And of course, yeah, I've said he doesn't have interest, but the fact that you don't have interest, of course, is gonna impede on the fact that you don't have any purpose. If you don't have any interests in anything aside, anything in the outside world, then how are you going to try to find purpose in, like, by interacting with the outside world? You're going to, have to internalize everything. You'll close up on yourself. Then you'll be very lonely and you'll still have no purpose, blah, blah,
blah. And many elements of the world just totally scare him. Again, for people that want to see this full discussion that I conducted, I basically talk about how Travis, like, there's this like one wonderful scene where he's sitting with some cabbies in a diner, and there's like this, it looks like a black gangster of some sort that's sitting across from him, and he's just kind of like looking at him warily, and then the Alka-Seltzer starts to sort of fizzle, and then the black man is gone, and you start thinking, okay, like that's an interesting technique on the part of Scorsese, because this gangster,
again, it's all about technique, and fine, there's value in technique, but I feel like that's only superficial. The story here is what's important. Character development is important. Ideas and concepts that manifest themselves through a world built by, by the storytellers is important. Anyway.
Might not even have been real, right? It could have been, there like enough time passes where potentially this is a man with his friends. They could have gotten up and just left. but also you get the sense that, you know, maybe not enough time has passed for that to in fact be the case, right? It's this like in between limbo state. And then also it's interesting, like every single time that he has an interaction with a black man, specifically it's black men, right? There's always like something negative and fearful about it, right? That goes to his, and you don't exactly see what it is, right? It's not necessarily violence, like it's not necessarily stuff like that, but there's a kind of like set of like in-group, out-group things going on in his head, right? All this stuff, like if you want to make like a video about like the loneliness and about the lack of purpose and about all this, like you should be talking about these like psychological elements.
Yes.
I could be talking about those specific psychological elements. I selected some. I didn't select all of them. You liked that one, and it's great, good for you. But it's not the one that I thought would serve the best purpose to support my thesis. Because I have a thesis, I'm trying to support it with examples, not every single example. Like these guys should maybe write essays. They should try writing sometimes. They should try analyzing works. And it's like, well, you didn't take every single example of Travis being lonely or being alienated, and therefore your thesis about him being alienated is wrong.
Right.
Right. And not this like lowest common denominator kind of way.
Yeah.
Bickle wants to do something important. He wants to do something purposeful, but he doesn't know how to achieve that. I don't even think he knows he lacks a sense of purpose. But how do you get purpose? If you're not into art, music, cinema, if you aren't into literature, into crafting, into a sport of any kind, if there's nothing that transcends you that's bigger than yourself, if there isn't a goal that you can work towards, dedicate your life to, which affirms you as a person, which confirms your individuality, then how do you find purpose? You can either become complacent about your sense of purposelessness, simply resign and accept it, or you can refuse it and revolt. Here are the two contrasting positions.
Do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, I think obviously you do need to, I mean, I don't know, part of the, you do need to, I mean, if
How can I find a way to disagree so that it doesn't sound like we are just leeching off this content, this great content? How can I find a way to disagree with this, to create content out of not having content at all? Yeah, they're just fishing for disagreements, Pyranarchist says.
if you want purpose in your life, there is some higher goal you need to fix yourself to, but it doesn't necessarily have to be those things that he named, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of things that people find purpose in that aren't like art, literature, and like some of the other.
Again, he gave examples of ways you can get purpose, but he didn't give every example of how you can get purpose. These guys call themselves critics. They're terrible at criticizing.
Stuff that he mentioned. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, the dichotomy is so severe, and it's so like there's something very maladjusted about this, right? And I say this as somebody that, I'm an artist, and this is 100% what my, what I want my purpose to be, and I live my life accordingly. But again, like the some of the like most like purposeful and driven and happy and well-adjusted people that I know, they have nothing to do with the arts. They have nothing to do with this like highfalutin, higher.
But did they find purpose? I gave examples of the arts because that's what I know. But did they find purpose in something else? If they did, good. I'm happy for them. They don't. The dichotomy that you find that you want to criticize, but you aren't because you don't necessarily have the words. And also, it's difficult to criticize something on the go, right? You don't like the dichotomy of being complacent or revolt when you don't have any purpose. And you're like, well, some people find purpose in other things. And it's like, all right, but the dichotomy applies to people who don't find purpose in other things, who can't find purpose. Many people don't find purpose. It happens.
Like almost like a cosmic level purpose, right?
And then the binary is you either are complacent, like this loser taxi driver who's about to give this monologue, who's wasting his life away, or you turn into this monster like Travis Bickle.
Or that's if you don't have any purpose. You can find purpose in other things. I'm not saying you either have nothing or you revolt. You can have nothing, or you can have nothing and revolt against the fact that you have nothing, or find something. Many people can't find something, and that's what I'm talking about. my purpose is in my projects, in art. Other people's purpose can be in their jobs, because there's some jobs that are very, very purposeful. Some people's purpose will be in God. You know, I'll criticize their purpose, but nonetheless, they'll find purpose in that. I'm not saying that nobody has purpose, so you either become complacent with having no purpose, or you revolt in the fact that you don't have any purpose. That's ridiculous.
If you're not into the arts, or
because like even the phrasing that he uses, right? The dichotomy is complacency or revolt.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, there's something unnecessarily violent there, when in fact it's like, you know, for like, I'd say the average person, you know, they derive their purpose from what? Like they have kids, right?
Family.
Or
there you go. They have purpose in kids, family. But what if you don't have purpose? That's the dichotomy, where the dichotomy comes. I'm like, you either get complacent or revolt. All right, well, what if you find purpose in your kids? Well, you don't have that branching between complacent and revolting. These guys call themselves critics. Go back to, you know, instead of criticizing for my content, which you obviously can't do, you don't have the ability to do it, you should criticize me for the way I present my content. Maybe you're better at that, you know? Criticize me for the way I talk. Criticize me for the font that I applied on the video. Criticize me for the specific scenes that I've chosen to talk about specific contexts. But don't criticize for what I'm saying, because you're incapable of it. All you can do is criticize for the aesthetics that I apply, for the literary devices I use. But you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to criticizing what I have to say.
Or family, or, you know, they go to their job and they happen to be good at it, and they happen to try to get better at it, right? I mean,
just call them fascists again already. You guys are a bunch of fascists. Again, they're not fascists. And I'm sure that if I was in this call, this would be very different, and it could be very constructive, and I could actually push back on their characterization of what I've said, and they could maybe elaborate and actually bring something constructive. In this case, I can't push back, so they're just giving some really easy comments, or comments that, you know, they really, or criticisms that they haven't really thought about, because this is on the go. It's hard to, you know, they haven't actually written those comments down.
You know, like, I mean, you can just tell, you know, this is a guy that, you know, he's in a you know, he's probably surrounded either by YouTubers or, like, you know, other like white collar types. Like he doesn't really get the chance to see really, I mean, how, you know, how is like the real world really out there? I mean,
Motherfucker, I was a fast food worker when I made that video. I worked in fast food in one of the regions that is the most uneducated in Quebec. I worked with people who were greatly disadvantaged in life and who treated me like shit. You can call that classist, but understanding that your socioeconomic conditions will impact the way you interact with the world, very often negatively, is not classist. It's just realizing that we have to abolish class distinctions. However, looking at this video and saying it comes from someone who's surrounded by YouTubers and who's only white collars, motherfucker, I was doing this because I was angry at working a job I hated, being paid close to minimum wage. Okay. I love when they make assumptions and they're completely wrong about it. Oof, love it.
I've always said, like, I love the fact that I not only went to public school, but specifically went to the public school that I went to, because throughout my whole life, right? Because it really got me a sense of like, oh, you know, this is what people are really like. This is what I'm up against. This is what, you know, I have to like square with in terms of like whether it's like writing or just like, you know, everyday interactions. This is what the world looks like, right? But, you know, like you could tell, like even halfway through this video, you know, he seems to, you know, I don't know exactly what this guy's background is, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's been pretty sheltered throughout his life for him to have these kinds of like really severe dichotomies that, again, in the real world, they don't really make a lot of sense, especially in the type of world that he's trying to engage with here.
Yeah.
So let's see what this monologue is about.
This dichotomy applies to people who don't have purpose. I've had purpose for a long time. I don't know if I've had it all my life, but I'm putting myself in the shoes of people who don't have purpose. And you have, in this case, two people who don't have purpose. And this dichotomy is presented through this interaction. Imagine you don't have purpose. You either are complacent with it, or you decide to revolt against the purposeless world you live in, because you can't find purpose in any way. Maybe you can find purpose in that revolt, right? I feel like a lot of people who turn to politics actually find purpose in the revolt. They feel very alienated, and it's through revolting against this alienation that they turn to politics, right? Either right wing or left wing, but they feel that there's something wrong with the world, and they're trying to find a purpose. And well, some people say, hey, we've got the solution. We know what's wrong with the world, either right wing or left wing. Anyway, they just don't get the point I'm making. And I'd love to, to make it more clear. In the video, it's very clear. The problem here is obviously not me, it's them. Maybe they should, consume more essays on, breaking down media and maybe more just media analysis in general.
About
Man takes a job, and job. I mean, like that, that becomes what he is. Like you do a thing and that's what you want. Like I've been a cabbie for 17 years, 10 years a night. I still don't own my own cab. Why? Because I don't want to. I must be what I want. To be on a night shift, driving somebody else's cab. You understand? I mean, you get a job, you become the job. I mean, like one guy lives in Brooklyn, one guy lives in Sutton Place, you get a lawyer, another guy's a doctor, another guy dies, another guy gets well, and, people are born. I envy you. Don't want to get laid. Get to work, you do anything.
This is good. And this, in terms of presentation, which is what these guys like, right? They like presentation. In terms of presentation, this is masterful. This guy is like rambling on, trying to convince him that, it's good to not have purpose. And like, I don't even have my own cab. It must be because it's what I want. I've been working for like all these years. It must be because it's what I want. Go get laid. Forget about that. Go get drunk. Like, this is complacency. This is good. This is a good way of showing someone who's complacent but doesn't really want to admit it to themselves. In terms of how this is conveyed instead of the content, this is beautiful. These guys should be happy about me saying that.
He's got no choice anyway. I mean, we're all fucked. More or less,
Yeah, I don't know. That's about the dumbest thing I ever heard.
It's not Bertrand Russell, but what do you want? I'm a cabbie, What do I know?
Wizard.
It's almost like the canvas takes that monologue at face value. Like you become your job, right? But
you gotta see what the comment
embodies the man who gave up finding a purpose, who's just living a purposeless life and got complacent about it. He's trying to justify how things are, why he's feeling that way, why Bickle feels that way, but he's not convincing anyone. Not Bickle, not the audience, not even himself. Wizard resigned. He got in the habit of doing the job. He doesn't feel the lack of purpose because he lost all need for purpose. He doesn't believe in purpose anymore. However, a lot of his...
so like when you said it took it at face value, what exactly?
Well, I mean, the idea, I mean, the whole framing.
See, I like how Alex asks for more, like, let's say, he takes it just as face value, and Alex wants to know more about it, because I want to know more about it, but I feel like that's the kind of thing that you don't necessarily push back on, because it's not necessarily pushing back, but asking for to clear it up. And I got to give it to Alex. It's good to ask, what do you mean by he takes it at face value? I'm excited to see what Ezekiel's going to have to say about it, but I got to thank Alex for asking. It's good. It's a good thing. It's a good question.
Is that like this purposeless job of being a taxi driver is what like fuels Bickle's descent into what he does. And
hold on, let's go back, because I feel like he's stumbling a bit. He didn't expect that pushback from Alex. I didn't either.
Took it at face value.
Purpose anymore. However, a lot of his...
so like when you said it took it at face value, what exactly?
Well, I mean,
finally, haven't heard either of them push back once yet. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Exciting. Let's listen again.
A lot of his...
so like when you...
Oh, and by the way, it's not the first time Alex pushes back on someone saying something. Like, for example, in the last video, it was about Banksy. The guy said, "Oh, nobody takes Banksy seriously in the art world," and the guy said, "What do you mean?" So it's good to push back. It's not just a circle jerk of haha, we hate Terminal or hate Canvas. What a Freudian slip here. I'm Mr. Canvas, okay, guys, I promise.
For purpose. He doesn't believe in purpose anymore. However, a lot of his
All right. So like when you said it took it at face value, what exactly?
Well, I mean, the idea, I mean, the whole framing is that like this purposeless job of being a taxi driver is what like fuels Bickle's descent into what he does. And you know, and is Wizards. I confess, it's been a while since I've actually seen the movie, so a lot of these scenes I'm seeing again for the first time. Is Wizard, is that Cabby's name, right?
Yeah.
And what he says about, oh, like this job, yeah, you become this job, and that's what you are. And even though like the canvas, he says like it's not convincing anybody, he doesn't even convince himself. It's still kind of like the whole way he's framed the video in terms of Bickle's character. It sort of it echoes that idea.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand what he's trying to say. Maybe if you wrote it down and a bit, like, you was kind of put on the spot there, so it's sometimes hard to develop on your ideas on the spot like that. So I'm not gonna. Somebody says he isn't really saying anything. I know. He was kind of put on the spot. He didn't probably expect that kind of pushback. It wasn't pushback, but it was like clarification. No, I don't think the job, purposeless job, makes him descend into that, you know, that spiral of whatever you would call it, of uneasiness and violence and all that. I think it's one of the reasons, and it's one of the main reasons, because he's trying to find purpose and he can't find purpose in his job, despite, you know, everything around you in culture. We don't see it much in culture, but we're often told that we find purpose in our jobs. The capitalist myth is that purpose is found in the job that you will spend 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, in, you know, doing. So you find purpose in that. And here's a man who tries to find purpose in a job, and he can't find it. And he goes to another man who does that same job and is like, I can't find purpose. And the guy's like, you can't find purpose in that job. Well, you can find purpose, but like, and the guy tries to justify not having purpose and finding maybe purpose in the fact that you don't have purpose in that job. And like, he's being incoherent because he's trying to convince himself, but it's not working. The same way Ezekiel is being incoherent because he's trying to justify himself and he can't.
But yeah.
And I mean, I'm not exactly even sure to what degree it's even true that he resigned himself to a lack of purpose.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's the thing. Like, there's nothing actually here in this. And I think it's a correctly called a monologue. It's true that he's speaking to Bickle, but they're talking past one another.
Yeah.
But there's nothing actually here in the words that were exchanged that indicates that he has a lack of purpose. You know, this is just, you know, the canvas just approaching it with their own kind of like inborn sort of biases here, right? I mean, who knows?
I mean, it's fine if you disagree with the fact, but I think this clearly shows that he resigns himself into doing a job that he finds purposeless. He doesn't even know what he's like, you just become the job. Like, he's doing that job out of habit. The whole monologue, I believe, is about that. You're saying I'm wrong about that. I'd like to know why. You're probably not going to give examples as to why you think I'm wrong about that, but I think it's quite clear if we watch it again, which we won't, that he's trying to convince himself that, you know, there's a reason why he's a taxi driver, despite it not being necessarily what he wants it. You know, he doesn't want to be that.
Knows what kind of home life he has. Who knows? And you know, even if he doesn't have kids or whatever, right? Who knows exactly what he does, right? And that's the thing. Like, we only see we are you know, Scorsese on purpose gives you specific slices of some of these side characters, right? And it's funny because, like, you know, he was like interviewing that other video, that guy who made the correct observation that, you know, an artist that is good generally knows what they're doing, and they're putting you down, you know, some sort of like track, right?
From what I'm understanding, this guy's saying you can't assume that this guy has no purpose because Scorsese hasn't made a whole movie on this secondary character of Taxi Driver. So let's not make. Maybe they should script their videos. Maybe it wouldn't be as entertaining though. But yeah, because I can't make I can't be an assumer because there hasn't been a whole book or a movie made on the secondary character of Taxi Driver. No, I think we can fairly make this assumption just through the long, incoherent monologue of him trying to convince himself and Travis that what he's doing is purposeful, that what he's doing has a reason, even though it doesn't.
They're expecting you to react a certain way. They're playing with your expectations in other situations. And I mean, Scorsese is just giving you a slice of Wizard, right? It's just, it's not just what it is.
Yeah. And he could be saying this just to get Travis off his back. It's not like a serious moment of revelation of his soul, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I mean, on some level, the advice, like, go lighten up, go get laid.
Go get laid.
That is probably, what, like, it wouldn't have solved Travis's problems, but if he were, if that woman was, laying him every night, he probably would not go out and,
I see that as go get distracted. You might not be happy, you might not find purpose, just go drink, go get laid. I see that as go get yourself distracted, go entertain yourself, to not have to think about these things. To me, that's complacence. That's willful ignorance. You're saying it's a good advice. I disagree.
Do that, right? So like he's giving like this like sort of like common sense sort of advice to a guy that should not be so fixate on this kind of stuff.
It's the opposite of complacency. He's telling him to do something, distract yourself from, anyway.
I think distraction is a way to be complacent or to be comfortable with your complacency. We fundamentally disagree with that, Ezekiel. I think if I say go play video games, if you're like, I'm not sure, I feel like I don't do anything in life, and you're like, oh, go play video games, Ezekiel will say, oh, well, he's telling you to do something, go play video games, go distract yourself, that's good. I will say, no, you're not. It's telling you to go distract yourself from the idea of maybe doing something about your complacency. That's not good. Maybe, again, differences in our ways of going about the world.
Yeah. And I mean, like, even if these other pursuits that he would distract himself with are not necessarily higher pursuits,
right?
But it's still, right. It's still not totally relevant.
Speech, the fact that you get a job and you become the job is not that far from the truth. In a way, we are defined by what we do, how we spend our time and energy. The fact that we become our job is not necessarily a bad thing. Work defines a large part of our interaction with our community, so it does make sense that it would define us in a way. This only becomes a problem when our job is alienating. Marx laid out the purposefulness of work in 4 points. 1. I objectify my individuality through production. When I produce something, it's an individual manifestation.
Ezekiel is smiling. Ezekiel is smiling. In this video, I prefer Alex to Ezekiel, but he's smiling. I don't know if he likes Marx or not. Let's see.
Of my life. When the product is created, it's direct evidence that my personality is objective. This affirms my individuality. 2. Through this objectification of my individuality, I have the enjoyment of knowing that it created an object corresponding to the need of another person's essential nature. Your individuality made someone else happy. 3. Because of that, I become the mediator between you and the species, meaning that because my individuality answered your need, I become, in a way, essential to you, or at least to your growth. I become singularly important to you. 4. In the individual expression of my life, I would have directly created your expression of your life, and therefore, in my individual activity, I would have directly confirmed and realized my true nature, my human nature, my...
That might have been a bit too long. Yeah, it is my handwriting, Krenna. All right. Admittedly, this might have been too long. me quoting Karl Marx for half the video to make it really, really stand out that this is about anti-capitalism. I mean, Karl Marx, like, you can cite Karl Marx without necessarily being anti-capitalist, I guess. In the sense, in here we're just talking about alienation and about the importance of work within your community and within your self-esteem, right? What do you do with your time, and how do you interact? Is the way you interact with the world and with your community and people around you. Anyway, but yeah, maybe it's a bit too long of a
communal nature. Through work, therefore,
it's kind of funny how the best like writing and speaking in this video is like a quote from Marx. And this is the second video in a row where he's just like quoting Marx or
like anti-capitalists,
to sort of like frame the entirety of a discussion without, again, like just like I mean, isn't this exactly what Marx would rail against, or some of these like modern Marxist writers, if they're talking about commodification of the arts? Like, it's exactly what he's doing right now, right? It's in the fact that here, because like the best way to sort of get people engaging with you is to have this like almost purely sociological interpretation. That's what he's doing.
It's not the only way. It's one way. Are you just criticizing the broad it seems like you're just criticizing that, like, having a sociological analysis of a movie or a piece of media is wrong or is bad. It's not. It's actually quite important, at least from my perspective. I think it's really important. And again, a lot of people watched the video and liked it. So maybe, again, it's not for you. Maybe the sociological analysis of a work of media is not important, or is just not entertaining enough. Maybe you prefer looking at how Scorsese angled the camera quite like 2 degrees towards, 2 degrees upwards, so that meant it gave more personality and power to the person he was filming, whatever. Personally, I'm more attracted to the sociology and to the social conversation that a piece of media can create.
Right, he's just giving you the sociology. He's giving you the commodified version of Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver is a great.
How am I giving the commodified version of Taxi Driver? I'm just analyzing Taxi Driver through a socioeconomic lens. He's giving you the commodified version of Taxi Driver. Yeah, maybe he's going to elaborate on that. Let's see.
Film. It's one of the greatest character portraits, right, in the history of cinema, and yet we just have this weak, pale, commodified version in his interpretation.
Right.
Yeah. We have the best example of knowing. We have the best example of someone who doesn't know what commodified or commodifying is. Oh, you're being mean in the comment. They really should have scripted this. They're just making up opinions out of their asses.
Just drop the Marx quote. You'll eventually get a bunch of subscribers who are or into that sort of thing. But yeah, it's not about.
So I use Karl Marx just to get subscribers. It's not to support the analysis. It's not to support the thesis of alienation being a driving force of Taxi Driver, driving force. No, I included Marx because I wanted subscribers, because I wanted views. It's not because I'm actually passionate about that subject. It's because I want to sell this video as a commodity. One of the best ways to discredit someone's work is to attribute it an intention that is not noble. And that way you don't need to criticize the actual work of that person. You just got to criticize their character or the assumptions that you have of their character. So if you don't like their video, just say that they did it for the money. You have no idea if that's the case. And even if that's the case, it doesn't actually give anything to your criticism of the video. But you're trying to discredit the analysis of the person on the assumption that what the reason they're doing it is not noble. I feel like that's very lazy. I've made jokes about them just, criticizing this video and making up criticisms because they just want views and leech off my popularity. But I hope that my criticisms of what they're doing, despite what it's for, stand on their own. If your criticism of Marx that I quote Marx is because I want views, then your criticisms of me using Marx are nullified. Do you have any other criticisms of why I used of me using Marx? Or was that it? Because if that was it, then I used Marx perfectly. If you have no other criticisms about that. Pyro Anarchist says Barbie was made for the money. Any political message it might have aren't worth of consideration. Exactly. We don't need we don't even need to watch Barbie because it was made for money. We can't even comment on the fact on its political messages because it was made for money. So like, who cares? Yeah, even if something is made for money, you still have to criticize it for what it is. And in this case, again, I did this before YouTube was a career. I was actually making this out of passion because I watched Taxi Driver. I really liked it. And I watched it again with the intention of making a video. I took several notes down because I was really interested by this movie. And again, you do something out of passion, but when you're successful, people who maybe aren't as successful will perceive you doing things not out of passion because you're successful with it, but out of greed. You know, so if I make a video now, it's not because I actually want to make the video. It's because I want to make money off of it, because I make money off of it. And then people who are jealous that I'm making money off of things I have passion for will call me a sellout because I make money off the things I'm passionate for. If one day Automachination makes money off of what they do, and they have a Patreon, I'll tell them, you're only doing it for the money. You're only doing it for the clicks. You're only doing it for the views. But you know for a fact that if you don't have a lot of clicks, a lot of money, or a lot of views from a video, that you're doing it out of passion. So we know that they're doing it for passion. But he doesn't know if I'm making this out of passion or not, because I get a lot of views, I get a lot of clicks, I don't get a lot of money. I wish though. But when I took out that video on Taxi Driver, I wasn't getting a lot of clicks. I wasn't getting a lot of views. I was getting more views and clicks than Automachinations, but you know, I was a very, very small YouTuber. But yeah, criticize me for what I say or for the credence of my ideas, not necessarily for my success.
The delineation of character, the writing of the character, and how Scorsese, you know, uses the medium of film to highlight aspects of Bickle's character. And so it all gets missed because of this, I think, unnecessary framing. Like, we don't need Marx to understand that Bickle is alienated from
the idea that, oh, you decide to make a movie analysis or a character analysis through Marx. We don't need Marx to understand this character. Like, I'm trying to give more depth to the analysis of this character. And this person's like, oh, we don't need that much depth. We can understand that he's alienated. Don't need to understand alienation through, you know, a socioeconomical lens through the writings of Marx. We don't need that. All we need to do is look at how Scorsese used the visual medium to talk about Bickle. No, this is, you know, you're accusing me of being shallow. I'm looking at authors and trying to use their concepts and illustrate them through artworks, and see how these concepts manifest themselves through these artworks, and how they develop, how they change, how they manifest themselves.
With other people in his life. It's not necessarily because of his job. Again, like, he could have been all sorts of jobs, and we understand, you know, almost from the very beginning that his problems precede the events of the film, right?
I think if Travis Bickle had a job that was purposeful and that he was happy with, and that he felt like it gave a meaning to his life, that things wouldn't have gone the way they did in that movie, right? Let's say he became, I don't know, like what they said, an electrician, right? The video starts with, it's not called Taxi Driver, it's called Electrician, and it's Travis Bickle applying to school to become an electrician. Learns for like a year, 2 years, 3 years how to become an electrician at electrician school, and then gets out, starts doing electrician jobs, and then feels very he feels gratified from all the things that he's learning through electrician school, gets out of electrician school, then starts doing, you know, starts working, and then he goes to like this old lady's house, fixes the electricity at this old lady's house, and then she's like all happy, and then he feels super happy about helping others and feeling valued through the eyes of others. I don't think he would go shoot up a brothel. It would be very different. All right, can we have a look at the comments of their video? Says Pirate Anarchist. Sure. There's people often try to reduce this to sociological study. Oh, it's Dan Schneider. It's the guy, the annoying guy from last one. Sociological study, but clearly these are false, as in Canvas claims of dead-end jobs. This, along with the BS of his mental states being screwed up, is a grand misread. Here's what I wrote in my review. We're not going to read his review. I'm not trying to reduce this to sociological study. I'm trying to look at this through a sociological study. It's not reducing it. Again, that was one of our predictions, right? One of these motherfuckers are going to say, oh, this is the only way you can look at it. I'm just looking at it through that lens. As is Canvas's claims of dead-end jobs, you don't believe that dead-end jobs exist? Yeah, they're pitiful.
But yeah.
Yeah, maybe Dan comments on my videos. I don't fucking know.
You confirm and realize your true nature, and this can be felt in many ways. Some jobs can absolutely make you feel that way. You can even do these things without being paid, through voluntary work, for example, or by making videos on YouTube for people to enjoy. However, Marx says when there's private property, i.e.
And I always hate that kind of phrasing, right?
Yeah.
Videos for people to enjoy. I don't want you to enjoy anything. I want to force
Very obviously
feed you information and insights and things that you think. I always hate that.
Here's the difference between me and Automachination, and I've made that difference very clear throughout my commentary of the criticism. But here it is.
Kind of phrasing, right?
Yeah.
Videos for people to enjoy. I don't want you to enjoy anything. I want to force feed you information and insights and things that you didn't know that you wanted, didn't know that you needed, but then you can't live without, okay?
Try to force feed you information. I'm just trying to like, to create engaged conversations, to elicit thought and discussions. And I think that that's enjoyable, Maybe you don't find that enjoyable, but personally, when I watch a video and they're trying to confront me with a new idea or a new way of looking at a piece of art that I have to now engage with, it's like a whole new revelation about that artwork. I love that. I enjoy it so much. Many people do enjoy that. Maybe you don't, as obviously you don't. I say, look.
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
Videos for
says when being paid, property in many ways.
yeah.
And here's me saying there's many ways of finding purpose as well, which is something they criticized me for earlier. They say, oh, he only thinks you can get purpose through arts or whatever. I say there's many ways of doing it.
You confirm and realize your true nature, and this can be felt in many ways. Some jobs can absolutely make you feel that way. You can even do these things without being paid, through voluntary work, for example, or by making videos on YouTube for people to enjoy.
Also, I say, notice how I say without being paid, by doing voluntary work, for example, or making YouTube videos for people to enjoy. I acknowledge in that video that I don't get paid for the videos that I make. I made $0. I had some patrons, probably. We'll see at the end of the video. I had patrons, but no, I wasn't being paid. And yeah, for people to enjoy, because it can be fun to learn and to find new perspectives on different works of art. Don't you believe that? Don't you?
However, Marx says when there's private property, i.e.
And I always hate that kind of phrasing, right?
Yeah.
Videos for people to enjoy. I don't want you to enjoy anything. I don't want you
to enjoy anything.
to force feed you information and insights and things that you didn't know that you wanted, didn't know that you needed, but then you can't live without, okay? I'm not, like the whole enjoyment angle. Isn't that commodification? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Right.
Like
right.
this is
No, you have no idea what commodification is. Yeah, I'm going to commodify a shovel. Shovels are commodities. Shovels are commodified. Do you find shovels enjoyable? Again, I've pinpointed already that this person doesn't know what commodification or a commodity is. Thank you for proving my point.
okay. I'm not, like the whole enjoyment angle. Isn't that commodification? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Right.
Like
right.
this is exactly it, right? We're putting like a little fucking bow tie into stuff, right? And we're giving you like cookie cutter versions. Right?
Commodification equals enjoyification. Don't enjoy learning. Enjoyment is commodity. Commodity is when people enjoy things. New Marxist theory dropped. Babe, wake up. If you enjoy something, it's commodity. You enjoy nature? Oh, you're enjoying nature, aren't you? That means you're commodifying nature. You're a filthy capitalist. That's why communists don't enjoy anything. It's because they hate commodities. That's why communists hate everything. That's why they're never happy.
Right, so that you feel pleasure, right?
Capitalism, production, or your individual activity can be corrupted. When you work for someone else, when you take their orders, when you comply to company policy, your production isn't an expression of your life or your individuality. When what you
Primarca says, like I said, Marx commodified communism when he wrote Das Kapital. Did you already say that? Because that's funny. That's funny. If you already said that and I ignored it, I'm sorry. That's funny.
When you comply to company policy, your production isn't an expression of your life or your individuality. When what you do is devoid of any individuality, when you're replaceable, when you're just, as people say, a cog in a machine, then your work doesn't confirm and realize your true nature.
Skillwash says, are you saying that I commodified bumblebees by enjoying bumblebees? Yes. You goddamn commodifier. Yeah, Lenore is very funny and you miss it. All right, let's not give too much credence to Lenore.
The classic example is that of the opposition between a factory worker and a carpenter. A carpenter making her own chair works on it, puts her individuality in it, makes it a manifestation of her life. With enough work and passion, she could recognize her chair out of any other chair because that chair became an extension of herself.
Also, I made the carpenter a woman in my example, knowing that it would trigger some people. I don't think I got any comments on the fact that I used a woman carpenter as an example. I hope they get... Oh, why is it, Ryan? Because you're making a woman do something instead of a man, especially carpentry.
However, the factory worker who screws 324 identical chair legs in 81 identical chairs in one day does not manifest...
Ezekiel doesn't like that. Look at him. Ezekiel doesn't like this.
...their individuality whatsoever. If they resign their position, it won't impact the world whatsoever. Their individuality, their personhood, is of no importance in the production chain. This alienates a worker. All of this to say, the movie Taxi Driver isn't randomly
I wanted them to talk about that.
Titled Taxi Driver. It's titled...
They ignored it. I thought that was good.
It this way because Bickle's sense of purposelessness, the driving force behind the movie, comes from the fact that he's a taxi driver, someone who is but a mere tool for people to go from point A to point B.
Yeah, I feel like his sense of purposeness comes before the fact that he doesn't have he's a taxi driver, because he doesn't have any purpose before becoming a taxi. He becomes a taxi driver because he doesn't have purpose. I feel like getting a job and not finding purpose in it is like a manifestation of not having purpose. I think it's like it's like a confirmation that you don't have purpose when you try to find purpose within a job. Maybe he should have tried other jobs, but not finding purpose in the job that he picked was concretized the fact that he doesn't have purpose. But I don't think his lack of purposeness came from the job, because he took that job for purpose. If they correct me on that, I will agree with them. Oops.
Someone who can't put any individuality in his work, especially since he doesn't even own the cab he drives.
This is just so wrong, right? He keeps hammering. These are the words of somebody that cannot imagine or ever stand the idea that I could do, doing this kind of work, right? He's just kind of like, he's expressing his deepest fears.
Right.
It's not.
Yeah, well, he's almost right. I was expressing not my deepest fears, but my deepest hatred for that kind of job, that I was exercising and doing that video for free. And I was able to say, all right, this job that I'm not paid for, so it's not really a job. The YouTube channel that I do voluntarily gives me more purpose than the job that I have to do that I find extremely alienating. So it was a fear. I don't know if it's a fear. It's more of a hatred. But also ignoring the fact that these jobs are alienating is counterproductive. You have to acknowledge the fact that these jobs can be and are very often alienating.
This has nothing to do with the movie. Like we left the movie a long time ago at this point.
I know, because like all these things, like the clip of modern times, or the Marx quotes, it's all a distraction from what's going on in the.
It's not a distraction from what's going on in the film. It's an illustration of the concepts that I'm trying to underline in the film.
Film and I wrote notes about what he says here. It's like he flubs why it's. I mean, I wrote that it's film Taxi Driver because it's about the emptiness of Travis, not the job, right? Because that's all. It's like Travis. Like he even mentions this. Like he has no purpose. He's alienated from the world. Like, but the problems don't stem from the job. That's just how other people see him because he has no interest. Like you said, he has no interest, deep interest.
I think it doesn't stem from the job. You're right. But I think it's exacerbated by the job.
The world, he enters the film in that state. And it's not because it'd be a very different movie if the point of the film was his particular job, like forming into the character that it becomes. But it's not what it is. And so, I mean, it's all a distraction, like we said, from what's actually happening.
To them, when you do a socio-economical or socio-political analysis of media, it's a distraction. One of the movies I really liked was Zizek's what's it called? A perverted guy, pervert's guide to ideology, in which he uses movies. One of them is Taxi Driver right here. Oh, you can't see. One of them is Taxi Driver right here, to express or to illustrate ideas or philosophical ideas or sociological ideas that, in that case, more about ideology, right? It was a great movie, and it's a great work that Zizek, like he actually puts himself. I don't know if you've seen it, okay? Taxi Driver. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's a whole movie. They have the whole. I understand and wish to proceed. I'm gonna find the part where he's like he puts himself in movies, which is something I thought was really, really cool. Someone's calling me. Okay, never mind. Can't believe the whole movie is here. Go watch it after the stream, not during the stream. Please, please, please. Taxi driver, taxi driver, taxi driver, taxi driver, taxi driver. If I don't find it, it's okay. Is that Taxi Driver right here? No. Anyway, Zizek Taxi Driver. That's him. There you go. That's him in the Taxi Driver, and he's even in the bed here. In the Taxi Driver bed. Which is kind of funny. But again, okay. All this to say they find that there's no value in looking at art through a sociological lens or through a philosophical lens. And so on and so on. No. I read of Dread and Dream, and I immediately regretted it. Basically, the whole idea that there's no value in analyzing anything that's philosophical or sociological through a movie is greatly anti-intellectual. But comes as no surprise coming from these people.
And so, I mean, it's all a distraction, like we said, from what's actually happening. But yeah.
If he would have wanted another moment of insight for this film, he should have talked about the fact that here the Martin Scorsese character, right, playing this like some kind of like psychopath almost in the back of the car, right? So like he's telling her to stop, look at this window, right? There's my wife, and she's cheating on me with this black guy. He doesn't use the word black guy. And that's like another kind of like aspect of like every single time the Travis Bickle has some sort of, even if it's a very, very
I feel like talking about alienation through the movie Taxi Driver is more interesting and insightful and poignant, especially to people who don't know what alienation is, than knowing that in this scene, this is actual Martin Scorsese himself playing this guy and telling him to, you know, to go do something really bad, or like, you know, I don't remember exactly, and that there's actually a black guy or whatever. I feel like this is less interesting than looking at the movie through a critical lens, through like a philosophical or sociological lens, and seeing how this movie actually has insights about the world instead of just seeing how this movie has insights about itself. I think that's one of the big differences between me and these people, is that they want to look at art and only look at it within itself and not see its ramifications and its influences outside of its own, you know, language or its own narrative. I'm looking outside. I'm trying to see, what does this movie mean? You know, what can it say about the way we live, the way we look at the world, the way we experience the world? That's what's important to me in art. It's not how the art manifests itself within itself. That's very insular. To me, it's, you know, it might have value, but it's not as valuable as the way this artwork positions itself in a socio-economic context.
Very minor interaction, even if it's like a side character who's black, there's this suffusion of fear and otherness, like something otherworldly, something that you are, you know, here to fear, right? It's external to you, and it might swallow you up in some way, right? And it's never really defined, right? He doesn't go around expressing necessarily racism. He, you know, maybe he's not like totally friendly with these.
Wait. Is he talking about art in relation to racism, which is a sociological concept? Guys. He's talking about a sociological concept in his analysis of the scene. That's just a distraction. That's a distraction. Come on. Don't be so distracted.
Types, but at the same time, you know, there is no actual like expression of like deep-seated bigotry or anything like that.
He talks a lot about that component of the movie, and I think that's a very interesting component of the movie. And you can make a video essay about that. He would make that video essay. Alex would make a video essay about the perception of black people within that movie, right? And the racism. And hopefully he'll use quotes by authors about, you know, how I don't know, about how racism often doesn't like can manifest itself without you know, just necessarily like outright violence or like interpersonally, or whatever. He would make that video, and Ezekiel here would say it's a distraction, that he should actually looked at, you know, Taxi Driver without this sociological component, which is just a distraction about what Taxi Driver actually is.
There is like an innate kind of conservatism within him. Like if you look at the kinds of like, you know, commentary that a lot of right wingers make, it's also this kind of like very like non-specific sort of critique.
Yeah, so I was going to say, when he was going on that tirade with Palantine, I was like, oh, there's that innate conservatism that you were talking about from before.
Yeah, he can't quite express it. It's not like political, right? But it's like, this is, you know, this is what happens by virtue of the fact that, like living around, and also, you know, just like, I mean, because you know, I don't know exactly what his work ethic is generally, but like we see him, you know, he was a soldier, and he, you know, he drives a taxi cab now. He seems to be doing his job well enough. So, you know,
no, they're not accusing me of being conservative. I don't think so. They're accusing other people of being conservatives in their own analysis of Taxi Driver. I don't think they are accusing me. No, don't worry about it. I don't think they are.
Being in that situation, and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and then everybody around you isn't. All right, that's also a kind of like, you know, that's if you have you know, conservative psychology, that would be a very kind of like trigger point, right? This is how they would get triggered, just like watching something like this.
See, I don't think they're conservatives. Some people have called them conservatives. I've called them fascists, ironically. But no. I think they're centrist, maybe a bit left-leaning. I thought they were like liberals. Sound like people who don't want to be political, from what I can tell. So they're trying to be apolitical in their art analysis. But maybe not. At the same time, he recognizes that that there's like some kind of racism there. So I don't know.
One who takes orders from his clients, from his bosses. Someone for whom, to his clients and his bosses, is nobody. Is a nobody. Bickle knows that. He's nobody. So what are your options if you're Travis Bickle, a New York taxi driver who has little to no interests or passions, little to no education?
Doesn't Ethan look like this?
Like Travis.
Oh, fuck.
He says that these jobs strip him of.
Whoops.
Shouldn't you go through a process?
Ah, shit. I wanted to pause because that was kind of funny. I don't know who Ethan is.
Like seriously, Ethan Pinch, who does stuff on this channel with me sometimes and contributes to automaticnation.com. Just look.
That's actually funny. That's actually funny. He does look like him.
Just look at his face.
So what are your options if you're Travis Bickle, a New York taxi driver who has little to no
looks like
interests or
Ethan.
passions?
Yeah, he has that sort of
education?
gaunt, sort of like
What do you do
wolfish,
about the fact
lean
that you
look.
can't
Yeah.
find purpose? Well, as I said earlier, you can either abandon and become complacent, or, as alienated workers should do, revolt. Bickle is not convinced by wizard speech and decides to revolt. However, there is no goal to his revolt. It's an aimless revolt. This revolt gives Bickle purpose. Even though it's aimless, even if he doesn't have a goal in mind, he feels like he can do something. He can have an impact. What will that impact do? What will it bring? Shooting a politician, shooting up a brothel. He doesn't care as long as it affirms his individuality. And what is purpose if not that? An affirmation of who you are, the process through which you exist.
That's so fucking good. Holy shit. You know, sometimes I'm like, oh, these people are criticizing my videos. Maybe it wasn't my best video. Holy shit, this was good. Ryan B. Stifler says, holy shit, I hope it's because it's good. Yeah, rebel without a cause. Thank you, Ryan. Hey, let's listen to that again. What a banger. I hope they criticize that. I hope they have something to say about that.
And what in mind, he feels like he can do something. He can have an impact. What will that impact do? What will it bring? Shooting a politician, shooting up a brothel. He doesn't care as long as it affirms his individuality. And what is purpose if not that? An affirmation of who you are, the process through which you exist. And what in
Well, no, it's not. It's not an affirmation of who you are. I mean, you could be part of it in some way, like when we were discussing, the arts. Like the artist is always going to be part of the art, but generally speaking, you should always be climbing beyond you. I mean, so much of his problem is the fact that he's so stuck on himself, right?
No, because I believe, well, I'm an anarchist, right? So I believe my individuality can only express itself through the community. And that's what I say. Like I say, a job is, that's one of the things I say earlier. I say the job is one of the way you can get purpose, one of the ways you can get purpose, because you affirm yourself through the community by like interacting with the world. Why is my chat filled with trolls? At first I thought, wow, people are really nice, complimenting on the video essay, and then this happens. I lost a train of thought. Wait, hold on.
Climbing beyond you. I mean,
they're criticizing me for being too individualistic. No, I believe that your individuality is expressed through the collective, right? Like being able to say, I exist, I'm here. You do that by having an impact in people's lives, right? Because you can say, I exist, I'm here. You already know that. When you say, I exist, I'm here, when you want to be recognized, it's because you want to be recognized by your peers. There's no one else to be recognized by. So there's definitely a social element to it. You want your individuality to stand out. One of the reasons why you work and when you want to help someone is because you feel gratification, personal, individual gratification by helping someone out. Whether it be the electrician or, if you're a taxi driver, for example, and you actually feel like you're getting purpose from, driving a taxi, perhaps it would be, no matter what it is, it's because it's social. You're getting it. You're like, oh, I'm really helping out people who need to go to places, right? If that's the way you feel you're like, if that's what you feel your purpose is, but it's always in relation to other people, but it's your individual contribution to the social that makes your purpose. It's a very, very individualist thing. A purpose is extremely individualistic, but it's individualistic in relation to a social group.
So much of his problem is the fact that he's so stuck on himself, right? There was too much self. There was too much ego. There was too many opinions about the city. There was too much commentary about the filth, right? There's too many feelings about things that you cannot control, right?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. The fact that he's too like he's not engaging with others, but exactly like he can't affirm himself. He has a lot of opinions. He has a lot of thoughts, ideas, but he can't affirm them or even communicate them with others, contributing to his loneliness. Blah blah blah. But yeah, I do agree that his individualism is one of the problems that gets him there. It's the communication of his individuality, of his worth as an individual, that lacks, and that makes him, do this, I believe. Let's go back.
There's too much right? There was too much self. There was too much ego. There was too many opinions about the city. There's too much commentary about the filth, right? There's too many feelings about things that you cannot control, right? There's too much self. Too much self is not a good thing.
I'm thinking it's true, but the thing here is that he can't express himself with others, and he can't, when he works, he's just another taxi driver. He's not Travis Bickle. When he talks to people, well, he doesn't even talk to people, but he can never express his personality because maybe he doesn't have much of a personality. But he can't share his passions, his ideas, because he doesn't have any. His interests, he doesn't have any. So it's a lot about his opinions and all that, but he doesn't have an individuality to communicate in the first place, or one to develop with others. So I think there's also the social element that's lacking. Oh, hello, Temer. Temer says, is it just me, or are the critics wholly contrarian to Germinal? Surely they enjoyed something? No? Sometimes they're very silent, so it makes me think that they're enjoying it. But I think it's because they need to create content. And understand that. If I watched a video and had nothing to say about it, and if I just said, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh yeah, that's good. I agree with that. It would make for very boring content. So I would have to find ways of disagreeing with the person who made the content. Pyronica says, there aren't artists, there are art critics. Well, the one on top said he was an artist. Nigel QB says, I mean, when I worked in a warehouse, you're a soldier. I sort of got that fulfillment from just finishing the job. It's hard to tell what people get their fulfillment or purpose from, if any from jobs like this. Yeah. Like I said at the beginning of that video, I said you can get, purpose from those jobs as well, right? I think like for many people who become, who work in warehouses, they don't necessarily get the purpose from it because they're only there for the money, or because they it's the only job they found, the job that, is the worst of, the worst of evils kind of job. But you can definitely get some, like, I remember in the comments of that video, someone said, yeah, I work in a warehouse and I find purpose, but I understand as well that many of my colleagues were completely alienated in that job.
And he says his,
no, go ahead.
No, well, I was going to say, he says like his whole thing.
You say, I just don't think it's necessarily a social aspect. For alienation, I think alienation is necessarily a social aspect, because it's social. Yeah, it's one that manifests within a social context.
Saying that his revolt is aimless, but then he goes on to say that is the whole point is to affirm his individuality. So
yeah, I understand. Wait, hold on. Let's go back. I understand his that's a good criticism that warrants like explanation. That's not bad.
But then he, well, I was going to say he says like his whole thing, his revolt is aimless, but then he goes on to say that is the whole point is to affirm his individuality. So
I feel like you can know what I mean. Like it would be like if you gave more charity to that whole thing, you would understand. But I can explain. When you say that something, when, like, for example, a rebel with no cause, right? Let's say the rebel with no cause is doing it for the kicks. When I mean a cause, I mean it's like for a broader purpose, right? Instead of just being, I want to, like, when you're rebelling usually against something. A rebellion is usually a negative thing in the sense that you're rebelling against something, or you're trying to abolish something, or you are trying to topple something down, right? So what I mean by that is, you know, a rebel without a cause who's doing just for kicks. That's like a rebellion for like that doesn't have necessarily something to rebel against. There's nothing to rebel against because you don't know what you're rebelling against. So you're doing it for something positive. And in positive here, I mean just something like that's adding, right? So you're doing it for the kicks, for example. So you're rebelling for the adrenaline. But in that case, yes, you're still rebelling for something. I would just say that you're rebelling again without a purpose. It's a rebellion without a purpose, even though it's a rebellion for kicks. Because to me, purpose, at least in terms of in rebellion, is done to change the world. And here it's just, if you're doing for the kicks, you're doing without the broader social purpose, you're doing it just for, you know, well, for the adrenaline or whatever. Same thing if you're doing it to affirm your individuality. Like a rebellion that is only done to like say, hey, I exist. To me, it's like, it's still purposeless in the sense that it's without a cause. Yeah, aimless affirmation of identity, purpose, and belonging, says somebody. Yeah, aimless affirmation of identity. It's still an affirmation of identity. So it still has an aim in the sense that it's affirming your identity, but there's still an aimlessness to it despite it.
It's not aimless. He has a point to it. So like,
and that's the thing, like with the kind of like this, you know, Canvas guy, like when he's trying to like construct like a system of like, I don't know, identity or purpose or whatever, you know, based on some of these comments, like it leaves open the possibility that, you know, if you want to go in a fucking, you know, shooting spree, you can.
Exactly.
Right?
I was going to say,
you know, that's also individuality, right? You know, there.
Wait.
Or whatever.
Sometimes
you know,
I should maybe just ignore the criticism that they have, that they're just pulling out their asses for content. Because sometimes they have good ones, sometimes they have ones just to like fill in time, I imagine.
These comments, like it leaves open the possibility that, you know, if you want to go in a fucking, you know, shooting spree, you can.
Exactly.
Right?
I was going to say,
you know, that's also individuality, right?
If your idea of what I said is that I'm okay with that happening, you should probably practice your media analysis, or your, in this case, it wouldn't be reading comprehension, but listening comprehension skills. Because saying someone who doesn't... All right. If I say there are socioeconomic causes for crime, right? I think that everybody can agree with that. Does that mean I'm saying, all right, everybody can do crime now? Or people who feel like they have less socioeconomic privilege, you guys can just do crime. It's excusable now. No, obviously not. I'm saying here, his violent outburst is explained by socioeconomic phenomena. There are causes to his violent outburst. Identifying that cause doesn't mean I'm excusing the outburst. When there's crime and I identify the roots of that crime, that socioeconomic roots of that crime, I'm not excusing the crime. If anything, I think that by acknowledging the roots of a violent outburst or a crime, what you do is you come closer to a solution to preventing more violent outbursts or crimes of that sort. It's not excusing it. It's a very conservative thing to think that by identifying socioeconomic causes to violent actions, that you're excusing actions, or that you say it's fine if they happen. It again, maybe a bit of sociological analysis would help them. Maybe it would make their media takes a bit less shit.
You know, identity or purpose or whatever. You know, based on some of these comments, like it leaves open the possibility that, you know, if you want to go in a fucking, you know, shooting spree, you can.
Exactly.
Right?
I was going to say,
you know, that's also individuality, right? You know, they're definitely going to remember you, huh?
It's like, what do you do if you're a New York taxi driver? You either get complacent and lose any purpose except what you do for a living, or you revolt.
Yeah.
You know, but, and you know, it's a very...
I'm not saying that they should do either. I don't know, actually said they should revolt, but in the case of Taxi Driver, he revolted aimlessly. He revolted without knowing how to, he wasn't organized. He didn't even know what to revolt against. And in his revolt, if he had organized, if he understood where the roots of his problems were located, he could have found purpose in his revolt against, for example, the capitalist system, which creates alienation. Right? And in that revolt, I believe that it's good. Am I saying aimless revolt is good? Absolutely not. It's quite counterproductive when it comes to trying to solve your problems. If you take away from that video that it's okay to do aimless revolt, then again, you need a bit of media analysis skills.
It's like you said, it's a needless binary.
Yeah.
This revolt and its impact? The answer is power. Symbolized by the guns, power is what allows Bickle to affirm his existence, to have an interaction with a world that actually matters. As a nobody, a taxi driver, an alienated worker, Bickle had no power. He was a replaceable cog, someone whose individuality was completely stripped from him. With power, however, he reclaims his individuality. His outburst of violence is a way to break through his powerlessness, break through his alienation, break through his invisibility as a nobody. Bickle was never able to affirm his individuality, to confirm his self through the world, so he forced this confirmation through a violent interaction with the world. Every bullet he shoots screams, "I'm alive, I'm here, I exist, I can change the world, for better or for worse." On every street, in every city, there's a nobody who dreams of being a somebody. He's a lonely, forgotten man desperate to prove that he's alive. Bickle wasn't born a nobody. Nobody is born a nobody. People are turned into nobodies through the erasure of their personality.
Well, I mean,
that's so good. And also, like they're like, oh, Mr. Canvas is only taking a look at Taxi Driver because it's the name, is the title of the movie. But that here was on the poster. The sentence. It's like I think like the description of the movie, like a catchphrase of the movie. I don't know how to call it. And I talk about him being a nobody and how that really hurts him and it alienates him to be a nobody. He wants to affirm his individuality to not be a nobody. He wants to be a somebody. Like he showed his mom, right? When he writes, "Oh, I have a really important job. I have a wife, everything." He wants to show that he's a somebody, but he's a nobody. And then I say, nobody's born a nobody. You become a nobody. That's so fucking good. It's the socioeconomic roots of being a nobody, right? And the anger that comes from it.
Or for worse. On every street, in every city, there's a nobody who dreams of being a somebody. He's a lonely, forgotten man desperate to prove that he's alive. Bickle wasn't born a nobody. Nobody is born a nobody. People are turned into nobodies through the erasure of their personality.
Well, I mean, how can you be a somebody if, purely on account of being born? Shouldn't you go through a process of developing a personality, of
Right.
cultivating interests, of doing, things that you value, as worthwhile?
And the cliched phrasing of that little passage of, everyone's you're nobody, somebody.
That's from the fucking movie. This is so cliche. It's not like Taxi Driver that's like super smart and super great. The cliche is from the movie.
And the cliched phrasing of that little passage of, everyone's you're nobody, somebody. There's lonely, desperate people everywhere. And also, Travis is the way he is because, like you said, because of how he'd failed to cultivate a personality, and he became sort of engrossed in his own obsessions and fetishes.
Yeah, exactly. He became a nobody. That's what I'm saying.
And doesn't the canvases, in the same way that he says that these jobs strip him of his individuality and personhood, doesn't his analysis by saying he's this basically tool that's being warped by his job, doesn't his analysis also strip Travis of character and his own agency, right? Like,
again, this conservative thing of saying people are the product of their economic people's decisions, and people and when they commit crime are the product of socioeconomic circumstances, and people are like, well, that's stripping their agency away. It's like, we're just trying to explain the socioeconomic causes of violence, which is important to do. Just thinking it comes from somewhere inside your little evil chromosome. No. There's socioeconomic reasons to crime and to violence, and that's not stripping agency away. That's trying to understand why people do certain things, and the causes and the incentives that push people into doing these things.
doesn't his analysis also strip Travis of character and his own agency, right? Like, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
Kwame Brown has a catchphrase. Of course, I'm somebody. I'm my mama's son, right? And I always found that to be like it's like very universalizing,
Yeah.
right? Or he says like or I have a son, or I have children, right? I'm a somebody in that regard, right? But
Right.
but in that
Martin Scorsese, or at least the Taxi Driver team, called Travis Bickle a nobody in the description of the movie. That doesn't even come from me.
in that regard, it's like, well, if you do actually go through the process of becoming a parent, it's not something that's just handed to you, right? You're not born into it, right? You make those choices, and not only do you make those choices, you obviously have to be a good parent throughout those years. It's not just something that you get.
Through the erasure of their identity, through the erasure of their self when they sell their energy, time, and bodies to a boss. When you go to work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, if not more, when you obey your boss, wear the clothes they want you to wear, use the words they want you to use, smile when they tell you to smile, you are not yourself. You are not free. When the product you make or the service you give is not yours, when it's not a reflection of your personality, when you work solely so you don't starve or get evicted, when your work's sole purpose is to make a profit for your boss, your main interaction with the world, your work, is not a confirmation of your identity, but a denial of it.
And I mean, look, I'm a far left winger, right? So I'm obviously sympathetic for.
Oh, he's a far left winger. Okay, so we probably agree on a lot, and he has a cat, which I do too.
Towards many of these arguments, but we're talking about art, we're talking about a character study, we're talking about things that honestly, like a lot of the stuff is not even political in the way that they want to make it political, right? I mean,
I knew they would disagree with me making it political. This movie, which is about the alienation and the loneliness and the violent outbursts coming from an individual, has nothing political about it. Okay, nothing political about it. Don't even think about politics. This is just psychology. Okay.
There is.
Keep politics out of Taxi Driver. Keep politics out of my media.
Always going to be this tension between art and politics, simply because politics by its nature is going to have to go towards like coalition building, lowest common denominator, understanding things in broad strokes, right? And fairness and justice. Whereas art is elitist. Art is, it's when it comes to like films, it's often like character studies, right? It's the nuances of this and that, which doesn't necessarily have like political ramifications, right? It's something that.
Okay. Politics to you is coalition building. It's the whole system surrounded by politics, but that's not what politics is. Again, these people don't want to, they don't know what commodification is, commodities are. They don't, they're the fuck, says Altzerge. Yeah. Politics is, hey, let's do a little research on what politics are. Politics. Definition. Here. The activities associated with the governments of a country or other area, especially the debate or conflict among individuals or parties having or hoping to achieve power. Here, the governments of a country or other area is not just parties. It can be individuals, it can be ideas, it can be very often politics is about, very often politics is not about the parties. It's not about coalition building. It's not about the Congress or voting. A lot of people think it's that because people always see politics in the parliamentary sense of it. I'm an anarchist. I'm very, very politically inclined, motivated, informed, but I don't adhere to the whole idea of parliaments and party politics and stuff like that. To me, what politics are is how power manifests itself socially and within society. This idea that politics is only party politics is a very shallow and novice way of looking at politics, because politics is about power. Who has power? It's like people who say cops aren't political. cops are extremely political. Their very purpose is to enforce politics on people, right? The whole idea that murdering shouldn't be a thing that we allow, for example, is a political decision. It's an obvious one, of course, right? But in a very abstract world, you could have people who say, actually, we should allow murdering. The Purge, a movie, is all about allowing people to murder during one night, right? You could have like a political idea could be to allow murder. So disallowing murder is political. And cops, if all law is political by definition, cops who enforce these laws are also political. They're political when we agree with these laws, and they're political when we disagree with these laws. If they enforce segregation, racial segregation, they're extremely political because we disagree. But if they enforce laws that we agree with, they're also being political. It's just that we don't perceive it as much as, as political as we would, because it's, we just be like, we're just thinking that this law is just common sense. It's not political, but it still is. And any demonstration of this relation of power between institutions, between individuals that are regulated by society is politics. Keep politics out of murder. Hey, you guys are funny sometimes. See, you guys can be funny. Now, when you show someone who is powerless, right? Someone who works for someone else, someone who spends their time, working for someone else, not being able to take over the means of production, for example, because it's enforced by cops, that's political. Again, we think of it as, objective. We think of it as natural, that private property is enforced by law, but it's political. And how much is people's, when society is regulated by so many laws and so many dynamics in power, especially in terms of, the rich and the poor, then society and the way society functions is political. The fact that Travis Bickle lives in a shitty apartment instead of in a nice livable place is political. The fact that Travis Bickle tries to find purpose somewhere, but he doesn't know how, and he tries to find it in a job, is political. There's many ways in which the interactions of Travis Bickle with the world is political, because his interaction with the world is also an interaction of power. In his case, he's powerless. He's, disadvantaged in many, many different ways. And understanding that conception of politics makes it so that art is very often political, more often than we think it is. All right, let's go back to the movie. Keep politics. Yeah, like Pajama Sam is political. This 90s video game, which, we're making videos on, we're going to make a video essay on, about the politics of it. These guys are going to hate it. But yeah, it's political. So yeah, Taxi Driver is definitely political. Whether you want to look at the political themes in it or dismiss them is your choice. And even that choice in itself is political.
That but that's the thing, like if you are, let's say, like somebody, and you are, somebody with purpose, and you are somebody that deserves this kind of dignity, I mean, it would look like that, right? It would look like, let's sit down and let's go through all the little details of this character study. It's stuff that has nothing to do with, procuring a living. It's stuff that has nothing to do with voting, right? It's not politics. It's, it's everything that essentially makes us human beings, right? Here we are doing it. Actually, and that's the thing, like, he has this huge audience, right? 500,000 subscribers. He could talk about Taxi Driver. He could do exactly what he's preaching. but instead it still devolves back to, you know, the political side of things. It's not, you know, let's really, really understand this guy. Let's really, really understand how Scorsese created this wonderful artistic object that we are.
This guy made a video about, okay, this guy didn't make the video I wanted him to make. Therefore, he's a bad content creator.
Ourselves should aspire to, whether it's in the
Yes.
confines.
Also, yeah, I did not have that many subs back then. I make mostly all my videos because I want to make those videos, not because I have that many subscribers. I'm not like, all right, because I have 500,000 subscribers, I need to make a character analysis of Travis Bickle with all the nuances and without the politics. No, I looked at Taxi Driver. I'm like, holy shit, there's political implications in that movie. There's lessons that we can take out from that movie. Let me make a video about that. And they're like, oh, I wanted a different video.
Kinds of, you know, having a job that we have to do, and we have limited time to do art, and yet we still do it. Or if we're lucky enough to have the freedom to make art, this is how we're going to spend our time. He doesn't actually do what he's preaching, right? When it comes to this so-called artistic criticism.
Sure. It's that sort of analysis that he's peddling. It doesn't see people as people in the way that the best art sort of like kind of harmonizes with reality, and we get to understand all the nuances and the complications of life.
Do you mean like I'm finding some socioeconomic causes to people's actions, and because of that, I'm not looking at people as people? I should, you know, look at people outside of their economic or their political situation. Peddling, yeah. Yeah, now I'm wondering what he meant by far left winger, because his politics seems so simple. Too simple. I mean, you probably mean so simple. Perhaps we could have conversation with them. I'd like that.
Things the way they are don't fit into those sorts of frameworks normally, but
yeah, and if you want my analysis again of the film itself, we did about an hour.
Perfect. I think it's over. All right, great. We didn't find anything that much interesting, but it was I think it was still the conversation is still of interest, and we still had a lot of fun. Again, Auto Machination sounds like we could have a good conversation with them. Sometimes I get heated. Sometimes I am performatively cruel or performatively critical, as they've also been. But you know, it's for the show. It's for the fun. I think if we had a conversation, it would be a lot of fun. It would be very constructive. We have different. Apparently, he's also left wing. So yeah, they're very frustrating. But at the same time, I don't think it's because they want to. It's because perhaps they're not that experienced at making that kind of commentary in that kind of discussion, right? It sounds like, you know, when you're not doing something, you try to add content when there's not. You try to add disagreement when there's not necessarily disagreement. You misconstrue comments, misconstrued, or look at stuff very uncharitably. But again, it's to add commentary because you feel like maybe you don't have enough to say about things, so you make them up. But I feel like that's just part of, you know, evolving in that field. Right? I say something only when I need to say something. When I look at those kind of reviews, at least I try to, or sometimes I make jokes with chat and all that. But I hope I don't make things up when I react, or I don't make things up for the content, or for the idea that, or to feign the idea that I have more content to say about something than I actually do. But also I have a lot of confidence when I make these, because I have a large audience backing me up. I have success. So yeah, humble brag again. But like when you start off, you know, you're trying to not act like you're new to this. And very often it makes you look like you're new to this, which maybe they are, which maybe they aren't. But at the same time, listen, it's all right. No grudges from me here. Again, I think it would be interesting to talk to Alex of our differences in art, in our appreciation of art in general. Yeah, I think it would be interesting. However, I hope these videos are not too hard towards him or towards Ezekiel or Dan, I think his name was, because yeah, it's sometimes I generally feel that way, but I don't hold them a grudge against them because of, you know, if they say something that I deem stupid, I'm not angry at them for that, because I understand the context of making a video can be sometimes difficult. No fun, no constructive conversations, only drama. I think the point was to be controversial in a shallow way. I'm looking forward to a Ben Shabibo style clickbait video title if that conversation ever takes place. How I destroyed Auto Machinations. How I destroyed a channel that's 1/500th of my my audience. Nah. The thing is, we'll talk if we do, and it'll be very friendly. It'll be very nice. And it will end with, oh, we just have different conceptions of what art is. And that's it. And then we'll be like, yeah, well, thank you for sharing your conception of art. And he'll be like, oh, thank you for sharing yours. And now we understand each other more. And that's how it's going to end. And then everybody's going to be happy. And then our video is not going to get that many views because we didn't swear at each other enough. Ryan says you were as hard on them as they were on you. I disagree. I think I was kind of more mean sometimes. Like sometimes I more performatively cruel for the sake of the stream and all that. It's not how I would act with someone normally. Like for example, if you ever tasted success, you would know that what you're saying is not true. I've said something means in this video as well. Okay. All right. I'll put my little I'll put my countdown. I'm gonna go pee. I really need to pee, and then we're gonna play Pajama Sam. Finally. And also someone's been calling me for the longest time. I don't know what they want, but all right. Pajama Sam 2 in around not 10 minutes. All right. 5 minutes. I might be late though, because I really need to pee and I have to call and I have to go see ballet and all that. Give me 5 minutes and we'll play Pajama Sam, okay? But your criticism actually had substance. Yeah. Always depends, right? If I was on their side, maybe I would say it has no substance. Maybe I would. I'd like to know what they thought of what I had to say. Because I think sometimes they had good comments on me. Just most of the time it wasn't great, but... Go piss, girl. Okay, I'll go piss. Okay. Say hi to Bali, I'll say hi to Bali. Bring back the old chair? Never. People kept criticizing my chair because apparently, you know, oh, you're a big YouTuber, you can afford a chair that's not scratched up by a cat. I can't afford it. Okay. Goodbye. All my homies hate new chair. Yeah, you'll learn. Okay, try to learn to know each other with the new chair, okay? Try to get to know the new chair. All right, I'll be right back. I hope you didn't expect me to come out with like the pajama Sam outfit and everything. How late? How late was I? Couldn't have been that late. Could I? Couldn't have been that late. All right. You have a pajama Sam outfit? No, I don't. Okay. What have you been saying? Oh, miss old chair. Bring back old chair. New chair is kind of nice. Okay, cool. All right, Karana's liking the new chair. Rip old chair, says Temer. Curvy legs. Wood finish. Uh-huh. Okay, I was late. Yeah, I was hours. Several minutes. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the countdown timer. Now I have to put this here. All right. The stream is gonna be on my left. My face and hair should be cyan. No, it won't be. All right. We are going to change. Okay. Fun leftist. I don't know who wants me to always say fun leftist playthrough of Pajama Sam. Of Pajama Sam 2. All right. Oh yeah, and I need to change just chatting to Pajama Sam 2. I'm going to put my gamer headphones on. We should have played Pajama Sam hours ago instead of listening to surface level criticism. I don't know. I was entertained by the surface level criticism, okay? Okay. Okay. We can start now. Let's start the oh my god, gamer time. Oh, it's gamer time. I got my gamer headphones. It means it's gaming time. Gaming time, baby. All right. Starting the segment now. For those who don't know, we are building a video essay on Pajama Sam, on the politics of Pajama Sam. And right now we're going to play the second one. We played the third one first, and then we played the first one second. Now we're playing the second one third. Because that's how we do it. So we're going to play the second one right now. If you wish to contribute, because we're building the video essay on stream, if you want to contribute to the video essay on the politics of Pajama Sam, check out the stream on Twitch. Did I miss the word playthrough? Oh, fun leftist of Pajama Sam 2. Okay, playthrough. You're right. Good thing I have you have my back. All right, there was a lot of political themes in Pajama Sam 1. Perhaps the most political themes in Pajama Sam 1. Pajama Sam 2, there was a couple of them. No. Let me do that again. Pajama Sam 3, there's probably the most politics or socio commentary that we can have. Pajama Sam 1 had some as well. Maybe some more radical ones that we could bring up, right? It was more about, let's say, the critique of, at least from my perspective, property, but it was less overt, though sometimes it was very overt, but the general theme wasn't as overtly political than Pajama Sam 3. Okay. So now we're going to play Pajama Sam 2, hoping that it has some political insights. Has anyone in chat played Pajama Sam 2? It's called Pajama Sam, Thunder and Lightning Aren't So Frightening. Crickets in chat, that means nobody has played it, so we're all going to be playing for the first time. Let's start. Play in safe graphics mode. Do I want the safe graphics? What does it mean? Oh, it's about global warming. Okay, that's political. Most people here were not even aware that Pajama Sam existed until you talked about it. True, that's true. What's safe graphics mode? Should I go with safe graphics? No, that just means... Okay, no. Let's go with just... Yeah, we're going to be edgy. Play Pajama Sam 2, Thunder and Lightning aren't so frightening. Go. Hold on. There's an update apparently. Hold on. There's an update. Play. Where's the update?
Hold it right there, Earthquaker. Stop that evil doing.
Your low-calorie threats mean nothing to me. Take that, Captain Gelatin.
Can't stop shaking. Ha! You and your lunchboxes are no match for the foul weatherman. Now, we shall take the cosmic eraser, and with it, we shall control the world!
Not so fast, Dust Devil!
Pajama Man! I'll spin you to the four corners of the earth, do-gooder!
My handy-dandy Pajama Man superpower vac says different!
Pajama Man, you say...
Exactly!
All right! It's okay. It's just a little thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning aren't so frightening. Thunder and lightning aren't so frightening.
That's the title.
Thunder and lightning aren't so frightening, but I'm scared. Someone's got to go upstairs and do something about this weather. This looks like a job for Pajama Sam! I know I left my Pajama Sam cape around here somewhere. I better find it.
The classic.
Nope, nothing here. I've got to be on the lookout for pieces to my... Nothing under here but dust.
I have to be on lookout for pieces of... That's the box tops, right? Or the socks.
I've got to be on the lookout for pieces to my puzzle.
Puzzle, okay. Probably the drawer here?
Nothing in here.
On the right.
Aha! Pajama Sam is ready for action. Now I can go upstairs and take care of all this thunder and lightning. I'd better get upstairs and do something about this.
Let's go do something about it. Hello, tired floor. Hey, that's baby Sam.
That's me when I was little. Okay, here I go.
Let's go. All right, let's start this game.
All right, that's enough. Pajama Sam is gonna put a stop to this thunderstorming once and for all. Wow,
Whoa.
So this is where all the weather comes from. Thunder and lightning must work there. It says worldwide weather. Watch out, thunder and lightning. Pajama Sam is coming.
Uh-oh. Property again. Can we go? Let's ask him if we can go in. He'll say no.
Hi.
What do you want?
I'd like to go inside, please.
Are you an employee?
No.
Sorry, no visitors.
All right, we gotta continue. What's this guy doing on the floor? Sounds like chat. Whoa.
A crowbar. I bet this'll come in handy.
So I guess I can't talk to this guy. All right, let's continue. Still no puzzle pieces. What's in there?
That's funny. I think it's empty.
You know what we can do? We can open it. Fuck yeah, crowbar. What's in there? Oh. Hey, we're in. First things first. We got a puzzle piece.
Hey, a puzzle piece. I should pick those up.
Oh, I gotta build the puzzle. That's actually cool. Again. Oh, I can't. All right, let's grab this. An ID card?
Worldwide Weather Employee Identification Card. Foster Boondoggle. Do not lose this card. Maybe there's a lost and found somewhere where I can turn this in.
No, don't turn it in, Sam. You're too pure. You'll need that.
I wonder what Pajama Man would do if he were here.
We're not gonna go in the building first. We're gonna go in there. Okay. I need an umbrella.
I guess that's where they keep the hail.
Alright. Oh, that's where they keep the hail. Oh, yeah, because they produce weather. Okay. I get it. I need an umbrella, though. Is that it?
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Worldwide Weather Automated Response System. If you know the extension you wish to reach, you may dial it at any time. For our hours of operation or directions to Worldwide Weather, press 1. To suggest a new kind of weather, press 2. To reach our complaints department, press 3. To talk to an operator, press 0.
We're gonna complain.
Hello, Complaints Department. Sheila speaking, even though I'm starting to get hoarse from having to talk on the phone all day. And my back. Oh, I'm starting to get a sharp pain in my lower back from sitting in this stiff chair. Thank you for calling the Complaints Department.
Is the complaints department them complaining instead of listening to my complaining? All right, let's go. Let's listen to all of them.
Hello, Suggestions Department. Did you want to suggest a new type of weather?
What about room temperature snow for the summer?
Oh, we've already got that. It's called mud.
I never thought of that.
Thanks for your call.
You're welcome.
The offices of Worldwide Weather are located directly upwards from your home or place of work, and we are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including holidays. Please call ahead for appointments. Thank you for calling Worldwide Weather.
Operator, how may I help you?
This is Pajama Sam.
Pakistan? No, I'm afraid you have the wrong number.
No, Pajama Sam. It's my name.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that. I suggest you try a delicatessen.
Okay, they're not helpful. What the fuck was that? Oh,
There's
puzzle.
one.
Hey, is that the carrot? That's the carrot. Oh. My card.
Uh-oh, I think it ate the card. I hope
Uh-oh.
it wasn't too important.
Let's go.
Thunder! Thunder, there's someone in here! Call security!
Oh, calm down, would you, dear? It's just a little boy.
I'm Pajama Sam. I've come to put a stop to this thunderstorming business.
Oh, yes. I think we've really outdone ourselves this time. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, actually...
I do enjoy a good storm, and it will be so helpful for the plants and things.
I never... Yeah! No!
Oh, no! Not the red button!
Engaging primary safety mechanisms.
Shifting power to backup generators.
This is underground and maximum turn.
Adjusting horizontal hold.
That should hold it for now. Damage report. Looks like a few pieces have been shaken loose.
Oh my gosh! Look at this weather! Hurricanes in Egypt! Tornadoes in Toledo!
This is going to take everything we've got.
Can I help?
Help! No one can help! We're doomed! Doomed!
Quiet!
As a matter of fact, there is something you can do. Lightning and I have important work to do here, so we need you to help fix the weather machines.
How do I do that?
This is a list of pieces that have come off the machines. We need you to find them and put them back where they belong. Will you do that?
Never fear, ma'am. Pajama Sam always helps people in need.
All right, so what you have here politically is the intervention of humankind. And in this sense, in this case, it's not even the willful intervention, it's by mistake, right? He pressed the red button without really wanting to, but yet his intervention has still sparked climate change in a noticeable way. So now we're gonna have to fix climate change. Is someone taking notes? Krena. All right.
Hey, I found one!
Puzzle piece. Oh, it could be here, it could be here. Oh, it'd be here. It has to be here. All right, donut?
Hey, is that a donut?
Yes, it's a donut. No, you can't have it.
Memo to employees for appointments dial 472.
Okay, I'll do that later when we come back.
Wow, Look at all that. I didn't know making weather was so complicated. Another one!
Hey, we're getting closer. We got snow, we got heat, we got wind, we got rain. I don't know what that is. Let's go. Whoa. Okay, so we can either go red, sun. Let's go rain first. 13, 12. You can either go there or there. Okay, this is starting to get complicated, isn't it? Okay, let's go there.
Any bad guys around here had better just watch out. These are bottles of rain.
Okay, there's not much to do here, so let's leave. Okay, but there's bottles of rain here. Let's go up. What's this here? Oh.
Hey, I found one!
I had a really bad voice crack. Okay. Let's talk to this guy.
I'm Pajama Sam!
Hi, Snowflake Inspector.
You're the automated snowflake inspector?
No, Inspector Detector. Call me Sid. It's shorter.
You look awfully tired.
I'm feeling a bit run down. I need something to eat.
The donut. Is he, feeling under the weather?
There's one.
I'm really good at puzzles. Yeah, he's overworked. Yeah, write that down. Write that down.
That big funnel bottles the wind from that fan up there.
Oh. Can I stop the fan? Should I stop the fan? Oh, I can't even go up there. It's too windy. Makes sense.
Strong wind.
Okay, let's go up there. In the clouds, dans les nuages.
Boy, I can't see a thing over here.
Okay. Okay. There's so much stuff. Okay. Oh, okay, they all connect. Good. Let's go back. We're gonna go... Oh, we could go on the green one too. We came from the purple one, right? So we're gonna go to the green one now. What does the green... What does the green one do?
The machine is out of those seeds.
Okay, so I need seeds. I need a aubergine seed. I don't know how to say it in English. An aubergine. Then okay, I'm not sure what I need. I'm not sure what this is. Well, eggplant. Okay, thank you. That makes no sense. Eggplant? Only I can see the censored comment, Krenna.
Another one!
Okay, so this is where they make ice. We came from down here. Let's continue here. Oh, we could have gone down the...
Hi, I'm Pajama Sam.
How do you do? I'm Jay Langston III. You may call me Langston.
Okay, Langston, you can call me Sam.
With pleasure.
What's in this big book you've got?
Just snowflakes.
That's a lot of snowflakes.
Everyone ever made, actually. It's not a very exciting read.
How come you have to look at all those pictures of snowflakes?
Quality control. No two snowflakes can ever be alike, you know.
So you have to check every one to be sure they're not?
I'm afraid so.
Wow. Oh, and they're shrunk. So that's how they're made.
Hey, I found one!
Hey, that's our buddy. Can we make it bigger? Oh, it doesn't do anything, does it? Make it smaller. Alright, let's leave. Okay. So we're getting situated in the game. I'm just not sure
That looks like some kind of solar collector.
where to
Looks
go.
like there should be something holding these together.
Holding these together. Let's go down here. Hey, this game is hard.
There's one.
Hey, there was a puzzle piece.
Liquid sunshine. Ingredients. Sun. Use with caution.
Okay, so we got liquid sunshine.
That's liquid sunshine being put in cans.
Okay, we can go here. Okay, there's so many places to go. Okay, we've been here. Okay. Let's go up there. Yeah, you should trust the automod. Let's go up here. Ooh. Ah, there you go.
There's one.
Hey, we're going so fast with the puzzles.
It says
It's a bit weird.
Hello? Is somebody out there?
Hello? Who's there?
Why, it's Wingnut, of course.
Wingnut? You're on my list. I'm glad I found you.
I'll bet. I am the most important piece of the sun machine, after all.
Are you stuck down there?
No, but I'm kind of lost. You'll have to come down here and get me out.
I have to come down the drain?
Yeah!
Well, okay. Pajama Sam always helps those in need.
What's a Pajama Sam?
Oh, I know what to do. We're gonna shrink ourselves. Can we do that?
That says shrink. That says shrink.
Okay, it's shrinking now. Can I go down the shrink-a-thon?
I think snowflakes should always be this big.
Can I go down here? I feel like I can be shrunk. I can make my own. No. I don't want to make my own flake.
How long does it take you to check through enough snow to make a snowball?
I'm working as fast as I can. This isn't normally my job, you know. I'm the section supervisor.
I want to go in the shrink.
Snowflakes should always be this big.
I feel like that's what I need to do. What if I go up here? Okay, I gotta figure out how to become a snowflake. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright, there's a couple of things we need to do. We went in the green thing, we went in there. We can get out of here. Okay, let's go back. I think if we go get the donut, they should unionize if they haven't. Okay, let's see if I can get the donut.
Is someone gonna eat that donut?
Yes?
Memo to employee.
472. Okay, let's schedule an appointment.
Hello again, sir. Welcome to the Worldwide Weather Automated...
Worldwide Weather, how may I help you?
I'd like to make an appointment to see someone.
Certainly. Let me check his calendar. Yes, Mr. Someone is available immediately. I'll pencil you in. What is your name?
I'm Pajama Sam. I'm
Very
helping...
good, Mr. Sam. Mr. Someone will see you just as soon as you arrive. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Let's go. Let's go see him. Let's see Mr. Someone. Whoa. A whole new place.
You're looking particularly nice today.
Thanks.
Look.
We haven't met before, have we?
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh, don't mind them. They're complimentary nuts.
I see.
Funny. That's funny. Hey, look. The boat. There's the boat and there's the rocks.
Here's another one.
What's he doing with the no vegetables? Why is he so happy about it? He shouldn't be. Hey, that's Otto. Okay, let's grab an umbrella.
Say, I don't think this belongs here. I'd better hang on to it until I can figure out where it goes.
A crank. We also need the umbrella. Oh, it's not a happy umbrella.
I have an appointment. I'm
Ah,
helping...
yes, here it is. Go right on in, Mr. Sam. Mr. Someone is ready for you.
Thanks.
Good day, Mr. Sam.
Oh, the carrots. Wait, did they want to be salad? Why are they anti-salad? I thought they wanted to be a salad. They wanted to be salad. Hey, it's a gender-neutral bathroom.
Occupied.
For men and women. Fucking woke piece of shit. All right.
Ah.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Pajama Sam.
Who sent you? I'm working very hard. You'd be amazed what a difficult job it is being in charge of all the supplies.
I'm sure it is.
George, someone sent you over here to check up on me, didn't he? He thought you'd catch me not doing my job so he can get that big promotion, right?
No, nobody sent me over here.
Nobody?
Uh-huh.
Really?
Really?
Well, that's a relief. Whew.
Employee of the month. Can I have one of these?
Absolutely. Take it.
Thanks. That was too easy.
Well, can you keep a secret?
Sure.
I accidentally ordered 1,000 of those when I was only supposed to get a dozen.
Whoops.
I'm trying to get rid of them before anyone notices. Take a few more.
Thanks, but I think I really only want one.
Oh, all right.
Can
I have a staple?
No, I don't even have enough for myself. Oh.
All right. If we need more, we can get some more. All right, what about that door over there?
Ah, you must be Pajama Sam.
Uh-huh.
I'm George Someone, the personnel manager. Glad to see you could get here so quickly.
No problem. Another one.
Whoa, whoa, Pajama Sam. Is that the graphic?
It's blank. I must be non-photo blue.
Is that the graphic part?
You look like you're thinking about something.
You're right. I'm trying to figure out what keeps clouds up in the air.
What do you keep in the file cabinet?
Files, mostly. Not very interesting stuff, I'm afraid.
Oh.
By the way, the answer is heat. Heat keeps the clouds in the air, I think.
Maybe it's a thread.
What do you mean?
The clouds. Maybe they hang them up with thread.
Then what's the thread hanging from?
Good point.
Mr. Someone, I have an idea about the clouds.
Yeah? What's that?
Maybe they can float because they have balloons inside.
Say, you might be onto something there.
You might be onto something there. Cafeteria?
You know, the asteroids are coming. Only a matter of time.
Was that a conspiracy theorist?
I could have been a contender. One of these days, we trash cans are gonna unionize. Yeah, one of these days. The stories I could tell you. Oh boy. You'd be amazed how little respect I get.
Say, aren't you the Y pipe?
Yes, why do you ask?
I thought so. I've been looking for you.
You have? Why?
I'm looking for all the
Why?
important pieces to the weather machines.
Why?
Really? Why?
So I can put you all back and fix the machines.
Why would you want to do that?
Because all the weather everywhere is going crazy, and thunder and lightning are in trouble, and it's sort of my fault.
What did you do to cause all of that?
Never mind that now. It's not important. You've got to come with me.
I'd love to, but I can't get out of this vending machine by myself. Think
How
you
do you
could
get
help me
there?
out?
Pajama Sam never abandons someone who needs help.
Thanks, that's good to know.
Say, how did you manage to get in there in the first place?
Good
It's
question.
kind of an embarrassing story. Why do you ask?
Just wondering.
Well,
Why?
don't.
Okay.
Stick your little gangly arm up there, child. What the fuck?
This is one of those openers that works on cans and bottles. We have one just like it at home.
Can I open liquid sunshine?
Wow, that's bright. Mom always said not to look at the sun.
All right, that's good. How do we need money?
Say, Sam, are you gonna get me out of here?
Yes, I'm working on a plan.
Okay, I'm gonna need some money probably. Okay. But why?
Halford.
Whoa.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. We were expecting someone else. Just dust round the picture frames for now. You can vacuum later, when we've finished.
Dust? But I...
Perhaps we should try to come up with more questions for the employee quiz while we wait for Mr. Halford.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this? Who played the monster in the original movie version of Frankenstein?
That's not a very businesslike question, is it?
No, I suppose not.
Excuse me, how come you have a hat in the middle of the table?
Oh, we're putting our questions in it.
Questions?
We're making a quiz to give people when we interview them for jobs.
Say, you look pretty typical. How'd you like to help us test the questions?
What do I have to do?
Just pick questions out of the hat and see if you can answer them.
That sounds easy enough.
Go ahead and choose a question.
I thought they were like only like the back of chairs, but yeah, it's a boardroom. It's a boardroom.
What kind of power is made from the sun's rays? Solar power.
Yeah.
Solar power.
Exactly.
Solar power.
Solar power comes from the sun.
Good going. Try another one.
Okay,
Another one.
I'm ready to go ahead with the test now.
All right then. Go ahead and choose a question.
A plastic item that can be used in place of money is... a debit card. A credit card.
In place of money? It's a debit card, right? Yeah, it's a debit card. A credit card. This credit card is debt.
A credit card.
Yeah. It's not in place of... Is it in place of money?
A debit card. A debit card.
Yes, quite so.
Oof. Oh, that was close.
All right, you got it. Try another one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's darkness
Maybe
right there.
we can play some more tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Go ahead and choose a question.
What is the key to having happy employees?
Giving them the means of production. Obviously, where is it?
Comfortable chairs.
Yes.
Comfortable chair. You know why comfortable chairs? It's because the Department of Complaint said that the chairs weren't comfortable. Aha.
Comfortable chairs.
Yes.
Yes, all right. That's very perceptive.
Way to go!
Try another one.
Okay.
Go
Okay,
ahead
one last
and
one.
choose a question.
Economics is similar to what other discipline? Tetherball.
If it's pin the tail on the donkey, this game is radical as fuck.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Voodoo because it's super... No. Pin the tail on the
Pin the
donkey.
tail on the donkey.
Ha ha! Yes, I suppose you're right about that. Well, I think we've got a pretty good start on our quiz. Thank you very much, young man.
You're welcome.
Am I hired?
Now, on to new business. We have to talk about a color scheme for the executive washroom renovation this spring. Are there any suggestions?
I guess you're the boss, right?
I'm the chairman of the board. Yes.
How about candy apple red?
All right. I don't think this is going to amount to anything. Absolutely, Pyro Anarchist. I also think, see how their meeting has no substance whatsoever, right? This is quite radical. What about the one on the right?
Ew, Brussels sprouts.
Hello again, sir.
I see no one has eaten the donut yet.
We're saving it.
For later.
Oh.
Okay, I'll admit, I think I'm kind of stuck. Give the chair secretary to Sheila from the complaints department. That's a great idea. Oh, yeah, I was on the right track with trying to shrink. I just don't know how. Hold on, what if I go up there and I use the sunshine?
I can't see anything through all this fog.
Does light get rid of it or no?
I don't think that'll work.
No way. No, hold on, Pyramachist. I'm gonna go shrink myself. I'm stuck in a kid's game. I'm gonna try to go. I'm gonna go get shrunk. Okay. I need to go up here. Let's go up there. I can't talk to that guy.
I don't think that will do much good.
Wait, can I? No. What if I put sunshine on him and he dies?
Do me any good.
No. Okay, I need to get on the belt here.
I was thinking.
Yes?
Wouldn't it be better to use a computer to check all those snowflakes?
Oh, we do. Ordinarily, the automated snowflake inspector takes care of this.
Let Lenore help.
Quite fast.
The snowflake inspector? He's on my list of parts I have to find.
Yes, he runs away rather frequently. I do hope he comes back soon. I'm tired and my vest is getting wrinkled.
Alright. I might have to ask Lenore to help. Oh, wait. You can get shrunk. There you go.
Wow, look at me. This is great. Sure hope I don't run into any big bugs.
All right, let's go save that one guy. I think I have to go down here, right?
Small to reach the slide.
Oh, what about there? Ah. All right, let's go help him.
The grate is blocking the opening. I still can't fit through. I'm too small to pry the grate open now.
Oh my god. For fuck's sake, Sam. Yeah, exactly. Alright, gotta become big. Gotta go through
I'm
here.
too small to climb up there. I'm way too small.
No.
I'm way too small.
Wait, you mean I gotta do the whole thing just to get big so I can...
I'm way too small to climb. It says UV filter.
Wait, I'm... There are stairs? Try the stairs. Oh, is it going the opposite direction? Oh yeah, it is going the opposite direction. Dude! Okay, I'm sorry.
That tickles.
Why am I so big? Do I need to go in there to help him?
Even with the cover off, I'm too big to fit down that hole.
All right. Hey, good thing I have chatter. I also like the soundtrack. All right, let's go. Progress. Ooh.
Which way?
This way.
Over here!
Chat is very smart, Journal. Yeah, sure. You know, I think chat is average, right? I guess there is some smart people.
Which way should I go?
There's some stupid people. It's a variety of plenty of things. You need Patreon credits. What do you mean? Oh, for chat? I'm the stupid people. Thank you for taking that title under your Wingnut.
I've got Wingnut. Now, I just have to bring him back to the sun machine.
Is this the sun machine? That is the sun machine, right?
I can't put Wingnut back yet. I'm too small to reach.
All right, chat. Let's get big. All right, chat. We're getting big. Mr. Kid 1994. Thank you so much for following. Mr. Kid 1994 is excited to get big. Hello, everyone. Say hi to Mr. Kid. All right.
Here we are, Wingnut.
And not a moment too soon, I see. Boy, I can't leave you guys alone for 2 minutes without everything getting all out of whack, can I?
Oh, sure, that's right, Wingnut.
Yeah, you must be the most important guy here.
There, that looks better already.
What would we do without you?
You know, it actually does look better.
Hello, Sam. Sorry, we didn't mean to startle you.
You fixed the sun machine.
Yes, I did.
That's so great.
Yes, according to our weather monitors, things are already looking a little better. We wanted to tell you you were doing a good job.
Oh, thanks. I'm happy to help.
That's good, because there are still 3 more machines to be fixed. There's plenty to do here as well.
Yeah, clearly showing every job isn't very important, even a job as simple as the wing.
Right away.
Very good. Bye now.
How do you like that? Not even a word about my performance. Typical.
How every single part of a whole is important. That individuals are nothing without the community which they serve. Yet, the individual, even though they're nothing without the community they serve, is also important, fundamental even, to the working of society. How beautiful.
That
Hey, this
liquid sunshine being put in
working.
cans.
It's working. Maybe I can have the donut now. Aggressively non-binary. For the cloud there, for the thunder, Sam refers to as her.
I see no one has eaten the donut yet.
We're saving it.
For later.
Oh.
Still saving it, eh? Hmm. What's that crank for? Let's see what that crank is for.
I wonder how many of these it takes to make a whole thunderstorm.
I really can't do anything here. Can I close this? No? We need a T
I
here.
definitely think there's a piece missing here.
Which one is it? Probably, yeah, Y, but it's actually a T, but yeah, it's Y, I guess. Okay, we need him to come back. He needs food. Can he eat liquid sunshine?
Here, have some sun.
Ah, thanks.
Nice.
That hit the spot.
You look much better.
Well, I've got to go and find Flaky. I mean, the inspector. He needs me.
I'm looking for him too. Maybe we could look together.
I can do the detecting if you'll carry me with you.
Okay.
Flaky? I know where Flaky is. There's no looking for him. Yeah, it's energy. It's an energy drink. Oh, hold on. Drug the workers to work hard. Actually, yeah. Actually.
This must be where the velocimometer goes.
Okay, the velocimometer is probably this guy, right? Haven't found a puzzle piece in a while.
I can't see a thing. I wish all this fog would go away.
Oh, okay, I found it.
Aha! I knew I'd find where this went if I looked hard enough.
Crank it, crank it, crank it.
Hey, this thing turns.
Now we turn it on. And the fog goes away. Haha. Let's go up. Puzzle piece, finally.
Another one.
That's kind of funny. I like that.
Oh boy, a hard hat.
Oh.
Works great.
I was wondering where the hard hat came into play. I know where it comes to play. That's true. Kids are smarter than they are given credit for. Oh, who are you hailing, Gilwaj? It's a bit weird. Keep that shit out of my community.
The inspector's...
Checking all those snowflakes one by one must be pretty dull, huh?
Oh, yes, it's unimaginably dreary. Still, I suppose it's better than manual labor.
The inspector's not... The inspector's not anywhere near here.
It's not him? I thought this was the inspector.
How are you holding up?
Miserably. My tie has lost its pep and I can't get a way to freshen it.
I thought that was the inspector. Is it not? The other guy is the inspector. The overworked guy. I feel like I'm taking the longest detour to get to where I want to go. There you go. Where's the manager? I thought the snowman was the manager.
Hello again, sir.
There you go. Easy peasy. As if this job was made for kids.
Hey,
this job.
Works pretty well.
This game. You met the voice of Pajama Sam, Mr. Kid? Isn't that Bobby Hill from Hag of the Hill? And also Mr. Kid. Yeah, I've been playing. I only played the third one, so now we're going through the whole thing, the whole series, and we're making a video essay out of it because my main channel is a channel dedicated to video essays.
Hey, I found one.
welcome aboard. Doo-doo.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
Why is it?
That's a lot of crate. That's a lot of crate.
Alright. Let's go to floor 1. Is this floor 1? Oh no, we're at the B. Okay. We're in the basement. Wait, no. Okay, we're on floor 1. Let's go to basement. Let's go to the basement.
Another one.
Alright, we need to go up here.
Earthquake in a can. Please recycle after use.
Okay, that we can open.
Hey, look at those boxes. I bet I could climb those.
Ho ho ho.
He's French.
H2.
I need to move them though.
I can't get up there. It's too high.
To probably connect these up there, right? Okay. Let's go to the other floors.
There's one.
Ta-da! Wow. Well, we can go in the computer. Let's go in the computer. Oh. Well, that was easy. Now we can go to the last one.
Hey, I can see all the way to the land of darkness through here. I'm looking for my Pajama Man comic books. Let's see if we can find 10 Pajama Man comic books. Click on these buttons to move around.
You know,
Are you sure you want to leave?
I don't trust darkness. All right, let's go plug in the thing on the basement. I don't know why. Oh, for the what's his name? The vacuum, the dog vacuum.
That looks like something on the list of weather machine pieces I'm supposed to find.
Oh,
I think it's part of the velocimometer. Hello? Hello? Velocimometer? Is that you? Yes, I'm scared. It's okay. Pajama Sam is here to help you. Phew. Do you think you can get down from there? No, I don't think so. Well, never fear. I'll think of something. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna climb the boxes. Let's go. And we're up.
Eek! Eek! Don't worry, it's me, Sam. I'll help you down.
Eek!
Really? Sure, come on. You'll be safe with me. Thank you. Will you take me back to the wind machine? Sure thing, Velocimometer. You can call me Velo if you want. Okay, Velo it is.
Velo's so cute. I agree. All right, let's get out of here. Oh. There you go.
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
I hope I don't have to take an appointment again, and I can just go.
Hey, Mr. Sam.
Thank you. Wait, is there still someone there?
There's someone in here.
Oh, well, he's busy, isn't he? Let's open the canned earthquake. Maybe that's gonna have the wide fall. Aha. And we recycled.
How are you gonna get me out?
Oh, I'll think of something.
Wait, that didn't work?
It's an opener that works on cans and bottles.
Crowbar? You think? Super off topic, but I might forget this later. Have you seen Un Dimanche à la Campagne? Heard of it? You might find it marginally interesting. I will watch it, maybe.
I don't think I should do that. I might break it.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I'll look into it. I'm looking for movies to watch. All right, so this is the staple. He's not a manager. He's not the. And Hero was him in here. Oh, it was Mr. Someone, right? Do we have to give him? No, not him.
Calder. The inspector's far away from this room.
This is not the inspector. Who the fuck is the inspector again? That's not the inspector.
Hello
My little
again,
card.
sir.
That's the missing snowflake inspector. The snowflake inspector sorts the snowflakes.
Wait. Where is he? Alright, do I have to get a second earthquake thing? I think I need a second earthquake thing, right?
Earthquake in a can. Please recycle after use.
Can I get a second
I
one?
already got one of them.
Alright, I'll try it a second time. If it doesn't work, we'll have to find a different way of getting the Y out of Let's get out of here. Hold on. Oh, no.
Warmer.
He's here. Oh, I'll try the crowbars on the... I was thinking of using the earthquake paste or whatever on the boxes. But hold on, let's try to use the crowbars on the boxes.
The inspector's not anywhere near here.
Oh. Oh shit. Is the inspector in the bathroom? Oh, that's where he is.
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
How much you want to bet that's where the inspector is?
Good day, Mr. Sam.
Thank you for sharing that, Skill
The
Wars.
inspector's not anywhere near here.
Not anywhere. I have to use it. It's not working.
Hello again, sir.
Wormer.
Oh, I know where he is. I know where the motherfucker is. I figured it out, guys. I'm pretty positive to know where he is. We go up here. Wait, up here actually. Yeah, and up. Wait, we can turn that on, right? Wait, what does she do again?
How are you doing, Velo? I want to go home.
Okay, I'll put you. I'll get you home, Velo. I'm sorry. Oh, poor Velo. There you go, Velo. I'm so sorry.
I should turn this back first. Here we are. Oh, goody, home. Whee! Thank you, Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Whoa!
Well, young man, I see you've fixed another weather machine.
That's right. I brought Velo back to the wind machine.
The weather is already starting to get better.
Yes, the sandstorms at the South Pole have calmed down a lot.
You're doing a fine job. Keep up the good work.
Okay, I've just got 2 more machines to go.
Good. Keep us informed of your progress. Goodbye now.
Okay, this place. This is. He has to be in one of those places. This is too random.
Wormer.
I don't know why I love that.
The inspector's around.
Oh, what?
The inspector's around here somewhere.
He's around here somewhere.
The inspector's around here somewhere. The inspector's around here somewhere. Warmer.
Crowbar and lockers.
Colder.
Oh, he says we're...
Inspector's around.
I should probably try not to break anything.
He said colder, and then he says this inspector's
I
here.
should probably try not to break anything.
The inspector's around here somewhere. The inspector's around here somewhere. Warmer. The inspector's...
Are we colder or warmer now?
Colder.
Maybe it's the other way. Thank you, Pyroanarchist. It can't be here. That's where we got him, right?
Warmer. The inspector's...
We're getting closer. Warmer. Oh. He's on the left.
Warmer.
He has to be there.
He's in this room. Move me around until we find him. He's in this room. He's in this room. He's in this room. Flaky.
We did it.
I mean,
we did it.
Inspector, it's nice to see you.
Hello,
It
Sid.
is in a room.
This is Pajama Sam. He helped me find you.
Hi.
Delighted.
Hi.
Well, I'm sure glad we found you. You've got to come back to the snow machine with us right away.
No way.
No way.
I'm not going back there. They don't appreciate me.
This could be a problem.
Don't worry. I'll think of something.
I already thought of something. Hello, Mildred Seashells. Happy to see you here.
Inspector, look! You've been named Employee of the Month.
Employee of the month? Me? They like me. They really like me.
They sure do.
I'm so happy. I can't wait to get back to my post and all those wonderful snowflakes.
I'll take you there if you like.
Would you? Gee, Sam, that would be great.
You've made him very happy. Thank you.
You're welcome. Will you be coming with us to the snow machine?
You go on ahead. I'll catch up.
Job alienation, yes, pyroanarchism, or pyroanarchist. But also, what's important here, I believe, is the fact that the #1 employee badge or whatever, or employee of the month badge, is not even meaningful. Nobody knows about it, right? It's just one of many. This relates to my taxi driver video. That was completely wrong. That taxi driver video, I should probably unlist it, if not just completely delete it. But yeah, how the employee reconnaissance... No, reconnaissance is not the right word. Or employee thanking from a lot of bosses is actually superficial, and they don't even know about it.
Here we are, Inspector.
Inspector! Are you coming back to work?
Oh, yes.
Then I'm so glad to see you.
And you. Now stand aside and let me do my job.
With pleasure. I don't know how you did it, but you have my heartfelt gratitude.
Sam?
I wish you'd stop sneaking up on me like that.
Sorry, Sam. We wanted to say we're very impressed with the way you've been fixing the weather machines.
Thank you.
At this rate, we'll have everything shipshape before anyone even notices anything was wrong. Hang on for a second, Sam. That's our call waiting.
Thunder! Lightning!
Mother Nature!
What on earth is going on over there?
Nothing.
Everything's under control.
Don't hand me that claptrap. I read your incident report. You left out one or two things.
What things would those be?
Well, for example, why isn't it raining in the rainforests? My plants are wilting. I'm coming over there now, and when I get there, I want some answers.
Oh boy.
Mother Nature is coming! Here!
Is that bad?
It could be. If everything's not perfect by the time she gets here, we'll be in big trouble.
The files are all hopelessly out of date! What are we going to do?
We'd better get to work updating them right away.
I'll fix the rain machine.
Thank you. And Sam,
Yes?
please hurry.
Can they see us all the time? Do I look all right? How's my tie?
Employee surveillance. Employee surveillance. Employee surveillance. All right, that explains why I couldn't. Panopticon. Yeah, it explains why I couldn't free the Y. Whoops, I couldn't free the Y. Yeah, did they see us? Yeah, it's a Foucault reference. Or a Panopticon, it's not just a Foucault thing, but yeah.
Hello again, sir.
Hello. Alright, I gotta put the hard hat on.
Earthquake in a can. Please
Now it's gonna
recycle
work.
after use?
After use? So it didn't work before because they required us to free that person at the end. Free the Y person at the end. Alright, things are going pretty good. We're coming close to being done, I believe. About to save the environment. Was Jeremy Bentham the originator of the Panopticon? Does anyone know? Or was this like a...
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
Was it a thought experiment that was pretty popular even by his time?
Good day, Mr. Sam.
Does anyone know? Some of you I know study philosophy, okay? You have to answer this. Yeah, Pyranarchist. You're the person to answer that.
Do you have any idea how
Oh
stuffy
my
it is
God.
inside one of these things?
I'll get you out. I'm just not sure how to do it yet.
Maybe you should just buy me.
Do you think I'm rich?
Oh,
Do you
why curse my luck? Did I have to get stuck like a ripe nectarine in a vending machine?
What do you mean, like a nectarine?
Hey, I had to make it rhyme, didn't I?
I guess so.
I need the solution. I need the solution. Someone please give me the solution. I don't know where to get some money to buy him.
Lucille, I love you, gal. Where you been?
The green building. Bentham did come up with it. Okay.
Hello again, sir.
Alright, so the earthquake paste definitely did not work. Now, apparently in the green building, we're gonna get some money or something.
It says recipe for hurricane. 4 parts sun.
Oh. Oh. Oh, it doesn't have the apple seeds. Oh, okay. Okay. It has seeds for what then?
The machine is out of those seeds.
We can make a banana, we can make a cucumber, we can make an aubergine. I don't see the purpose in making an aubergine.
Wow, that's fast! I didn't think eggplant grew on trees. Eggplant. Yuck. Nobody likes these except my brother Mark.
What do I need to do? Let's do that. Someone said they wanted to make a gay rainbow in chat a long time ago. I think it got banned. I think it was Krenna. Oh yeah, there you go. Make a rainbow for the reasons I said earlier.
Oh, what's this? They'll be after me gold.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, I'm rich!
That was it? That was the solution? Okay. Okay. Alright, at least we got it. Probably the hardest Pajama Sam game so far. You know, during the video essay, we'll create tension during the video essay of me trying to solve the problem.
Good day, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, what did anyone call it? Eggplant. Okay. Alright. We're here with money. Let's go. Oh, wow.
very comfortable.
It isn't. Please insert more coins.
I haven't got any more coins.
Oh, great.
Okay. All right, Pajama Sam 2, you're starting to annoy me. Now I have to go get the paste. Yeah. I tried like 3 times.
Hello again, sir.
Hello again. That's a yes, again. I'd love to break that window. I'm getting kind of annoyed.
Earthquake in a can. Please recycle after use. That's a good boy.
All right. We're almost done. Okay.
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
Hello again.
Good day, Mr. Sam.
All right, we've got the T, or the Y. No. No, not a second one. Okay.
Ouch!
Oof.
That did the trick.
Free at last! What a relief. You ever been stuck in a vending machine, Sam?
I think I'm a little too big to fit in there.
Yeah, I suppose you are. Say, where did you get that great outfit?
This? It's my pajamas. I sleep in them.
You have special clothes just for sleeping in.
Of course.
Why?
Because, oh, well, that's not important right now. We have to get you back to the rain machine.
Yeah, I'll bet they miss me. Can you give me a lift?
Sure.
You hate being stuck in a vending machine, Ryan B? Why? Also, you know, if you're stuck in a vending machine, does that make you a commodity?
Hello again, sir.
Hello. Only, and that's only if you enjoy being stuck in a vending machine. Then you become a commodity. If you don't enjoy it, then you're not a commodity. Because it's not enjoyable. All right, we're done. All right, we got the conclusion. Wait, I think so. If we go up here, we've got the conclusion of Pajama Sam 2.
Time to get back to work.
Do I have to?
Of course you do.
Why?
Because if you don't, then the rain machine won't work and we'll run out of rain.
So?
Well...
Attention, all personnel. The president is arriving. This is not a drill.
No time to argue. This is an emergency. emergency!
Oh no, she's here! She's here! What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What do we do?
I don't know. We've got to stall her. We'll think of something. Mother Nature, how nice to see you.
Cut the chit-chat, Thunder. I'm making a full inspection of the facility. And I'm warning you, if everything isn't absolutely perfect, you're both in deep trouble. What's this?
Mother Nature, you haven't seen my slides from my trip to Cleveland.
I'll try to live with the disappointment. Let me see those monitors. It's me, see those monitors.
What's going on?
It looks like everything is working just fine.
It is?
Of course it is.
And who might you be?
I'm Pajama Sam.
He's the little boy who...
He's our handyman, that's who. Keeps everything running smoothly. I don't know where we'd be without him.
I'm happy to report that all the weather machines are working perfectly.
All right then. Thunder, lightning. Keep up the good work.
We're not fired?
Certainly not. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm needed in Acapulco.
Sam, thank you so much for all your help.
You fixed the last machine just in time. You saved our job.
And the weather is all back to normal.
Does that mean it'll be stormy at my house again?
Yes. In fact, how would you like to take the controls for a little while?
Me? Control the weather? Sure.
This controls how much rain there is. And this one is a volume control for the caboose.
Oh boy.
All right.
Are you sure you want to leave?
All right. So what did we think of Pajama Sam 2? I feel like the political stakes were a bit lower. The political criticism was a bit lower, though it did talk about the like climate change and stuff like that, and man-made climate change. So there was that, which we always enjoy. All right, time to take some notes. Pajama Sam's indoctrinating the youth of modern day USA. Well, this is what we're doing actually. We're Banger V1, by the way, is a first-time chatter. Krenna already on it, saying hello to Banger V1, welcoming them to the community. Yeah, that's the issue here. Look, we've got a couple of notes here explaining why Pajama Sam indoctrinated the youth. I became a leftist because of Pajama Sam. And there's only one way to actually expose to America and to the whole world, which is mainly America, the grooming that Pajama Sam does. You know what's really Germinal? No. No. All right, so Pajama Sam 2, there's, we're going to write some notes while it's still fresh in our memories. So Pajama Sam 2 has a man-made, is that how you write man-made? Climate change. Well, climate change. So this is obviously the main theme. There's spreading wokeism through video games. What else? There was employee-employer employer relationships again. We'll add some here. There was the CEO being feared. There was the employee of the month. The month. That's basically I'll call it fake because it's not even a real employee of the month. There's the board meeting / chair. That was completely incompetent. How do you write incompetent? No? Incompétent? Is that not a word in English? Oh, incompetent. And useless? What else? What else? What else? Oh God. You know what? The rainbow gay thing. All right, I've got to say, in terms of gameplay, Pajama Sam 2 was inferior than the two other games. Oh yeah, there was the well, the snowman, who was part of the as you say, yeah, maybe petite bourgeoisie. But there was also the whole panopticon reference, or workplace surveillance. The whole oh yeah, economy equals pin the tail on the donkey. I don't know if they would have said yes to any of the questions though. Pin the tail on the donkey, which could be associated with here the board meeting, because it was during the board meeting. Okay, there was yeah, overworked employees all over. Overworked employees, they were underappreciated. Employees. And there's like the energy drink. The underappreciated would be with the employee of the month thing. There was the wingnut. Wingnut being as important as any other part. Yeah, it did seem more about the workplace than climate change. However, I would agree with Pajama Sam 2 that the workplace and climate change are intertwined. The rainbow money thing, I want to be included for the ha-has. Like this. Because I actually struggled on that. On a kid's game. All the workers are machines representing the benefits of technological development under capitalism. Is that something I can talk about? Yeah, okay, the tail nut, yeah. Slingshot was straight up being sold. The slingshot being sold? You mean the why? Oh yeah, workers seen as simple instruments of labor, right? They do nothing but whatever they're doing. If that's what you have to do, that's what you do. It's your job. Working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Performing underqualified labor. That's what Rivers of Melancholy said. Hello, Rivers of Melancholy. I don't know if I said hi to you. Oh, fighting with symptoms of being overworked without touching the root of the issue. Yeah, that's the energy drink right there. They put rainbows in a kid's game? What the the fuck? Okay. I think this is it, right? In terms of I think I could have made it bigger for all of you. I think this is pretty good for Pajama Sam 2. What I find interesting is that Pajama Sam 1 and Pajama Sam 2 are all about fighting your fears. Pajama Sam 1 is about fighting the fear of darkness. This one's about fighting the fear of lightning and thunder. Pajama Sam 3 isn't about any of those. Skill was quoting Karl Marx. No racism in this one, surprisingly. That's true. That is actually true. First one that we have seen without any racism. Yeah. Man-made climate change. Sam made climate change in this case. All right, I'm going to save this. After this, we only have one left. One Pajama Sam left to watch. To play. Pajama Sam 4. That's the last one we need to play before we can maybe elaborate a plan for the video. And then eventually write the script. And then we'll record it on stream. And then... Oh, Pajama Sam 4 doesn't work? At least not on Steam. Is that true? If it doesn't work on Steam, then we're done. We're gonna call it a trilogy. Wait, store? Pajama Sam 4. Life is rough when you lose your stuff. Everybody says that it's trash. Yeah, someone said it doesn't work. Okay. Well. Yeah, no, they're not going to fix it. No, we're not going to play it today. Well, especially if it doesn't work. All right. Yeah, they did do a leprechaun with an Irish accent. That's racist. That's political. All right, so we played the trilogy. And we're going to call it a trilogy, okay? Because we're not going to start playing with an emulator and all that. We played the Pajama Sam trilogy. We're going to ignore the fourth one. All right, so keep thinking of ways we can maybe structure this. We're not going to structure it today, though, because as Ryan B. Stifler says, 6-hour stream, this is a record? I don't think it is. But yeah, we're not going to work on a video 6 hours into a stream. What we can do, and what we can try to do, before we do that, for those of you who don't know, hold on. Check out our Discord. You can follow there and see when I post videos on my main channel, on my stream channel, when I stream on Twitch. And there's also sometimes people have discussions and all that, but that's the least important part. The most important part of the Discord is when videos are posted there and live stream notifications. If not, sometimes people chat, but we don't need structure. Structure is political. So join the Discord. Go see my latest video on the canvas on Ilya Repin. And yeah, we'll leave it at that for now. We're just gonna finish reading an anarchist FAQ. I think it's anarchists during the Russian Revolution, right? Something like that. And we're going to be just chatting now. Just chatting. Just reading. All right. Yeah, we're going to finish that one anarchist FAQ article or chapter that we started yesterday, just so I can edit it and not try to find the part 1 and part 2 and be confused by that. I'll do my best at reading it because I'm getting a bit tired from the stream, but I might just stutter more than I usually do. By the way, Germinal, did you see the theory I posted about vegetarian future and ethically sourced moon cheese? Thank you for the suggestion, but I will have to I'll note it down, okay, Pyroanarchist, for the theory. I'll note it down, and if I have time, I'll check into it. But I'm a very busy person, so I don't know how much I can actually look into your theory. All right, let's finish this chapter on anarchists during the I wrote anarchist during the Russian Revolution. Anarchists during the Russian Revolution. All right, let's finish this. As we discuss in section H, the degeneration of the Bolsheviks from a popular working class party into dictators over the working class did not occur by accident. A combination of political ideas and the realities of state power and the social relationships it generates could not help but result in such a degeneration. The political ideas of Bolshevism, with its vanguardism, fear of spontaneity, and identification of party power with working class power, inevitably meant that the party would clash with those whom it claimed to represent. After all, if the party is the vanguard, then automatically everyone else is a backward element. This meant that if the working class resisted Bolshevik policies or rejected them in Soviet elections, then the working class was wavering and being influenced by petty bourgeois and backward elements. Vanguardism breeds elitism and, when combined with state power, dictatorship. State power as anarchists have always stressed, means the delegation of power into the hands of a few. This automatically produces a class division in society, those with power and those without. As such, once in power, the Bolsheviks were isolated from the working class. The Russian Revolution confirmed Malatesta's argument that a, open quote, government that is a group of people entrusted with making laws and empowered to use the collective power to oblige each individual to obey them is already a privileged class and cut off from the people. As any constituted body would do, it will instinctively seek to extend its powers, to be beyond public control, to impose its own policies, and to give priority to its special interests. Having been put in a privileged position, The government is already at odds with the people whose strength it disposes of. End quote. All right, chat's going off, but it's not to say that I sound terrible. Oh, it's Hengist. Hello, Hengist488. All right, good thing I got interrupted by chat going off. Glad to see you. You're dropping by on a 6-hour stream. A highly centralized state such as the Bolsheviks built Now the tiredness is kicking in. A highly centralized state such as the Bolsheviks built would reduce accountability to a minimum while at the same time accelerating the isolation of the rulers from the ruled. The masses were no longer a source of inspiration and power, but rather an alien group whose lack of discipline, i.e. ability to follow orders, placed the revolution in danger. As one Russian anarchist argued, open quote, "The proletariat is being gradually enserved by the state. The people are being transformed into servants over whom there has arisen a new class of administrators, a new class born mainly from the womb of the so-called intelligentsia. We do not mean to say that the Bolshevik Party set out to create a new class system, but we do say that even the best intentions and aspirations must inevitably be smashed against the evils inherent in any system of centralized power. The separation of management from labor, the division between administrators and workers, flows logically from centralization. It cannot be otherwise." End quote. For this reason, anarchists, while agreeing that there is an uneven development of political ideas within the working class, reject the idea that revolutionaries should take power on behalf of working people. Only when working people actually run society themselves will a revolution be successful. For anarchists, this meant that, open quote, "effective emancipation can be achieved only by the direct, widespread, and independent action of the workers themselves, grouped in their own class organizations on the basis of concrete action and self-government, helped but not governed by revolutionaries working in the very midst of it, and not above the mass in the professional, technical, defense, and other branches." End quote. By substituting party power for workers' power, the Russian Revolution had made its first fatal step. Little wonder that the following prediction from November 1917 made by anarchists in Russia came true. Open quote, "Once their power is consolidated and legalized, the Bolsheviks who are men of centralist and authoritarian action will begin to rearrange the life of the country and of the people by governmental and dictatorial methods imposed by the center. They will dictate the will of the party to all Russia and command the whole nation. Your Soviets and your other local organizations will become little by little simply executive organs of the will of the central government. In the place of healthy constructive work by the laboring masses, in place of free unification from the bottom, we will see the installation of an authoritarian and statist apparatus which would act from above and set about wiping out everything that stood in its way with an iron hand." End quote. The so-called worker state could not be participatory or empowering for working class people as the Marxists claimed, simply because state structures are not designed for that. Created as instruments of minority rule, they cannot be transformed into, nor new ones created which are, a means of liberation for the working classes. As Kropotkin put it, anarchists, open quote, maintain that the state organization, having been the force to which minorities resorted for establishing and organizing their power over the masses, cannot be the force which will serve to destroy these privileges. End quote. In the words of an anarchist pamphlet written in 1918, open quote, Bolshevism day by day and step by step proves that state power possesses inalienable characteristics. It can change its label, its theory, and its servitors, but in essence it merely remains power and despotism servitors, but in essence it merely remains power and despotism in new forms. End quote. For insiders, the revolution had died a few months after the Bolsheviks took over. To the outside world, the Bolsheviks and the USSR came to represent socialism even as they systematically destroyed the basis of real socialism. By transforming the Soviets into state bodies, substituting party power for Soviet power, undermining the factory committees, eliminating democracy in the armed forces and workplaces, repressing the political opposition and workers' protests, the Bolsheviks effectively marginalized the working class from its own revolution. Bolshevik ideology and practice were themselves important and sometimes decisive factors in the degeneration of the revolution and the ultimate rise of Stalinism. As anarchists had predicted for decades previously, in the space of a few months and before the start of the Civil War, the Bolsheviks' workers' state had become, like any state, an alien power over the working class and an instrument of minority rule, in this case, the rule of the party. The Civil War accelerated this process and soon party dictatorship was introduced. Indeed, leading Bolsheviks began arguing that it was essential in any revolution. The Bolsheviks put down the libertarian socialist elements within their country with the crushing of the uprising at Kronstadt and the Makhnovist movement in the country with the crushing of the uprising at Kronstadt and the Makhnovist movement in Ukraine being the final nails in the coffin of socialism and the subjugation of the Soviets. The Kronstadt uprising of February 1921 was, for anarchists, of immense importance. See the appendix, What was the Kronstadt Rebellion, for a full discussion of this uprising. The uprising started when the sailors of Kronstadt supported the striking workers of Petrograd in February 1921. They raised a 15-point resolution, the first point of which was a call for Soviet democracy. The Bolsheviks slandered the Kronstadt rebels as counter-revolutionaries and crushed the revolt. For anarchists, this was significant as the repression could not be justified in terms of the Civil War, which had ended months before, and because it was a major uprising of ordinary people for real socialism. As Volin puts it, open quote, Kronstadt was the first entirely independent attempt of the, open quote, Kronstadt was the first entirely independent attempt of the people to liberate themselves of all yokes and carry out the social revolution. This attempt was made directly by the working class. This attempt was made directly by the working masses themselves, without political. This attempt was made directly by the working masses themselves, without political shepherds, without leaders or tutors. It was the first step towards the third and social revolution. End quote. In Ukraine, anarchist ideas were more In Ukraine, anarchist ideas were most successfully applied. In areas under the protection of the Makhnovist movement, working-class people organized their own lives directly, based on their own ideas and needs, true social self-determination. Under the leader of Nestor Makhno, a self-educated peasant, the movement not only fought against both red and white dictatorships, but also resisted the Ukrainian nationalists. In opposition to the call for national self-determination, i.e. a new Ukrainian state, Makhno called instead for working-class self-determination in Ukraine and across the world. Makhno inspired his fellow peasants and workers to fight for real freedom. Open quote. Conquer or die, such is the dilemma that faces the Ukrainian peasants and workers at this historic moment. But we will not conquer in order to repeat the errors of the past years, the error of putting our fate into the hands of new masters. We will conquer in order to take our destinies into our own hands, to conduct our lives according to our own will and our own conception of the truth. End quote. To ensure this end, the Makhnovists refused to set up governments in the towns and cities they liberated, instead urging the creation of free Soviets so that the working people could govern themselves. Taking the example of Alexandrovsk, once they had liberated the city of Makhnovit, the Makhnovists, open quote, immediately invited the working population to participate in a general conference. It was proposed that the workers organize the life of the city and the functioning of the factories with their own forces and their own organizations. The first conference was followed by a second. The problems of organizing life according to principles of self-management by workers were examined and discussed with animation by the masses of workers, who all welcomed this idea with the greatest enthusiasm. Railroad workers took the first step. They formed a committee charged with organizing the railway network of the region. From this point, the proletariat of Alexandrovsk began to turn systematically to the problem of creating organs of self-management. End quote. The Makhnovists argued that the, open quote, freedom of the workers and peasants is their own and not subject to any restriction. It is up to the workers and peasants themselves to act, to organize themselves, to agree among themselves in all aspects of their lives as they see fit and desire. The Makhnovists can do no more than give aid and counsel. In no circumstances can they, nor do they wish to, govern. End quote. In Alexandrovsk, the Bolsheviks proposed to the Makhnovist spheres The Bolsheviks proposed to the Makhnovist spheres of action their Revcom, Revolutionary Committee, would handle political affairs and the Makhnovists military ones. Makhno advised them, open quote, to go and take up some honest trade instead of seeking to impose their will on the workers, end quote. They also organized free agricultural communes which, open quote, admittedly were not numerous and included only a minority of the population. But what was most precious was that these communes were formed by the poor peasants themselves. The Makhnovists never exerted any pressure on the peasants, confining themselves to propagating the idea of free communes. End quote. Makhno played an important role in abolishing the holdings of the landed gentry. The local Soviet and their district and regional congresses equalized the use of the land between all sections of the peasant community. Moreover, the Makhnovists took the time and energy to involve the whole population in discussing the development of the revolution, the activities of the army, and social policy. They organized numerous conferences of workers, soldiers, and peasants delegates to discuss political and social issues, as well as free Soviets, unions, and communes. They organized a regional congress of peasants and workers when they organized a regional congress of peasants and they organized a regional congress of peasants and workers when they had liberated Alexandrovsk. When the Makhnovists tried to convene the Third Regional Congress of Peasants, Workers, and Insurgents in April 1919, and an extraordinary congress of several regions in June 1919, the Bolsheviks viewed them as counter-revolutionary, tried to ban them, and declared their organization. 1919, the Bolsheviks viewed them as counter-revolutionary, tried to ban them, and declared their organizers and delegates outside the law. Makhno has the stress on O. Makhno. Hey, you guys are being chatty again in chat. Good. I like seeing that. Hold on. Do we have quite a bit? Oh my god. Yeah, a little bit. We can probably do it, even though I'm tired. We can do it. The Makhnovists replied by holding the conferences anyway and asking, open quote, can there exist laws made by a few people who call themselves revolutionaries, which permit them to outlaw a whole people who are more revolutionary than they are themselves, and whose interests should be themselves, and whose interests should be themselves, and whose interests should the revolution defend, those of the party or themselves, and whose interests should the revolutionary and whose interests should the revolution defend, those of the party or those of the people who set the revolution in motion with their blood. Makhno himself stated that he considered it an inviolable right of the workers and peasants, a right won by the revolution, to call conferences on their own account to discuss their affairs. End quote. In addition, the Makhnovists, open quote, fully applied the revolutionary principles of freedom of speech, of thought, of the press, and of political association. In all cities and towns occupied by the Makhnovists, they began by lifting all the prohibitions and repealing all the restrictions imposed on the press and on political organizations by one or another power. Indeed, the only restriction that the Makhnovists considered necessary to impose on the Bolsheviks, the left socialist revolutionaries, and other statists, Indeed, the only restriction that the Makhnovists considered necessary to impose on the Bolsheviks, the left socialist revolutionaries, and other statists was, Indeed, the only restriction that the Makhnovists considered necessary to impose on the Bolsheviks, the left socialist revolutionaries, and other statists was a prohibition on the formation of these revolutionary committees, which sought to impose a dictatorship over the people. End quote. The Makhnovists rejected the Bolshevik corruption of the Soviets and instead proposed, open quote, the free and completely independent Soviet system of working people without authorities and their arbitrary laws. Their proclamation stated that the working people themselves must freely choose their own Soviets, which carry out the will and desires of the working people themselves, that is to say, administrative, not ruling Soviets. Economically, capitalism would be abolished along with the state. The land and workshops must belong must belong to the working people themselves, to those who work in them, that is to say, they must be socialized." End quote. The army itself, in stark contrast to the Red Army, was fundamentally democratic, although of course the horrific nature of civil war did result in a few deviations from the ideal. However, compared to the regime imposed on the Red Army by Trotsky, the Makhnovists were much more democratic. The Makhnovists were a much more democratic movement. The anarchist experiment of self-management in Ukraine came to a bloody end when the Bolsheviks turned on the Makhnovists, their former allies, against the Whites or pro-Tsarists when they were no longer needed. Makhnovists, their former allies against the Whites or pro-Tsarists when they were no longer needed. This important movement is fully discussed in the appendix, Why does the Makhnovist movement show there is an alternative to Bolshevism of our FAQ. However, we must stress here the one obvious lesson of the Makhnovist movement. Namely that the dictatorial policies pursued by the Bolsheviks were not imposed on them by objective circumstances. Rather, the political ideas of Bolshevism had a clear influence in the decisions they made. After all, the Makhnovists were active in the same civil war and yet did not pursue the same policies of party power as the Bolsheviks did. Rather, they successfully encouraged working-class freedom, democracy, and power in extremely difficult circumstances, and in the face of strong Bolshevik opposition to these policies. The received wisdom on the left is that there was no alternative open to the Bolsheviks. The experience of the Makhnovists disproves this. What the masses of people, as well as those in power, do and think politically is as much part of the process determining the outcome of history as are the objective obstacles that limit the choice. As are the objective obstacles that limit the choices available. Clearly, ideas do matter, and as such, the Makhnovists show that there was and is a practical alternative to Bolshevism, anarchism. Hold on a second. The last anarchist march in Moscow until 1987 took place at the funeral of Kropotkin in 1921, when over 10,000 marched behind his coffin. They carried black banners declaring, open quote, "Where there is authority, there is no freedom," and "Where there is authority, there is no freedom," and "The liberation of the working class is the task of the workers themselves." As the procession passed, the Butyrki prison, the inmates sang anarchist songs and shook the bars of their cells. Anarchist opposition within Russia to the Bolshevik regime started in 1918. They were the first left-wing group to be repressed by the new revolutionary regime. Outside of Russia, anarchists continued to support the Bolsheviks until news from Outside of Russia, anarchists continued to support the Bolsheviks until news came from anarchist sources about the repressive nature of the Bolshevik regime. Until then, many had discounted negative reports as being from pro-capitalist sources. Once these reliable reports came in, anarchists across the globe rejected Bolshevism and its system of party power and repression. The experience of Bolshevism confirmed Bakunin's prediction that Marxism meant, open quote, the highly despotic government of the masses by a new and very small aristocracy of real or pretended scholars. The people are not learned. So they will be liberated from the cares of government and included in entirety in the government and included in entirety in the governed herd, end quote. From about 1921 on, anarchists outside of Russia started describing the USSR as state capitalist to indicate that although individual bosses might have been eliminated, the Soviet state bureaucracy played the same role as individual bosses do in the West. Anarchists within Russia had been calling it that since 1918. For anarchists, open quote, the Russian Revolution is trying to reach economic equality. For anarchists, open quote, the Russian Revolution is trying to reach economic equality. This effort has been made in Russia under a strongly centralized party dictatorship. This effort to build a communist republic on the basis of a strongly centralized state communism under the iron law of party state communism under the iron law of a party communism under the iron law of a party dictatorship is bound to end in failure. We are learning to know in Russia how not to introduce communism, end quote. Hey, we're almost done. Okay. This meant exposing that Berkman called the Bolshevik myth, the idea that the Russian Revolution was a success and should be copied by revolutionaries in other countries. Open quote. It is imperative to unmask the great delusion, which otherwise might lead the Western workers to the same abyss as their brothers and sisters in Russia. It is incumbent upon those who have seen through the myth to expose its true nature. End quote. Moreover, anarchists felt that it was their revolutionary duty not only to present Moreover, anarchists felt that it was their revolutionary duty not only to present and learn from the facts of the revolution, but also show solidarity with those subject to Bolshevik dictatorship. As Emma Goldman argued, she had not, open quote, come to Russia expecting to find anarchism realized. Such idealism was alien to her, although realized, end quote. Such idealism was alien to her, although that has not stopped Leninists saying the opposite. Rather, she expected to see, open quote, the beginnings of the social changes for which the social changes for which the revolution had been fought, end quote. She was aware that revolutions were difficult, involving destruction and violence. That Russia was not perfect was not the source of her vocal opposition to Bolshevism. Rather, it was the fact that, open quote, the Russian people have been locked out. Rather, it was the fact Rather, it was the fact that, open quote, the Russian people had been locked out of their own revolution by the Bolshevik state, which used the sword and the gun to keep the people out. As a revolutionary, she refused to side with the master class, which in Russia is called the Communist Party. End quote. For more information on the Russian Revolution and the role played by anarchists, see the appendix on the Russian Revolution of the FAQ, as well as covering the Kronstadt uprising and the Makhnovists. It discusses why the revolution failed, the role of Bolshevik ideology played, as well as covering the Kronstadt uprising and the Makhnovists. It discusses why the revolution failed, the role of Bolshevik ideology played in that failure, and whether there were any alternatives to Bolshevism. The following books are also recommended: The Unknown Revolution by Volin, The Guillotine at Work by G.P. Maximov, The Bolshevik Myth and the Russian Tragedy, both by Alexander Berkman, The Bolsheviks and Workers' Control by M. Brinton, The Kronstadt Uprising by Ida Met, The History of the Makhnovist Movement by Peter Arshinov, My Disillusionment in Russia and Living My Life by Emma Goldman, Nestor Makhno Anarchy's Cossack, The Struggle for Free Soviets in the Ukraine, Nestor Makhno Anarchy's Cossack, The Struggle for Free Soviets in Ukraine, 1917-1921, by Alexander Skirda. Many of these books were written by anarchists active during the revolution, many imprisoned by the Bolsheviks and deported to the West due to international pressure exerted by anarcho-syndicalist delegates to Moscow, who the Bolsheviks were trying to win over to Leninism. The majority of such delegates stayed true to their libertarian politics and convinced their unions to reject Bolshevism and break with Moscow. By the early 1920s, all the anarcho-syndicalist union confederations had joined with the anarchists in rejecting the socialism in Russia as state capitalism and party dictatorship. We did it. Next one is 8.5.5, Anarchists in the Italian Factory Occupation. Holy shit. That was a long one, wasn't it? In 2 parts. El Ministerio de la Verdad. The Ministry of Truth. La Verdad. Literally nobody talked about the reading this whole time, really. I saw you guys talk about, what was it? Family Guy? All right, everyone. Holy shit, what a stream. We're at almost 7 hours. Oh, Krenna was reading. Okay. Rivers of Melancholy as well. Look, even if you're not following, you know, you're still there. It's like you are showing your presence. It's like I don't know, like it's like performative in a way. Does it still say Pajama Sam 2 Thunder and Lightning are so frightening? Yeah, I forgot to change to to just chatting. Oops. All right, we're just chatting now. Not the title though, it was All right. We are going to rate someone. Chat, you choose. And I know you hate choosing. There's nobody under anarchist. We're now to leftist. There's Jovan Bradley who's doing a subathon looking at leftist debates, if you want to look at leftist debates. Or there's Mika Miba, who's literally so chill right now. Portfolio, do they do art? Yeah, stream over. I'm so sorry. Oh, someone said Ludo History. Krenna says Ludo History. And they're live. Okay. All right. First name out there. You're watching Ludo History, who's playing Blasphemous. Okay, maybe they can stop playing and like tell you who they are, what they believe, what their ideas, blah blah blah, and all of that. Hey, everyone's a subscriber in his chat. So maybe a bougie chat. Yeah, you need a 24-hour stream, maybe eventually, maybe one day. Okay, maybe. All right. So for now, I'm just gonna raid Ludo History, is that it? Okay. Hey, if all of us join, if all of us raid, we will double his viewership. All right, thank you everyone. What a fun stream. Holy shit, we did so much. We talked about art for like an hour, and then we reviewed a great criticism of my video, which was a lot of fun. We played Pajama Sam. We took some notes for next stream where we're gonna actually organize all this information, and then finally we read. Holy shit! We were so productive. Check out Discord if you're not on there already. Keep looking at my channel Germinal on YouTube for segments of these of these streams. Some of them are really funny. At least I have a lot of fun, editing them and finding them funny. I'm gonna start doing shorts as well. The shorts are gonna be fun. Yes, the criticism was so good, amazing. Wow. It was fun, okay? It was fun nonetheless. All right. And this is how we end a 7-hour stream. Thank you so much, everyone. Don't know if we'll see each other tomorrow, but on Tuesday it's a special stream with a guest who's Polly, the person who makes other art history videos. They'll be on. We'll chat. All right. You gotta go to raid. It's starting in 5 seconds. All right. Goodbye. Say hello for Germinal. See you tomorrow. Tuesday.